Yes. Hello, my beautiful friends, and welcome back. Big day ahead. We have Rand versus Fauci. The COVID fight happening today in the Senate, and we're going through all of the details. Right now, as we see, we've got some folks, looks like, walking into the room. We've got a line out the door. Bunch of media out there, and we're waiting to see if Fauci is in the room or exactly where he is. But we just had Rand Paul, who also gave a little bit of a conversation over to Fox News. And so we've also got the cables pulled up. That guy still thinks it's COVID. It's over. All right, so we'll see how many masks we have out there today. You know, Fauci makes you have flashbacks to that horrific era. And so maybe that guy's just kind of stuck back there in the COVID masking environment. Zooming in, moving around, lots of activity right now. Of course, we're waiting for things to kick off officially. The start time is at 8:30. This is the AP feed. We've got several different feeds queued up that we can dive into as necessary. It looks like there may be some movement. And is this the Fauchster coming in here? Yes, it is. Oh, wow. Walking into the room right now. And so it's great to be with you, my friends.
The pre-pardons that Joe Biden did. But I think, bringing charges on something like this would be extremely difficult. But we'll see what unfolds.
All right, that is White House correspondent for USA Today.
So C-SPAN also is inside, and they've got them now inside the room, as we can see what's going on over here. Cables right now are all on commercials, but we'll have the latest on that. Let's make sure this one is perfectly live. So let's see. There's Fauci seated right there. We've got a little bit of a small room. This is Homeland Security, so it's not a big panel. You've got Ron Johnson. You've got Gary Peters. In fact, let me just cue that up so we can see who's coming up today. And looks like Fauci came with some serious binder activity. A lot of people taking photos there. And so are we getting called into order? It looks like we may be. Let's see. We have some activity here.
Characters, and no one's talking about the babies that survived that are in critical condition, right? Babies that
stayed click over.
In the house that were.
All right, Jeanette, I'm going to cut you off here. The hearing is started. Right now you can see on the screen Senator Rand Paul, who will lead the questioning for Dr. Anthony Fauci's Senate hearing on the origins of COVID-19. Another edition of Washington Journal comes your way tomorrow morning.
Theory that the virus arose naturally. While privately, he was well aware of a mountain of evidence suggesting the virus originated in the lab. The American people deserve answers. The American people deserve to know why dangerous research was funded by NIAID in a totalitarian country, in a lab that lacked acceptable safety standards. The decision to fund dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, will likely go down in history as perhaps one of the worst public health decisions. Frankly, the American people deserve an apology.
Yeah.
I hope today Dr. Fauci will come clean, admit it was a mistake to fund dangerous research in China, admit that the risk of this dangerous research exceeded any possible benefits, ask forgiveness, and pledge to help our government devise safeguards so a man-made epidemic never happens again.
Nice.
Instead of an apology, you have for years avoided responsibility. Regarding the lockdowns, you argue that you did not personally issue every lockdown order, close every school, or impose every mandate. But officials across the country invoked your authority to justify these decisions. And you presented your recommendations not as judgments open to debate, but as dictates of science itself. Your own words demonstrate that you understood the influence you exercised. On March 14th, 2020, you wrote that the task force recommendations were driven by me, yourself, Deb, and CDC. The next day you wrote that you had convinced Mayor Bill de Blasio to close the New York City schools, so you were involved. That same night, Governor Gavin Newsom's chief of staff told you that the governor had decided to close California schools, bars, and restaurants after watching you on television. Presidents, governors, mayors, school boards, corporations, and Congress all bear responsibility for the decisions they made. The COVID lockdown, however, could never have been inflicted without you aiding and abetting the crime. Children lost years of education. Small businesses built over a lifetime disappeared. Patients delayed cancer screenings and other medical care. Families were separated from dying relatives. Workers were ordered to accept a medical procedure or lose their jobs. Worship assembly, employment, education, and travel were restricted in the name of science. While you did not impose every restriction, you used your public authority to justify them. While you concluded publicly that COVID occurred naturally, your private record tells a different story. In early 2020, your hand-picked virologist warned that the virus appeared to have been manipulated in the lab. In a conference call concerning the origin of the virus, all but 2 of the participants believed deliberate insertion was possible. Your concern was not merely theoretical. That same week, you led an urgent effort to determine whether your own agency had funded the research related to these experiments that were now under suspicion. Hours later, your assistant reported that the Wuhan experiments had indeed been reviewed and approved by the NIH.
Uh-oh.
Those were not the actions of officials who believed that a research-related origin was an absurd conspiracy theory. They were the actions of officials urgently trying to determine whether their agency funding was connected to the research under discussion, connected to the pandemic. You could not hide that your agency had funded the Wuhan research or your long history of defending gain-of-function research. The only alternative left was to argue that COVID-19 did not originate in the Wuhan lab. You were not a detached observer. You had an institutional interest in the public believing that federally funded research had nothing to do with the pandemic. It was a conflict of interest from the very beginning. The authors of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 privately had serious doubts about a natural origin. Within days, though, they flipped, and they all wrote in proximal origin that the virus was almost certainly not a laboratory construct. That paper was then used by the government and the media and you to discredit Americans who were asking the same questions that you and the authors were asking yourselves privately. You even cited proximal origin from the White House podium. You held it out as evidence that the virus could not have been engineered, but you didn't disclose your role in the discussions that preceded the writing of the paper. You did not disclose the author's original concerns. You did not reveal that you had been part of the paper, that you had read and offered editorial comments on the paper before it was published, before you began using it as evidence that it couldn't have originated in the lab. You did not disclose that you had immediately investigated yourself whether NIAID funding might be connected to the research. You did not tell the American people the full story. Duly released private messages indicate that the doubts with the authors and others didn't disappear after the publication. So while this was being waved at the White House to show that it couldn't come from the lab, the authors were still privately continuing to assign a meaningful probability to a laboratory origin, one thing in public and another in private. Some of the same scientists discussed avoiding email and carefully managing communications that might eventually be obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. The pattern is straightforward. Privately, there was alarm, then an immediate inquiry to see if NIAID's possible exposure to funding, then a rapid public declaration of certainty, continued private doubt, and then years of resistance to disclosure. The question is why? The only logical answer is that your primary concern was avoiding culpability. Your primary concern was hiding the fact that you had approved the funding for this dangerous research. Your support of gain-of-function research is extensive and long-standing. In 2011, your agency funded Ron Fauci's laboratory when it mutated the avian flu until it could spread through the air between mammals.
Sick people.
This was the tipping point. This is when others became worried. You funded this. You advocated for this. The federal government's own biosecurity board, though, recommended withholding the details of these experiments because of the danger the research posed. People were concerned that publishing it was publishing a roadmap to creating bioweapons around the world. But you sided with the gain-of-function scientist Fauci and argued that the benefits of publishing the research far outweighed the risks. You defended this avian flu transmissibility experiments as critical research. You wrote that even if a scientist became infected and triggered a pandemic, the benefits of the gain-of-function experiments outweighed the risk. In 2014, your agency, NIAID, began funding the Wuhan bat coronavirus work. In 2015, Ralph Barrick and the Chinese scientist Shi Zhengli published NIAID-supported research combining a bat coronavirus spike protein with a SARS backbone. The resulting virus could infect human airway cells. It's a novel virus that now can infect human cells. It gained transmissibility, it gained function. In 2018, the same group of scientists, EcoHealth, Barrick, Shi, and their collaborators submitted the Diffuse proposal, which involved the insertion of a furin cleavage site into the coronavirus. DARPA rejected it as too dangerous. When COVID was sequenced, though, early on in January of 2020, within days, scientists discovered that, lo and behold, it had a novel furin cleavage site, just as had been proposed in the Diffuse project. This was either an extraordinary coincidence or a smoking gun, evidence that the Chinese had created COVID-19. It made the laboratory origin question more legitimate, and it made your categorical public denials indefensible. On May 11th, 2021, you told the Senate, the NIH has never, ever, and does not now fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. When I gave you the opportunity to correct the record, to reconsider the statement, you responded that you had never before lied to Congress. We were then told that only the government's narrowest regulation of definition counted here, that you could define gain of function in one way in which this wasn't gain of function, in which all of the common sense of the world would be thrown out, all of the idea that the mice were dying and the virus was more transmissible didn't matter because you had a technical definition that allowed you to fund it. But the real question is, was it dangerous? Was it a wise decision to fund this? And you haven't deviated from that. You've never admitted that it could have been a mistake funding this research in China. The American people weren't asking for a semantics debate over what is gain of function. They were asking, does common sense say this research was dangerous in Wuhan? They wanted to know whether their money-funded experiments in Wuhan that made bat coronaviruses better able to infect humans. The answer is yes. They wanted to know whether NIAID adequately supervised their work. The answer is no. When you defended this research, you described its benefits in the broadest terms. But when Congress demanded accountability, you hid behind the narrowest possible definition. You can't have it both ways. Your conduct concerning federal records raises further questions. It is a crime to destroy federal records. Yet our investigation reveals your assistant diligently reported that she deleted tons of emails. In 2024, you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth, you or your assistant? The committee has obtained repeated instructions from you telling federal officials to delete communications. On February 2nd, 2020, one day after Origin's call, you told Francis Collins, please delete this email after you read it. The committee asked for your voluntary cooperation to come today. Your appearance had to be compelled by subpoena. You're here today under duress. You're here today because of the court ordering it. President Biden issued you a sweeping pardon extending back to 2014, the same pardon he gave to his son Hunter. A pardon may protect a person from criminal prosecution, doesn't rewrite history. It does not erase documents. It does not convert a misleading statement into a truthful one. And it does not prevent Congress from establishing what happened. There will be another pandemic. There will be another crisis. And there will again be officials who insist that uncertainty must be hidden for the public's own good. They will demand obedience. They will invoke science. I am the science, as though it were a commandment. They will argue that government officials cannot be questioned because questioning them would undermine public trust. They have it backwards. It is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance that destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys trust. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. That loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy. Trust can't be ordered. It has to be earned. No scientist is above scrutiny. No government official is beyond accountability. And no public servant has the right to treat the suffering of millions of Americans as a footnote to his preferred version of history.
Cooked. That was very satisfying.
I now recognize Senator Peters for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has a long and a very proud history of conducting serious oversight on behalf of the American people. When this committee has been at its best, Democrats and Republicans have worked together to investigate complicated issues, to follow the facts wherever they may lead, and produce recommendations that actually strengthen our nation's security and improve government functions. That bipartisan tradition has produced meaningful work following Hurricane Katrina, the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, failures at the Secret Service, and countless other matters. Unfortunately, today's hearing is the latest step in the chairman's sharp departure from that long tradition.
Blame Rand.
This hearing appears to be a culmination of months of biased and selected efforts by the majority under the guise of a committee investigation to basically legitimize a predetermined conclusion that was reached years ago.
It's in his own emails.
In 2021,
there,
the chairman has called for today's witness to be fired, to be arrested, accused him of leading cover-ups and conspiracies.
He did.
He has even featured the witness prominently in fundraising emails and on the cover of his book. He has also called for the cancellation of the witness's security detail, despite the fact the witness and his family have received numerous credible death threats.
Yeah, they can pay for it themselves.
When I served as chairman, Senator Paul and I launched a bipartisan biosecurity investigation that included oversight of risky research and the origins of COVID-19, because we agreed that the committee's work would be stronger if we did it in a bipartisan manner and just followed the facts. That was and continues to be an area of legitimate and certainly needed oversight. As chairman, Senator Paul has taken the opposite approach. He has abandoned longstanding practice by blocking minority participation in committee oversight actions and has chosen to selectively release committee records that the minority has never had any access to in order to support his pre-drawn conclusions. The chairman has repeatedly excluded committee's minority and withheld documents and evidence from members that are entitled to receive them, disregarding longstanding Senate rules and committee precedent that have preserved the credibility of our oversight in this committee for decades.
So attacking Rand
I
rather
have raised
than
these
defending
concerns
Fauci.
directly with the chairman.
Got it.
Because it's not just what we investigate that matters, but how we conduct that investigation. That also matters. One-sided investigations designed to validate predetermined conclusions do not serve the American people who sent us to actually uncover the truth and to solve problems. I wrote to the chairman requesting that he adhere to committee rules. But instead of addressing concerns that I raised, he removed part of the committee's website from the public view. This move not only prevented the public from being able to view those list of concerns, it adds serious questions about the desire for transparency and legitimate oversight of this matter.
Yeah, that's rich. Coming
What
from
makes
the
today's
Democrats.
hearing particularly disappointing is not simply the chairman's actions, but what we could be using this committee's true and time oversight responsibilities to accomplish. This committee has not held its annual threats hearing at all in this Congress. We have not held a budget hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. There are important hearings that we would have the opportunity to discuss as to how to strengthen our Homeland Security across the board. no hearings on those topics. Instead of focusing on the national security challenges that we are facing in our country right now, today's hearing looks backwards, revisiting questions this committee has already examined, including through bipartisan work that Senator Paul and I conducted together when I served as chairman of this committee. But rather than building on that work to strengthen our preparedness against future disasters, we are instead relitigating the past.
Yeah, you need accountability for the past
COVID-19
liars.
exposed serious deficiencies in our nation's public health infrastructure. We know that. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives, and this committee should absolutely continue examining how we can better prepare our nation against future biological threats.
I thought you said no.
Those are the kinds of forward-looking, life-saving questions that will help our nation be better prepared to protect the health and the safety of Americans when the next emergency occurs. Unfortunately, at this precise moment, we should be strengthening our capabilities. The Trump administration seems to be doing everything in their power to actually weaken our capabilities.
Now
the
it's
administration has hollowed out the public health workforce. They have fired, pushed out, and cut funding for public health personnel, shrinking the CDC workforce by a quarter.
They were a disaster.
Thousands of experienced scientists have left government service, and with them has gone critical institutional knowledge that cannot be easily replaced, certainly not quickly replaced. The administration, thanks to political operatives like Russell Vought, has slashed or illegally withheld funding for life-saving medicines and cutting-edge technologies that let us rapidly develop them during an emergency.
Yeah, like mRNA.
Mr. Vought is now further politicizing the federal grant-making process, proposing to subject all federal grants, including those for disaster relief, housing development, and cancer research, to the whims of political appointees, not nonpartisan experts. All of this has left the American people more vulnerable to infectious disease threats, and we are already tragically seeing the consequences. Staffing and funding cuts have slowed the federal, state, and local response to ongoing outbreak of a foodborne parasite, which has sickened thousands in my home state of Michigan, as well as across the country.
From illegal
At the same
scrapping in
time,
the
the
fields?
administration cuts to global health programs and international partnerships have greatly reduced our ability to contain dangerous diseases like Ebola before they spread to our shores. We should be examining whether our federal health agencies have the personnel and the resources they need to effectively prevent, detect, and respond to these threats. We should be asking how to strengthen our biodefense efforts to deter our adversaries and prevent biological attacks against our country, and how our government can better coordinate and communicate during public health emergencies. These are the kinds of forward-looking matters that are worthy of this committee's time.
That's why we're here.
Instead, we are here continuing the chairman's year-long focus on one individual. History
Who caused
tells
the whole
us,
thing?
unfortunately, another pandemic is all but inevitable. The question is whether Congress and this committee will work to better prepare our country for it, or continue looking backward while our public health infrastructure crumbles around us. That is the hearing that we should be having today. Unfortunately, I fear the intent of this hearing is only meant to further a purely partisan agenda and it will not make Americans safer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
The accusation that the committee has denied access to the minority to records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress. We actually created a website, and we put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand.
You're under oath, bucko.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Here we go.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and/or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years.
Then you got pardoned.
During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me,
All true.
and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion
What?
I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars,
Is he gonna invoke?
unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion.
Here we go.
Therefore,
Yep.
although it pains me to do so,
Ooh.
because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record
Coward.
of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys,
Yep.
I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution
Coward.
to refrain from answering your questions.
Wow.
Thank you.
What a coward.
We will now begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress, with a penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know, what was the rationale? What was the discussion? How, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan? How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know it, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
Softball to see if he'll bite.
On the advice of counsel,
Yep.
I respectfully decline to answer
Wow.
based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your
Wow.
table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
Yeah, so he's
On
got
the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true
Laughing.
that you're appearing under direction of our subpoena. to provide testimony on matters under consideration by the committee, including the origins of COVID-19, risky life sciences research, and your tenure as a federal government employee. Additionally, you've been provided a full and unconditional pardon dated January 19th, 2025, for any offenses against the United States which may have been committed or taken part from January 1st, 2014 through the date of the pardon for a 10-year period, arising from or in any manner related to your service as Director of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force or the White House COVID-19 Response Team, or as Chief Medical Advisor to the President. Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Obstruction.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They've requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
Obstruction.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
You've been pardoned for those crimes. So he's been pardoned for those prior crimes, so it's his argument. He needs the...
Dr. Fauci, were you ever made aware of gain-of-function research on monkeypox being conducted at the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasure Center and back at Fort Detrick?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
He knows he's cooked.
Dr. Fauci, did the CIA ever transfer funds to NIH under an interagency agreement?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Answering or refusing to answer about content that is pardoned, conduct that is pardoned.
Dr. Fauci, did the NIH ever conduct research for or in coordination with any element of the intelligence community, CIA, ODNI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The reason why these questions are important is, President Trump has done a ban, and we're glad that he did a ban on gain-of-function research. So we're better off than we were when we had an advocate serving as head of NIAID, an advocate for gain-of-function research. There is still, though, a question, though, whether or not the intelligence community is adhering to that order. There's a question of whether or not gain-of-function research is still ongoing. And these are important questions the American people deserve to know. Dr. Fauci, have you been read into any classified Department of Homeland Security program, any prospective special access program concerning gain-of-function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
When we look at the research in China, the gain-of-function research that you've denied was gain-of-function, one of the things that startled the scientists when they saw COVID in the first couple of weeks was when they looked at the sequence of it, they said, oh my God, there's a furin cleavage site in it. And in this particular family of coronaviruses, the sarbecoviruses, they'd never seen this before. They were also startled to look at it and see how it was coded for, what the codons were, and to discover that the codons used out of 36 different possibilities turned out to be the one that was commonly used in gene manipulation by scientists. Dr. Fauci, were the scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology capable of inserting a furin cleavage site into a coronavirus?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So one of the experiments that was pretty common was they would take the backbone of a SARS virus, and this would be a SARS virus that the backbone itself wasn't that dangerous. But then they would dig through guano, 300 feet underground, bat guano. They'd find other viruses, unknown viruses. They'd take the S protein off of an unknown virus and stick it on a backbone. And then they would infect mice that have humanized cells. And they were trying to discover if they could create a virus that infects humans. Now, many people would say, well, gosh, that doesn't sound like a really good idea to create viruses that don't exist in nature to see if they'll infect human cells. What if one escaped? What if you keep infecting this and do serial passage, you actually adapt the virus to be infectious to humans? So the question is whether or not Dr. Fauci, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was combining an S protein with one virus with the backbone of others, and could this lead to a virus? Maybe it wasn't even predicted, but could it lead to viruses that gained in function and then could lead to a pandemic?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
One of the arguments that you and others have made against this virus coming from the lab is it couldn't have come from the viruses that have been published. And nobody's really arguing that. I think from the very beginning, people acknowledged that the viruses that have been published are too far evolutionarily distant from a virus that could have become COVID-19. But what has never been acknowledged by the side who tries to call the other side a conspiracy theory, which is really something you don't usually see in a scientific debate. This is the first time I've ever seen an article printed in Lancet by your friends who called this a conspiracy theory. You know, these are the kind of things you see as a screed on a political, website. You don't really see this in science. But when they release this as being a conspiracy theory, we're wondering that when you do this, when you combine these viruses and are able to grow them in humanized cells, whether or not this kind of risky research, whether you call it gain of function or not, whether you use the definition of gain of function, whether this kind of research should have had more scrutiny. I think in your House testimony, you testified that you never traveled to China and that you were unaware that anybody at NIH ever examined the labs, that you trusted the Chinese scientists. I think you said that even recently, that with your discretion, you trusted the Chinese scientists. The problem is that even in our country, we trust our scientists. They're good American scientists, probably doing the right thing for America. But at the same time, we oversight to make sure it's not dangerous research, but we also investigate the lab. I believe Fort Detrick was one of our main labs, was closed down in the last year or two because of research institute, a research incident that was dangerous with dangerous pathogens. And so the American people would want to know, how could you approve this dangerous research in China, say that you trusted the Chinese scientists, and then in the end, you had to admit that you'd never been there, and none of your inspectors had ever been there. Dr. Fauci, had any of the labs where this dangerous research was occurring, were any American lab oversight or lab investigators, did they ever appear in these labs to make sure that they were safe labs?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What a criminal.
So one of the main theories for those who have looked at this being created in the lab was the idea that could have come from a virus not previously published. Dr. Fauci, are you aware that Dr. Shi, who worked for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was said to, and I think in her own words, to have over 100 viruses that had not been previously published that could have been a close enough relative to create COVID-19? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony previously, when you denied ever having funded gain of function in China, it was so adamant as to be striking, to leave no room for any interpretation of what is or isn't gain of function research. But there's another important question. Did you fund gain of function research in other biolabs around the world?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment
Probably
to the
Ukraine
Constitution.
and other places.
The one research project that we do know you did fund is the one that Ron Fauci did. And it's important to talk about because this sort of was the beginning of the debate over gain of function. This wasn't just me. I wasn't even aware of the debate 10 years ago. This was other scientists. Over 200 scientists at the Cambridge Working Group signed a protest because they didn't think you should fund the research and they didn't think it should even be published because it was sort of a roadmap as to how to make a bioweapon. So what they did was the avian flu, and this is important. It may be the most important question we get to here today. The avian flu has about 50% mortality for humans. The good news, though, about animal viruses is they don't infect humans very well. It will infect humans, but doesn't go human to human very well. Ron Fauci, with the money that you provided to him, did an experiment where he caused purposeful mutations to create a new virus, an avian flu that didn't just infect birds well, but actually infected mammals well, went ferret to ferret in an aerosolized manner. People saw this and were aghast, at the decision-making process that you decided to fund this. But this is when, the debate came about, and you wrote in support of this in the Washington Post, and you said, even if a scientist is bitten, even if a pandemic should occur, the knowledge is worth the risks. Do you still stand by that? Would you like to qualify at all whether or not the knowledge of gain of function is worth the risks, particularly in this case, since we now know 15 million people died worldwide? Many people believe this came from the lab. Do you think that the risks really are worth the benefits for gain of function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth
They
Amendment
need to charge
to the
every
Constitution.
person who worked for this guy and who deleted the records. Anybody in his orbit,
We're
make them
going
all
to finish
flip
with
on
this
him.
question. And it's based really on that statement, that general statement in your support for gain of function. The idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagreed. They aren't politicians or not. I don't know what party they're in. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed. And he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more. And he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks of this research do not outweigh the benefits. He said the risks, we shouldn't do it. Richard E. Bright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. Says we really shouldn't be doing this at all. There's a quote also by, the Kevin Esfelt quote, is that at the very end? Kevin Esfelt, who's a CRISPR scientist at MIT, also wrote about this gain of function. I implore every scientist, funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints for plagues. Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain of function research outweigh the risks?
One question, just simple.
On the advice of counsel,
that's
I
what we thought.
respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Honestly, pathetic. Everybody who stood by this guy's pathetic.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters.
Thank you so much, Rand, for that. Claps back there. They can even ask him anything? They'll just do a little...
You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not recognized.
Throw him out.
And you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized.
His lawyer.
You are not recognized. Security.
His lawyer is ranting right now.
We'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table. And we told you you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word.
Nice.
I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
That's right. Zip it.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise, his lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right? Yeah. But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir.
No.
Security, please remove him from the room.
Let's go. Kick him out. Get him out. Kick him out. Fauci can sit there by himself and refuse to answer like a coward. Throw him out of here. We didn't subpoena you. We subpoenaed Fauci. Nice try. Hiding behind your lawyers. The guy gets more cowardly
Let the
by the
record
minute.
state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The COVID-19 pandemic is not the first or the last public health crisis to impact our nation.
Yeah, because they
In
made a
December
bunch of them.
2022, I released a report that identified significant failures in our federal government's preparedness and initial response to COVID-19. This report contained 17 key findings. It's a very large report, which I have right here. It contains 17 key findings and corresponding recommendations, including the need to invest in sustainable domestic manufacturing capabilities for critical medical supplies, build the infrastructure needed to surge testing capacity for infectious diseases, and robustly fund public health emergency preparedness and responses across all levels of government.
Do you have a question?
Unfortunately, multiple administrations, including the current Trump administration, have failed to fund or to reform our health preparedness.
Why would we
This is something
fund
that I would hope the committee in the
Fauci
future
criminals?
would investigate. It needs to be taken a look at.
They need to be in jail.
It also feels like a new public health threat is hitting us every month.
Yeah.
There's a foodborne parasite affecting thousands of people in Michigan and across the country, and our federal agencies still haven't fully pinned down the source of that outbreak. Measles cases in this country are at the highest they've been in 35 years. More children are getting sick and even hospitalized from this preventable disease.
Yeah, where'd that disease come from?
Over 1,000 people have died from the Ebola virus in Africa, and we don't know how widespread this crisis actually is. We have a hantavirus scare on a cruise ship, and though it hasn't made headlines in the way that the screwworm threatening our food security has, I remain concerned about bird flu that is also spreading and could one day cause a pandemic. This is also something this committee should be investigating
Are they
and holding
inserting
hearings
spike
on.
proteins into that?
Since January 2025, the Trump administration has taken a number of actions to drastically weaken our ability to fight infectious diseases and biological threats that endanger Americans. These actions are both incomprehensible and are also inexcusable.
You already
They
made your
include
speech.
slashing
Do you have
funding
a
for
question
public
for
health
him?
and infectious disease research, canceling contracts for cutting-edge vaccine technology, shutting agencies responsible for tackling infectious diseases around the world, firing thousands of federal employees with keeping our communities and our medicines and our food supply safe, and injecting political appointees in what should be non-political grant-making functions. That is something this committee should be looking at. I could go on. I could go on all the topics
Yeah,
that we
please
need to be
don't.
looking
It's
at
nonsense.
moving forward to protect this country.
Yeah.
We're not doing that in this committee. That's what this committee was designed to do. It's what it has done throughout history. It has done it in a bipartisan way. We should get back to that and think about the future of this country.
You're literally
and keeping this
covering
country
up
safe.
for Anthony Fauci right now.
When a
who won't even
crisis like
answer a question.
COVID-19 strikes, we have an obligation to examine what went right and what went wrong to provide accountability for the American people.
He won't answer.
Congress certainly has done that. Between the House and Senate, nearly 20 different committees, including this committee, as I mentioned, have conducted oversight of the COVID-19 pandemic, conducting transcribed interviews, holding dozens of hearings, and released more than 10 reports. Today's exercise, unfortunately, is a stark departure from those largely bipartisan, legitimate efforts. The chairman has shut the minority out of participating equally in these efforts, withheld information, selectively released documents, actions that completely undermine the credibility of this investigation. I will enter a record without objection, Mr. Chairman, a letter that I sent to you that detailed all of those areas that we have concern with and where we were shut out.
Yeah, we saw the letter.
We'll provide other details as well.
Are you embarrassed Fauci's not even answering your questions? You
I
wouldn't
think
even ask
today's
a
hearing,
question.
unfortunately, does real damage. It's tempting to turn one person into the scapegoat for a crisis that hundreds of officials across both the Trump and the Biden administration were responsible for handling.
He led it, and you could ask him
It does
about
so
all
in a
those
way
people
that
right now.
People that are facing death threats. This is only going to, unfortunately, deter other scientific experts from public service to understand that this is what they would have to go through as they provide their advice to us.
Good. We don't need them unleashing new pandemics.
We're not going to make our nation safer, and I hope that we can restore by doing these kinds of activities, and I hope that we can restore our legitimate bipartisan oversight that's going to help strengthen our public health and pandemic preparedness and other homeland priorities. That's what this committee needs to focus on. It hasn't the last year and a half. Let's hope it does in the future.
Embarrassing. That guy should be ashamed of
Senator
himself.
Johnson.
Let's
Thank you,
go.
Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I hope the American people listen very carefully to Chairman Paul's opening statement.
We did.
I think it's a stunning indictment of the actions you've taken that have been so destructive to global health. I certainly understand why you needed a pardon. I certainly understand why, on the advice of counsel, you're not answering any questions, because I think it would be almost impossible for you to answer the questions truthfully without really demonstrating what you did.
Yeah. New crimes.
Your culpability. Self-incriminating. We have, all of us, has prepared a lot. I've been deluged with questions to ask Dr. Anthony Fauci. There are so many legitimate questions that deserve answers, and now you're not willing to provide those answers. So with my limited time, I'm going to talk about things that my investigation have revealed that have not been adequately answered and, quite honestly, haven't been adequately covered by the legacy media. I'll kind of combine the questions into kind of one, but you know, I certainly, let's put up the last COVID chart. I was warned pretty early on about the dangers of the experimental gene therapy that you've called a vaccine, but it really falls under the definition of gene therapy. So I was going to ask you, I mean, were you carefully monitoring the safety surveillance systems like VAERS and vSafe that literally were deluged with complaints? You know, currently, worldwide, there have been almost 1.7 million adverse events reported to the VAERS system. Of those, over 39,000 were deaths.
Look at those numbers.
And of those deaths, 24% occur on the day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. 24%, which, by the way, just happens to be the same percentage that a Rasmussen poll pointed out the American public believe 24% of the American public believe they know somebody who died of the experimental gene therapy. So again, I was certainly interested in asking you whether or not you were following this as carefully as I was. It was not my responsibility to follow safety surveillance systems, but I did.
He didn't
And
care.
by the way, when I published, this is actual government information. When I published it and people had me on their shows, they would be censored by Facebook. They would be deplatformed. I think largely at the behest of the actions you took to make sure that disinformation wasn't spread. This wasn't disinformation. This was the truth.
Yep, we got banned. We got censored.
So
on
I was going to
YouTube.
ask you whether you knew Dr. Marks. I think you do know him. He's the head of CBER. He's the man who is in charge of approving vaccines and surveilling for the safety. My investigation shows that on March 1st of 2021, less than 3 months after the emergency use authorizations, he was warned by Dr. Anna Scharsman, data mining expert, that the algorithm they were using to analyze VAERS data was going to hide in mass safety signals.
We read that here.
26 days later and 3 months consecutively after that, they did data runs with a new algorithm that unmasked those safety signals. They showed dozens of safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, cerebral artery occlusion, basal ganglia stroke, agonal rhythm, Bell's palsy, and pulmonary infarction.
Did you have one?
Your diaries now show that you actually suffered pulmonary infarction in, I think, probably June 2021. I was just wondering whether it ever went through your mind that maybe that injection, all those boosters you took, might have caused that. You know, and the question I was going to, and I'll ask this question, were you ever made aware of the fact that Peter Marks was warned that the algorithm was going to hide the safety signals? And were you told that senior FDA officials were given shown dozens of safety signals associated with the COVID injection?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Next area I want to go through is in that same month of March 2021, an employee at NIH, Dr. Nath, led a team of researchers who were diagnosing and treating individuals who'd never had COVID but were severely injured by the genetic therapy injections. Dr. Nath told those individuals, stay quiet. You know, we want to make sure that we gather all the information and then release it to doctors so they can treat people like yourself. There was a concerted effort, and I'll enter this into the record. It appears inside NIH to quash Dr. Nath's publishing that study. It finally was put on a preprint server with telling no one, and I think about May of 2022. I think what's noteworthy about this is Dr. Nath told the injured participants that early treatment, early intervention was crucial for them to be treated. And yet within the NIH, they were questioning what was Dr. Nath doing. They didn't want to publish that because, and I want to take time searching for it, because publishing it would create vaccine hesitancy.
They needed to
which is what we continue to hear time and time again, is the reason they didn't promote they lied about the safety signals they were seeing. Throughout the pandemic, I always pushed early treatment. We've got things in here where you were really concerned about remdesivir because it was untested, but hydroxychloroquine, it was an approved drug. Maybe some safety issues, but we had a great deal of experience with it. All of a sudden, you had the Surgisphere study that was retracted within 2 weeks because it was completely false, totally blew up the use of hydroxychloroquine. And then when it comes to ivermectin, which, by the way, because I was contacted by so many people, I referred them to doctors who actually had the courage and compassion to treat vaccine-injured individuals. It works. But I was going to ask you whether you were involved in the FDA attack on ivermectin. You had a interview on CNN on August 29th of 2021, where, again, I just don't want to take time to find the exact quote, but you said there's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. on that exact same day, and I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are.
Nice stack.
Showing 60, 70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence. Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals. Just, would you try it?
I snuck it into the hospital for my family.
I would want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get an emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there was no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you helped sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses, are you aware of the fact that nurses called it run, death is near?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, you killed people.
Let me end on this note because this just came to light. We've got 11 million pages of documents. We also have other people who were in the room. But now you actually lied to your own diary. On March 27, 2020, you wrote in your diary, "To my surprise yesterday, the POTUS sent a letter to governors outlining a plan to reopen county by county while monitoring the spread of virus in the low-risk counties. This was half-baked and never shown to Deb or I before it was sent out." So we have evidence that, in fact, you were fully aware of it and certainly approved it, if not authored it. So I was just simply asking you, is that true? Did you literally lie to your own diary? Did you know of that letter sent out to governors about reopening county by county? And again, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to ask the witness to just answer that one simple question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Pathetic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, I want to start by thanking you for more than 50 years of service to this country at the National Institutes of Health.
For killing millions?
And it is unfortunate that you have been put in the position that you are in today. And it must be enormously frustrating to know that this hearing is designed to entrap you.
Democrats
It must
got
be
sick
very
with this crap,
frustrating
too.
for your attorneys to hear the chair's mischaracterization of the legal issues and posture that impact your decisions at the witness table today. Meanwhile, I was going to ask you a series of questions about things that are relevant right now to the people of the United States about the state of public health in this country.
He won't answer you.
Since President Trump took office in 2025, more than 4,500 cases of measles have been reported. That is more cases in the year and a half since Donald Trump has been president than were reported from 2000 to 2024 combined.
Where'd they come from? Maybe the
Children
20 million people you brought in here
because
from
there
third world
has
countries?
been increased vaccine hesitancy fueled by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services,
no, it's
and
by
frankly, his
Fauci.
entire administration.
100% effective.
Thousands of people in the United States of America have been sickened by a foodborne parasite, and the outbreak is nowhere near under control.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
As staffing at the FDA and other critical public health entities has been slashed by Russell Vought and Elon Musk. Last year, the National Institutes of Health awarded 201 fewer grants compared to the previous years. 207, I am corrected.
Why would you fund these
compared
corrupt
to
maniacs?
previous years?
It's good
As
progress.
those grants were either canceled or delays, especially at the beginning of the Trump administration, I can tell my colleagues what the impact was on people in New Hampshire, on scientists in New Hampshire, on clinical trials in New Hampshire where people's cancer treatment was interrupted because Elon Musk and Russell Vought know better,
No, Fauci
they
does.
say,
Yeah.
than the people at NIH about what to fund. And because they did some sort of word search, it seems, for some of the grants, and boy, oh boy, if you were studying rural health in New Hampshire and trying to understand how to better engage people who need health care in rural America, that was off the table. America is losing researchers and scientists to other countries because researchers and scientists, highly trained, highly qualified, invested in often
Where are they going?
by the American taxpayer, are finding the hostility from this administration so strong that it interferes with their science, and they want to pursue science
The science
wherever
wrecked the
that
country.
science takes them.
Your version of science wrecked the planet. So we don't need to support that anymore.
I also sit on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. We have had a number of hearings with nominees recently to fill critical spots. One of those nominees is Dr. Erica Schwartz, a brilliant woman, medical degree, biomedical engineering degree. I think she also told us she has a law degree and a master's in public health. She was a
Wow.
2-star admiral
Wow, amazing.
in the United States Navy,
Wow.
an experienced doctor. And yet, when I asked her if she would push back at Secretary Kennedy, if he instructed her to suspend the promotion of the flu vaccine as he did at some point in the last few months, there's an email to prove it, she couldn't answer that question. She either could not, would not, or had been bullied into evading a question about whether she, as the director of CDC, would stand up to Secretary Kennedy, the most unqualified Secretary of Health and Human Services this country has ever seen.
I don't
and
think
more
so.
than
He got Anthony
unqualified,
Fauci right. You
somebody
guys got him wrong.
who pursues conspiracy theories, degrades people with disabilities, and continues to promote disproved science.
The real Anthony Fauci was right. You guys were
That's
wrong.
the state of healthcare and public health in this country right now, not to mention the $1 trillion or so of cuts to the Medicaid program that is decimating healthcare in my state and decimating it around the country, not to mention the refusal of my colleagues and this administration to extend critical tax cuts for people who are trying to afford insurance on the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah,
I
that
just
didn't
was
solve
at one of
healthcare
my
at all.
community health clinics, and they are reporting fewer and fewer people coming in for care, disrupting care because they can no longer afford health insurance.
Because Obamacare is a disaster.
And that is
Way to
impacting,
go.
of course, the
Good
revenue
job.
stream to the community health clinic, their ability to hire and pay people, their ability to take care of their community.
Do you have a question?
That's what I wish we were having hearings about in this committee and in the Health Committee.
Yeah, they care so much about
That's
health.
what I wish we were trying to address in a bipartisan way. But instead, we are here in an attempt to entrap you.
It's not entrapment.
Because you had a distinguished career trying to put Americans' public health
Yeah,
first.
that's why. It's not the fact that he's a liar.
With that, I yield.
Yeah, brought to you by Pfizer from Senator Hassan from New Hampshire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Lankford,
Dr. Fauci,
Oklahoma.
thanks for coming today. I know you're invoking your Fifth Amendment right, which you have the right to be able to do constitutionally, but thanks for coming and be a part of this.
Kind of.
There are a lot of issues and a lot of questions that have come up, and hopefully in some day in the future, we'll be able to get all this clarity to be able to pull together. There were over 1 million Americans that died from COVID. You know that well. You were tracking the numbers literally every single day.
Yeah, on the death count scoreboard.
Those affected and those that died from the earliest days. There are a lot of lessons that we've got to learn from this, that we should put into history to be able to determine what happens in the future, how do we respond in the future, how do we deal with something like this again? It was uncharted territory for everyone. But I would tell you, countless families, including my own, watched a loved one die behind glass or through a screen because we couldn't get access to them. Children couldn't get to school. People missed their prom or graduation ceremonies. There were lots of things that happened that dramatically changed the future of the country. The mental health issues that we have continued to deal with from the isolation have been profound. Even something as simple as children that wore masks or were around adults wearing masks for all that time are slower in learning language now because they couldn't watch someone's lips moving, and so they're slower in that.
Yeah, kids wrecked.
Amazingly enough, churches and places of worship were forced to be closed down.
But
there were
George
even
Floyd.
churches that met where the pastor preached in the parking lot and the congregants all met in their cars with windows up, and police came and scattered them and said, you can't be here. The simple act of social distancing became an issue as everyone guessed what's the right distance to be away from someone else. Literacy rates have declined. All these things are results, not to mention the loss of lives and the health experiences that have been out there for many Americans. So there are legitimate questions.
Yeah, on what
I wanted to be able to raise some of those, to be able to walk through some of this, because it has been very, very challenging. As we've gone through some of your notes and your diary and other things that are out there, we're trying to be able to pull bits and pieces of things to be able to learn lessons. On May the 6th, 2020, you wrote at that time, I had a conversation with Robert Redfield, who, as you know well, was then the director of CDC, about the fact that greater than 1 million children worldwide have missed their measles vaccination because of the shutdown. You stated, this is terrible and needs to be addressed, since on that basis alone, there would be far more excess deaths from measles among children than coronavirus deaths among children. I need to bring this up to the TF, the task force. Did you ever have an opportunity to bring up the potential of measles deaths among children and an infection rate going around the world from measles based on the fact that so many children would not get their measles vaccine because of the shutdown?
I'm sorry, Senator, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Can't even answer about
that
the
is your
kids.
right to do. One of the big issues that's really coming up is on the lab issue. This was greatly discussed about whether this came from a lab or whether this came from nature. There are obvious issues and differences between the two to be able to know this. You had a lot of conversation on this. Scientists around the world were in conversation on this. There were different statements that you even made in your private notes and your public notes on it. In January the 26th of 2020, this is before we had our first tragic death of coronavirus in the United States, you wrote, it now appears using epi data that the genomic data, the first infection was in early December and was not connected to the market, which was the big rumor that was out there. It was this wet market in China. We know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier.
Yeah.
On January the 31st, you wrote about a phone call. You wrote the people on the phone felt the mutations around the furin cleavage site of the spike protein could not have occurred naturally, since it would require an evolutionary jump that they found nowhere in bat isolates. They bring up the possibility this could have been deliberately inserted and either accidentally released or deliberately released by a crazy person in the lab, the former being the most likely. February the 1st, same year, 2020. This is again still before our first death. There was not total agreement about the likelihood of deliberate insertion. Ron said he was sure that this could occur naturally, and we should not waste our time and divert our effort to pursue this. This is expected of him, since he was the original gain-of-function person with Yoshi. Also, Christian was withdrawn. The rest felt deliberate insertion was possible, and given the fact that Dr. Jingling Shi at the University of Wuhan has been working for years in gain-of-function in coronaviruses to allow adaptation of the spike protein to bind to the human ACE2 receptor, we could not let this go. That's a remarkable statement for February the 1st of 2020, when there hadn't even been the first death here, but we knew something was moving. You knew well that something was moving. You identified February the 1st before any of us had ever heard of the Wuhan lab. Not only the Wuhan lab in the conversation, but literally the scientist that you named in your own notes, the lead scientist that was there. It's interesting to me on that. And the questions I was going to ask you was just your background and knowledge about the Wuhan lab and Dr. Shi and all the details. I'm aware of where you have been on trying to be able to plead your Fifth Amendment right, which is your right to be able to do. But I also want to be able to find out some facts to be able to help us for the future on this. The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in May of 2020 put out a classified document that has only been recently unclassified on this, that had this statement: we assess all the necessary conditions for an accidental release of a laboratory-modified coronavirus, specifically a coronavirus adapted to recognize human cell receptors, were present at the Chinese Wuhan Institute of Virology in mid to late 2019. Now, the question that I had for you is, this is May the 27th of 2020. This is the report that most people will see, is this. I have clearance. I serve on the Intelligence Committee. I've actually read this complete document unredacted. My concern is, were you given the ability to see this document unredacted? Based on your position, were you able to see this and to be able to get this information? I could see it, and I know what's here. Everybody else just has their conclusion at the beginning of it, not this. My question to you was going to be, did you have access? Because it's important for the future that people in your position do have access to this kind of information and insight. Is there any way you could answer that question? Were you able to give access to this data?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Pathetic. Another one.
You wrote on January the 26th of 2020, we should be allowed to send our CDC epidemiologists to China to work with them so they could see the data firsthand. You also wrote in February 12th, 2020, that you had great concerns about the World Health Organization because it depends greatly on China and, as you stated, often bows to them. Now, this is a really important issue that we've got to resolve for the future. It's not just our cooperation with Chinese scientists, it's our acknowledgement that China covered up their data, wouldn't allow our scientists to be able to come in. They cleaned up the wet market. They cleaned up the other areas. They wouldn't allow you to get access to all the other scientists who are there, including their health records, what happened to them, or even all the sequencing that they had done in advance. For the future of our research and our cooperation with any scientist around the world, I think it's really important that we resolve, if we're going to fund research and cooperate with you, we've got to have certain things from you. If things go sideways, we've got to have access to all information in all places. You were noting not only that China was affecting the World Health Organization and that China was bending them to their will, and so the World Health Organization was putting out data that you saw, at least at that point, as being from a Chinese perspective, covering up what was going on, but you also noted we weren't able to get access to all this information. We've got to be able to figure this out for the future to be able to make sure that research that is done, we have access to all information. If something goes sideways at some point, which clearly it did at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and that being, as was noted by many people, the only lab in the world that was doing research like this that had a lower standard of actually their security standards there than many other labs around the world, yet they were doing this very dangerous research. What can we gain, and what advice could you give us to say in a future setting, we've got to make sure that we actually get information from people and we can be guaranteed that we're going to get that insight?
Invoke. Again.
Yes, sir.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I yield back.
Pathetic man.
Senator Blumenthal.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the dark days of the coronavirus pandemic, one of the darkest days or times in our history. Hospitals were overflowing. Navy medical ships were docked in the Hudson River. Emergency rooms were forced into unprecedented triaging during the worst week of the pandemic, which happens to have been the last week of President Trump's first term. More than 25,000 Americans died of COVID-19. Easy to forget those dark days.
Not really.
But for the past 18 months, the Trump administration has been engaged in a campaign to rewrite this history. And today's proceeding, I fear, is part of that effort.
Your history is fake. You guys lied and covered everything up.
Our Senate's history. The Trump administration has launched a baseless set of smears against vaccines that help pull us out of that public health crisis.
Did you see Ron
Vaccines
Johnson's
that are
chart?
undoubtedly President Trump's greatest accomplishment. It has slashed funding to local public health departments that were on the front lines of the pandemic. And those healthcare workers are heroes. It has disparaged those heroes as woke or wasteful. And it has used a politicized Department of Justice to target the researchers who helped us track and understand the novel virus. Today's hearing is another page in that playbook, sadly, tragically. Dr. Fauci, you've spent 5 decades in public service, including nearly 4 decades in leadership at the National Institutes of Health, helping to conquer COVID-19, but also HIV, swine flu, Zika,
disaster on
Ebola,
that too.
and other epidemics with real-life results saving human lives. Put aside all the flowery rhetoric that we hear in the United States Senate.
After
Dr.
he
Fauci
created
has saved
it,
lives.
he then saved
As have
people after
public health
the
officials
creation?
in the United States and throughout the world. And today, we are demeaning and degrading their life-saving service.
Totally delusional.
Republicans are eager to rebrand you as a villain in order to distract from their own failure to protect Americans from soaring healthcare costs. They've been rising astronomically in the last couple of years.
Why? You guys fixed it with Obamacare, we thought.
From unsafe food, which has caused cyclospora to spread.
Yeah.
And resurgent measles as a
where'd it
result
come
of
from?
the
You wanna answer that?
anti-vaccine policy. This hearing is the culmination of a years-long crusade, which started more than 6 years ago when Dr. Fauci dared to contradict President Trump. The campaign to vilify you, Dr. Fauci, is just one part of this larger campaign against science and facts, a campaign that has made Americans less safe. It is shameful that in a country like ours, a dedicated public service like Dr. Fauci has experienced persistent threats to his life since the pandemic because of the lies that are told about him.
Yeah, so therefore you can't ask any questions.
His attorney has been gagged, thrown out of this hearing room.
Well, he wasn't invited.
But he has written a letter to the chairman that is an explanation for the reasons why Dr. Fauci is, in fact, invoking his constitutional right. It is a right. And I would ask that this letter from David Shurtler and Danny Onato be made a part of the record if there's
Without
no
objection.
His attorney has also issued a statement within the last half hour, I believe, that sets forth, again, the reasons that he is here to help protect his client's rights. And I would ask that that statement be made part of the record as well, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Let's be very clear. The Fifth Amendment is a right of everyone appearing before an authority like this one. It should be respected. And the reason that Dr. Fauci has invoked it, in the words of his attorney, quote, during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Fauci appeared at least a dozen times for congressional hearings in the Senate alone in answer to questions about the very issues on which you purport to seek information.
And then got
He has been
pardoned for
thoroughly
it.
transparent and consistent in providing factual information to Congress, and he is deeply familiar with the processes and protocols of sharing information with the legislative branch. And then referring to the chairman, this years-long public crusade against Dr. Fauci makes one thing clear. This is not a serious effort to seek information from Dr. Fauci in a transcribed interview for a valid legislative purpose. You are single-mindedly fixated on Dr. Fauci, seeing Dr. Fauci prosecuted for imaginary crimes, and you are so invested in that outcome that you have created a personal brand around it. Those are the words of his attorney.
Great. He got thrown out.
And he cites as well the statements of the chairman, which indicate a clear intent that the result of this proceeding be a prosecution. Quote, "The power of some of us must be used for good, like putting Fauci in jail." That's from December 23, 2025. I want to give him a subpoena and a jail cell.
Me
also
too.
from December of 2025. The first was 2024. Those kinds of statements by the chairman of a committee in tweets certainly provide a well-founded fear that the proceeding underway is simply an effort to trap Dr. Fauci.
So he's making a
in
record
some
right
kind
now
of
to
criminal
defend
wrongdoing.
Fauci. So that if there is obstruction,
That is not the purpose of a congressional hearing. Not
Fauci's
the
lawyers
valid
can refer
purpose
back to
of
this.
a congressional hearing. During some of the dark days in this body, under Senator Joe McCarthy, it became
hero
standard operating procedure to seek that kind of prosecutorial objective. We should not be part of a rerun of that kind of effort. This attempt to rebrand one of the most challenging times in our nation's history is a short-sighted act of desperation that will leave us less prepared for the next pandemic. It is an insult to the memory of more than 1 million Americans who died from COVID-19.
under Fauci's.
If there are valid scientific questions about the origins of this pandemic,
He won't answer.
COVID-19, about the kinds of steps that were taken to counter it, about the need for more preparation, they should certainly be addressed.
He won't answer them.
But
He's right
not
there.
in a show
Ask him.
trial. Not as part of a continuing vendetta against a single individual.
This guy led it. Ask him. He wasn't just
And
some
unfortunately,
rando.
I fear that is what we are seeing today. America deserves better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pathetic. Brought to you by Pfizer
In no
and
courtroom
Ukraine.
in America can you have your witness plead the Fifth Amendment, and then your attorney gets to testify. That's what that letter is. The attorney's complaining and testifying, saying, he didn't do it, the prosecution's unfair. You don't get to do that. That's one thing you give up when you take the Fifth Amendment. You say, I'm not going to testify. I'm not going to give you any information. You don't then get to put your lawyer forward to justify it. He can do it in the press, but you can't come and testify. He was not invited to testify, and he was out of order, and it was appropriate to have him injected.
It was. Thank you, Rand.
Senator.
Chairman Paul, thank you for doing this. I think I
Rick
know in my
Scott.
state, people have been
Florida.
asking questions about Dr. Fauci for years. So, Dr. Fauci, your entry has made clear that you love being a hero, a celebrity, and here having the eyes of the world upon you. You loved every newspaper profile, every photo shoot, every fancy dinner with the elites. To many Americans who lost family members, who lost trust in our federal government, you're not a hero. Unfortunately, you're a villain.
Yeah, and a
You
criminal.
made yourself the story and abandoned the American people to serve your own ego. To begin, I would like to talk about your relationship with David Morenz. He was the senior advisor in the NIAID, Office of the Director, your office, for 16 years. He was your friend. He was a frequent guest at your house. You reportedly co-authored over 50 scientific articles with him. You turned to him first right after COVID-19 first occurred. Earlier this year, the Department of Justice charged him with conspiracy against the United States, in addition to other charges as part of a conspiracy to conceal information and falsify records to suppress alternative theories about the origins of COVID-19. Now, you've publicly kicked this man to the curb, saying, Dr. Moreno was not an advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues.
Because he got indicted, the
So
only
let's
one.
start with the use of personal Gmail accounts and Dave Moreno's relationship with Peter Daszak. Dave Moreno tells Peter Daszak, President of Equal Alliance, and you've got this in front of you, it's Exhibit 1, and it's already in the record as part of this. It says, quote, P.S. I forgot to say that there's no worry about FOIA. I can either send stuff to Tony on his private Gmail or hand it to him at work or at his house. He is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. Dr. Fauci, did Dr. Moreno's relationship with Peter Daszak concern you? Yes or no?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did Dave Moreno ever bring documents to your house?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you ever receive a text about your work at NIAID to your personal cell phone?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did any text about your work at NID that went to your personal cell phone ever become part of federal records?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you maintain a personal email account while serving as director?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you ever receive work-related communications on that Gmail account from David Moreno?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you preserve any work-related communications on that Gmail account from David Moreno?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I like
Did
this.
David Moreno ever provide you with documents outside of those two ways that would violate NIH policy for FOIA compliance?
On the advice of counsel,
We
I
want to see if we
respectfully
can get up to
decline
like
to answer
100.
based
you know?
upon my
Over
rights
100 would be
under
awesome.
the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Fauci invoked 100 times.
Now let's look at two other communications. You emailed Dave Moreno on January 26, 2020, quote, it is important that I speak with you tonight. Please call me at home. This is part of Exhibit 2 that you have in front of you. This email is sent the same day, the exact same day you write in an internal document, quote, now we know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier, unquote. Would you call the origins of COVID-19 a substantive issue?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you discuss COVID-19 origins with Dave Moreno on this phone call?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now let's take a closer look at the last time you testified before Congress. This is part of what you have in front of you is Exhibit 4, which is part of the record. In June 2024, you testified to Dr. Moreno's, quote, was not an advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues. Furthermore, his office is located in a different building from that of the NIAID director, unquote. Is that still your testimony today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So today, under oath, your testimony remains that Dr. Moreno was not an advisor to you on institute policy or substantive matters.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now, I've got Exhibit 5, which you have in front of you. On October 24, 2021, David Moreno texted you to provide information about and advocate for the controversial EcoHealth Alliance grant. You thank him and tell him that you will check the information. Would you agree that this shows an advisory relationship between David Moreno and yourself?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you agree that you two were discussing a substantive issue?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
If documentary evidence establishes that Dr. Moran's advised you regarding EcoHealth Alliance, COVID origins, or grant policy, then your June 2024 testimony would have been inaccurate, correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Is there any document in your possession today that would contradict your prior congressional testimony?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Have you deleted, destroyed, or instructed anyone to destroy records after learning Congress is investigating these matters?
Yes, he did.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Are you aware of anyone who did?
Yes.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
We're getting some good
As
numbers
you know,
on this
Dr.
now.
Moran now faces charges related to destroying records while you distance yourself from him. Is that fair to a decades-long friend?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
When is the last time you spoke to him?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Morens is being
In
prosecuted
hindsight,
now.
are you disappointed how you handled COVID? Do you have any regrets?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, I want to close with this. Here's how you impacted my family and people close to me. I have daughters with children. You can't imagine the questions they had around vaccines for their kids and themselves, and the pressure, the unbelievable pressure to make the right decision for their health. I can tell you pregnant women who worked with me were so scared because every time they went to the doctor, they were told something different about taking the vaccine, and you caused this. Imagine being a mom trying to protect their kids, or an expectant mother trying to figure out what to do. Because every time they went to the doctor, they were told something different. The haphazard information you released and pushed on the American people with little research is appalling, and why there's so much distrust in our institutions today. That trust is crucial to public health, and you, more than any person or event in my lifetime, have destroyed that trust for millions of Americans. You lied to hundreds of millions of people amid the worst public health crisis in a century. You failed to follow your own guidance. You forced people to watch their loved ones die alone over the phone. It's disgusting. You destroyed the federal government's credibility when it comes to public health. We have entire generations of Americans who, rightfully so, do not trust our institution to keep people safe because of you. This has destroyed decades of progress and lifetimes of work because you wanted to fuel your own ego and be the center of attention.
True.
What would you do differently knowing what you know today, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
All the evidence is right here, and you still can't bring yourself to tell the truth or apologize because you received an auto-pen pardon from a staffer in the Biden White House. If we have another pandemic tomorrow, millions could die because of what you did to make Americans lose trust in their government when it comes to medicine and health care. How many families have you apologized to had to watch their loved ones die alone? You breached public trust, and now you're hiding behind a fraudulent pardon. Your legacy will not be as a man that saved America from COVID, but as a man who destroyed the public trust in America's public health institutions in exchange for 5 minutes of fame. This is how history will remember you. I yield back.
Good. We got
Senator
some
Kim.
good invocations on that one. You know, probably 10, maybe 20 of them, which is good. Getting over 100.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci, for coming on out in front of this committee. I know it's not what you would want. It's not what you deserve.
Oh, Kim.
I just want to say and start by just saying thank you to you for your service to this nation.
No.
I didn't know much about you prior to the pandemic.
Now I love you.
I came to learn about you from how many Americans did, but I also had the opportunity to talk to you and engage with you as someone who is a member of the Select Committee on the Coronavirus Crisis over in the House of Representatives. When I learned about your background, 38 years as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, appointed by President Reagan, served under 7 presidents, 4 Republicans and 3 Democrats. I admire that greatly.
Wow.
I myself had a chance to serve in the executive branch, serve in government under both a Republican president and a Democratic president.
It's like all that matters to them
and I
is
believe
how
that
long
we
you've
need
been in
more
the
of that,
government.
more of that type
Wow.
of work. A place where we can understand our jobs not as coming from a place of partisanship and politics, but that of just public service.
We're all public servants. That's why we
And
love
right
each
now,
other.
I feel the hyperpartisanship growing in this country in dangerous ways. I feel it much more present here on the Hill than I did back when I served as a nonpartisan career public servant at the
well,
State
we're tired
Department.
of the public servants.
And I worry about
so-called.
I worry about what kind of trajectory we're on as a country and what this causes when it comes next for public service and those willing to step up for our nation. And it's not just in the attacks, but we see it brought out with the cuts to funding, to the firing of federal workers, to the demonization of their motivations, people calling our public servants criminals, thinking that they are there solely to undermine others that are trying to engage.
They're there doing a job.
I look at it right now. You know, it's not just that the people are being attacked, our public servants being attacked, but that it's undermining the very nature of the work of governance. You know, these cuts to HHS funding, to NIH funding, to the grants, cuts to the researchers doing the critical work to find cures and medicines. These firing, these cuts, they're creating a chilling effect, honestly, a chilling effect for the next generation of people who might consider stepping up to serve our nation, to be the next generation of researchers who now are wondering whether or not this is the right thing for them to do at a time when they see some of their colleagues or those that they looked up to being attacked, their funding being cut. Researchers that I talk to who are now either leaving the country or considering leaving the country to do their work because of the sheer unpredictability of America. That this nation so great, so powerful, has now been crippled with this sense of unpredictability and unreliability. That is not the type of country that I hope we strive to be. I raise this because these attacks upon Dr. Fauci, it's not just about him. It's sending signals to others.
That's right,
others who are thinking about serving our country, our scientists, our doctors, our healthcare professionals, our researchers. Trying to show to them that if you don't get in line with the politics, that you will also potentially be subject to attacks.
You just can't be a lying criminal.
And from the work that he has done, from HIV/AIDS to Ebola to COVID, you know, we've seen him try to engage in these crises. They're not easy, especially when it's a novel disease, when you don't know what comes next, a lot of unknowns, having to make decisions without the full breadth of knowledge we always wish we had in hindsight.
That's the point, they did know.
But there is nothing perfect, no perfect clarity when it comes to pandemics, when it comes to crises.
They engineered it.
I
They
worked
funded
in
it. They
national
researched
security
it.
and
They
wars
knew.
and crises. I made judgment calls, gave my best advice to generals, to ambassadors, even to a president. Did I get it all right? No.
Yeah.
Did I do my best? I did everything I thought I could.
I was in the fog
with
of
the
war.
information that I had.
Lie. They knew.
The public servants, they do this work because they love this country and that they strive to
And
improve
Washington
it.
Post headlines,
It's
too.
not an easy job.
Yeah.
But it is because there is so much at stake in our country.
Wow.
But these public servants do it because they are in the arena. I just want to end by just reading a portion of this because I think it's important as we're thinking about how to be able to treat public servants through this country, to think through this.
It's like
and in the words of Teddy
masturbatory.
Roosevelt saying, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strive valiantly, who errs but comes short again and again, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumphs of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Thank you for your service, Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, was Teddy talking about
Senator Hawley.
lying criminals?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc?
Oh!
Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color's the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of
Almost
counsel,
answered.
I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned,
Yeah,
as you
thank
very
you.
well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896.
Got it queued up.
When he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich.
Yeah.
Didn't you? You got rich.
And famous.
While people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally.
Yep.
Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Folkers says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award. $900,000 cash award.
Nice.
And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service, you've got the Adelson Prize, you've got the Smithsonian Award, you've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award, you've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turned your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this.
Yep.
And it wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you used 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards. Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Here they are right over my shoulder. Here's all of them. The people that you use, federal employees, so that you could go and get cash money. And the most hilarious part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash awards. You then had them go out to the ethics agencies and ethics watchdogs and demand that you be able to get the money. That's right. We've got it in your emails. Your staff and employees on federal time, using federal resources, being paid with federal dollars, are soliciting cash for you, and then they're turning around and saying to the agency, we don't want just an answer, we want to get to yes, because Fauci wants the money. He wants it. We want to get to yes, and yes takes time. This is your chief of staff again, using federal email to pressure the agency's own ethics people so that you could get money, so that you could get rich.
Yes.
And it violated the law, didn't it, Dr. Fauci? Didn't it?
You know it did.
It violated the law, didn't it? It is a question. You can answer. Go ahead.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Federal law, as you very well know, prohibits the solicitation of cash awards or other personal benefits for federal employees. And it certainly prohibits using your own employees to do this. 5 CFR section 2635-205B, it says it right there in black and white. You cannot use federal resources, federal dollars, federal employees, federal offices, federal email, federal time to solicit cash awards, and you did all of it, and the worst part is thousands of people were dying while you were doing it. You were supposed to be the nation's doctor, and you're playing one on TV, but this is what you were doing with your time. Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You did it.
Yeah, I can see why. I can certainly see why. You know what I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of $12 million.
At least.
You got over $1 million in cash awards during COVID, during a 12-month, 24-month span during COVID. $1 million you knocked down in cash money using federal resources. Now you're worth more than $12 million. You've got a pension that in its first year paid out north of $400,000 a year. 1 million people dead, you're getting rich. 1 million people dead, you're using federal employees to get cash awards for you. 1 million people dead, and you're here taking the fifth because you don't want to admit that what really happened in all that time was a multi-month, multi-year course of self-dealing. Isn't that true, Dr. Fauci?
Fauci looks nervous. He does not look happy.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, well, silence is admission. And here's the real thing. At the end of the day, it wasn't just about the money, really, was it? It was really about a power trip. I mean, through all of this, you want to be the most famous scientist in the world. You were so focused on getting every award and every drop of cash that you could, all because you wanted to be on TV. You wanted to be the sun god of science. You wanted to be the guy who was in charge of it all. You wanted to lambast Trump. You wanted to make sure that nobody else stole your spotlight. You wanted to be the guy. You had time to sit for InStyle magazine. Here's what you were doing with your time. You could sit for InStyle magazine.
Stupid pool photo.
But you can't answer questions for the American people. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you're here taking the fifth. You could sit for InStyle magazine and get $1 million in cash awards. But now the cat's got your tongue. I bet he does.
Look at that photo.
I tell you what, here's my conclusion from all of this.
So hip.
This was really all about you the whole time. Somewhere along the way, you lost your way. You may have been a good public servant at one time. I don't know.
No.
But I can tell you from reading your emails now, from looking at what you did, how you used your employees, somewhere along the line, it became all about you. You became a narcissist and a megalomaniac and a liar. And you've lied to the American people, and you've lied to this body. And you've disgraced your profession by doing it. You called yourself the most famous scientist in the world. You've done more to harm science than anybody in my lifetime.
100%.
And I hope you'll go home and write that in your diary.
Oh!
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Smoked!
Senator Fetterman.
Hawley just wrecked him. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I'm not
it's Fetterman.
here to perhaps attack you or defend or anything. It's really just more, honestly, I just want to acknowledge I have had members of my family die from COVID.
Yeah, Fauci did that.
And now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost their business through the pandemic. and they'll never been the same. Now, as during the pandemic, I was the lieutenant governor, so we were in the middle of all of that maelstrom, trying to find the right balance between protect life and protect the economics and for all of it. And I'm not sure if we got it all right or wrong, but without a doubt, I can continue to question myself. But one that it's not about much more your regrets, but I have one, and that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab.
It did.
And early on, that became like a right-wing kinds of theory, and I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So
thank you, John.
But that became a very partisan thing, and now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab.
Yes.
Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, for all of that. So, and I now cede the remain back to the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Senator
you, John.
Moreno.
That's exactly right.
Chairman, and I will echo Senator Johnson's comments about your opening statement, Mr. Chairman. I think it was dead on. Very, very well done. Mr. Fauci, do you know who David Schertler is?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. What does the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution say?
Lawyer pulling him aside.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
No, I'm just asking you what it says.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm going to give the Constitution to my aide. He'll bring it over to you so you can have it for future reference. I think it's something that every American should know what the Constitution says. Do you know who wrote the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So you're invoking a right that you don't know who wrote it or what it says. Is that correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, let me tell you who David Schertler is for the audience because he was ejected by the chairman. He's a high-profile criminal attorney. He's represented some really great people, like Senator Bob Menendez. Maybe that's somebody who my Democrat colleagues may remember took gold bars as bribes from the Egyptians. And there's an article here in the Washington Free Beacon that talks about why you would hire a guy like David Schertler. And the comment is, if you're in deep shit, that's who you call. Do you feel like you're in deep shit?
Yes.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Clearly, what you think today is that somehow you're above reproach. Somehow you feel like you don't need to be treated like a normal American. Can you do me a favor in the audience and stand up if during the time of the COVID pandemic, you were called a racist for calling the virus a Wuhan virus or the China virus? If you thought the 6-foot rule was total crap, if you thought the vaccine wasn't something that you should take, if you thought it was outrageous the way the mask policy was rolled out, if you were fired from your job for not taking that vaccine, including members of the military, if you thought closing schools was catastrophically stupid, and that you thought that during these times saying these things made you somehow a lesser human being.
Yep.
Dr. Fauci, can you just turn around and look at the people behind
Laura
you?
Ingraham. Get up, Laura. Yeah, there we go.
You're not willing to do that? That's not a question. It's not a question. To your lawyers, not a question.
100%.
It's a request. All you have to do is look up from your lawyers and look at the people who were absolutely shamed for saying what we know now to be the truth.
All true.
You can't even look at them?
Pathetic.
That's a question. Are you able to look at them? You can sit down in the audience.
Turn your microphone on.
There was a mom in Ohio during the depth of the coronavirus pandemic, decided to go to her high school football game for her son. They hadn't been out much. The kids had been learning at school, and then the school got shut down. They hadn't really gotten much out of that education. As any parent knew, that remote learning was no learning at all. But it was a Friday night. Her son wanted to go watch a buddy go play football. So they went to the stadium. They sat alone, far from everybody else, just a mom, a dad, a few kids. They didn't feel they needed to wear masks because it was stupid, because they were outside. They all live together. They're not near anybody. Dr. Fauci, do you know what happened to that mom and that family? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
They were dragged out of that stadium and arrested. Those policies were put in place because you had moronic politicians that listened to the words of a megalomaniac who was more interested in having met a Kardashian than the suffering of the American people.
Outstanding.
And that is you.
Yeah. Outstanding.
Your advice to communities like that, to idiotic politicians who enforce those rules, arrested that mom for watching a football game with her own family outside. When that story broke, I said to myself, I cannot stand idly on the side and watch this happen. It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
Oh.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again.
Let's go.
Because there is no defense of what you did. You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace. So let me ask you an opportunity to answer one question. Will you apologize, just apologize, to the people who you harmed through your actions? Will you say, do you have the dignity to just say you're sorry?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So you won't apologize to the military members who Joe Biden summarily dismissed from the military for not taking the vaccine?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the business owners that lost their business, shattered their lives, and they'll never recover?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the moms who had to force their infant children 2, 3, 4-year-olds to put masks on and what that did and how that traumatized those kids?
Under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the family members of the people who died because they took your advice and not only got the first vaccine, but the 5, 6 other boosters that they did not need?
To answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to that mom from Ohio for being arrested for watching a football game with her family?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So you didn't know who wrote the Fifth Amendment. It's James Madison. Lived in this town. I can only wonder what he would think of somebody like you invoking his writings to shield culpability for the actions that you took. It's no secret why you have to hire the biggest dirtbag attorney on the planet, because of what you did. I hope you're paying him well. And I hope that one way or the other, somewhere, sometime, you answer for your crimes.
Amazing. And there's
Senator Ernst.
Your public servant.
Thank you, Mr.
Fauci.
Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. Dr. Fauci, Americans haven't forgotten the tragic stories of people who lost loved ones during COVID and those that were denied a chance to say goodbye to their family members that were in hospitals or residing in nursing homes because of the COVID-19 protocols. Americans haven't forgotten the mandates, the adverse reactions to vaccines, the government misinformation, social media censorship, hotlines to tattle on their neighbors, the forced school closures, the tragic rise in suicides, or those businesses that were forced to close during lockdowns. Americans haven't forgotten the hundreds of billions of dollars spent by taxpayers for COVID relief, stolen by fraudsters who bought Rolls Royces and yachts. These were taxpayer dollars. Americans have lost trust in science and government after the COVID response, trust which will be incredibly difficult for us to gain back. Dr. Fauci, you have said that the science was evolving and that your recommendations evolved with it. But Americans remember you as the public face of the coronavirus response. As one of the nation's most trusted voices, you urged policies you said were absolutely necessary, even when those policies came at an enormous human and economic cost. And Americans deserve answers about reports that you may have worked with others to pressure the president into adopting the slow the spread strategy, and why you later sought an unconditional pardon for crimes you may have committed dating back to 2014. Dr. Fauci, in 2022, you had a taxpayer-funded salary of $480,000 a year. You were, in fact, the highest paid federal employee in the entire federal government, even making more than the NIH director and the President of the United States. According to now public documents, that was due in large part to your work on biodefense. Unreported is how NIAID spent over $1 billion from 2009 to 2026 in biodefense and influenza federal contracts and subcontracts. My office uncovered records on usaspending.gov that show from 2015 to 2020, NIAID paid out $515,418 in subcontracts to Harbin Veterinary Institute in Harbin, China, including $100,000 a few days after it opened a BSL-4 biolab in 2018. That very same institute was criticized for doing gain-of-function bird flu research in 2013. And yet you were funding them for years after that, sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to China. These contracts, which we also trace to NIAID, show U.S. taxpayers funded gain-of-function researchers in the Netherlands and in Wisconsin, funding the same folks whose controversial work led President Obama to pause this exact type of dangerous pandemic research. Dr. Fauci, did you know that the NIH's billion-dollar Sears contract programs were funding gain-of-function researchers in China, the U.S., and in the Netherlands?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, Dr. Deborah Birx wrote in her book that you and President Obama's former CDC director were at a Saturday, March 14th, 2020 meeting at her home 2 days before the president announced his 15 days to slow the spread effort. Your now released diaries said the meeting was a week before that. Dr. Birx said you all were trying to trap the president into having no other options. She wrote, your plan was to, quote, block any of the president's escape routes. So, quote, he'd have no choice but to agree to our flatten the curve measures. Yes or no, Dr. Fauci, did you try to block or trap President Trump into the slow the spread, flatten the curve measures in March 2020?
Yes.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
When the COVID-19 virus broke out in Wuhan, China, you, Dr. Fauci, knew pretty much right away that NIH had funded Chinese labs, including those doing coronavirus research. There's email traffic from early January 2020 where your staff was flagging for you that NIH funded coronavirus research at the Wuhan lab through EcoHealth Alliance. Yet few Americans knew we funded the Wuhan lab because the funding went through a sub-award and was not reported to the public database like usaspending.gov as it should have been. Also, EcoHealth violated federal law by failing to report in its research papers how much taxpayer funding it spent on that research. At my request, the Government Accountability Office helped track down that $1.4 million of U.S. taxpayer money that was sent to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, both by you, Dr. Fauci, and through USAID. But first, it passed through EcoHealth Alliance, which I helped to get defunded through the NDAA. Dr. Fauci, did you intentionally use subaward funding to obscure NIH funding of Chinese biolabs and coronavirus research?
Yep, and then lied about it.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
NIAID awarded multi-million-dollar grants to a number of scientists shortly after they wrote publicly in the Proximal Origins paper that the COVID virus likely came from nature. Though documents Chairman Paul released last week show in private, those same scientists were much more open to the virus being from a lab. In 2023, Representative Jordan insinuated that you basically gave a $9 million bribe in the form of an NIH grant to NIH-funded virologist to say the virus likely was from nature. Dr. Fauci, yes or no, did you reward the proximal origin authors by giving them NIAID grants or contracts?
Yes.
I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, we have learned that U.S. coronavirus researchers at UNC shipped, quote, humanized or transgenic mice to China by around 2017 for use in their dangerous coronavirus work. Under your NIAID coronavirus, researchers also used aborted baby body parts in mice research, and taxpayers paid for them to do that. NIH-funded coronavirus researcher Dr. Ralph Barrick and his colleagues at UNC put parts of livers, thymuses, and chunks of human fetal lung that they got from aborted, almost 5-month-old human babies. They put those parts in their research mice. They disgustingly named them BLTL mice and wrote they had created a, quote, sandwich of aborted body parts in the mice. Get it, folks? BLT. A BLT sandwich.
Sick.
Your RML lab employees in Montana also ordered and used aborted baby body parts in their taxpayer-funded research. And emails show how they plan to use those mice for post-COVID work. NIH funded putting aborted babies' fingers and scalps off the heads of aborted babies and putting them into the backs of research mice. The scalps later grew fine baby hair in the mice. They even included those disgusting photos in their research paper that you funded. Not all of those were research on coronaviruses, but some were. Thankfully, the current NIH director has said, no more of this. Dr. Fauci, yes or no, do you think that human aborted parts should be put into mice for coronavirus research?
The advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, would you direct the witness to answer the questions that we have been asking?
He probably would if he was here, but I can direct it. But I think we understand his answer.
We do understand that. Americans are asking for accountability, Dr. Fauci, and your silence is very telling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Moody.
We would like more direction, that we don't recognize
Thank
your
you,
privilege.
Mr. Chairman.
And
I'm the most
we demand you answer
junior
it.
member of the Senate here, showing from where I sit. I just got here last year.
Democrats are all gone.
Many of you may remember I was the Attorney General in
Cowards.
Florida
Running away.
who fought back against the lockdowns, the school closures, the church closures, everything to embrace sanity and science. We fought back. We got ridiculed for it. And we didn't just call people names. We actually impaneled a grand jury of people of all walks of life, all political persuasions. So that's how I came here, fighting for a free state amongst states that had locked their own people down. We are now called the Free State of Florida. And I believe our responsibility here is to make sure that government remembers the people are our bosses, that we report to them, that we're accountable to them. Government shouldn't operate for itself. Government operates on behalf of and for the American people. And anytime we get close to reporting back to our bosses about what government has done or how it's been abused or how individuals that are employed by the government had acted in their own self-interest or against the interests of the American people, every time we get close, if we start uncovering outrageous fraud, we'll have a hearing, and the tactics have been to not show up. So you'll have all of us over here trying to drill down on why we've been giving money that actually works against American citizens. and no one shows up. Today well, nobody's here at the moment. Today there seems to be a different tactic. Today we have Democrats showing up and trying to spin why we shouldn't even be having this hearing to report back to our bosses. As one said, today's hearing does damage. It will deter others from public service. Another said, this hearing is designed to entrap you. Another said, one fell all over himself, flattering you, thanking you for your service multiple times, quoting man in the arena.
Ridiculous.
Another said that we are demeaning first responders, and today is a sad play in a repeated playbook, or we're going after one man. I mean, all of their time was used on why we should not be having the hearing to report back to our bosses and give the people accountability. So I would like to talk about that because I believe that the trust the American people place in our public health institutions and what happened to that trust during COVID is important. Because in a public health emergency, they are asked to make extraordinary sacrifices based on advice given to them by the government that is supposed to be working for them. And for that system to work, the public has to be able to trust the people giving them instructions. That trust depends on candor. Would you agree with that, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Another one.
And when the evidence is uncertain, officials need to say so. When recommendations are based on assumptions rather than hard data, they need to say so. And when they get something wrong, they need to own it. And when the trust is lost and the consequences extend far beyond any single pandemic, the next time public health officials genuinely need Americans to listen, millions of people may simply ignore them or not believe them. And Dr. Fauci, you were undeniably the face of the federal government's COVID response. You said so yourself in your diary. You said it's not hyperbole to say, I've become the most famous and talked about person in the country. So I want to understand how we got here. Let's start at the beginning. On March 8th, 2020, you appeared on 60 Minutes to discuss the spread of COVID-19. You were specifically asked to clear up the confusion and misinformation surrounding masks. You told the American people, right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with a mask. The interviewer immediately stopped you and said, are you sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this. And instead of walking back or qualifying your statement in any way, you doubled down. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little better. It might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with their masks. They keep touching their face. Just a few weeks later, the CDC released its guidance recommending that Americans wear masks in public. You were asked to explain your original recommendation. You emphasized a very different consideration. You said, well, back then, the critical issue was to save the masks for the people who really needed them because it was felt there was a shortage of masks. So I want everybody to sit with that. The critical issue driving your initial recommendation to the American public was scarcity, logistics, not medical evidence. So when you told the American people there was no reason to wear a mask, what was your principal objective? Giving them an honest assessment of the medical evidence or discouraging them from consuming a scarce supply of masks?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Well, unfortunately, that was just the beginning of a broader pattern. Let's talk about the 6-foot distancing rule. In April 5th, 2020, interview on CBS said, every time I get to that podium in the White House briefing room, I always essentially plead with people. Please take a look at those very simple guidelines of physical separation, and they're very, very clear. Physically separate 6 feet away. Yet when Congress finally asked you in 2024 what science supported that evidence, 6-foot distance rule for COVID, you admitted you were not aware of any studies supporting it. Incredibly, you said the 6-foot rule sort of just appeared and described it as an empiric decision that wasn't based on data. That rule had real consequences. Schools didn't open back up. Businesses didn't open back up. Churches didn't open back up. I could go on and on and on. And Americans were kept physically separated from one another during the most difficult moments of their lives. Many lost loved ones during that time. So, Dr. Fauci, did you have any evidence to support a 6-foot separation rule when you gave that advice to Americans?
Whole thing ridiculous.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
All right, well, let's look at the lockdowns then. By 2022, the consequences of prolonged COVID lockdowns on our children were clear, from delayed development to social isolation, which is probably why you were asked in July 2022 whether you would recommend locking down schools again. And you said, first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. But now we have your diary, and it tells a very different story from the one you told the public. And I will quote, I spoke with Bill de Blasio, the mayor of NYC, and convinced him based on what I was saying publicly in my conversation tonight to close the NYC schools. He had already decided based on what I was saying on TV. I went on to tell him he should close the bars and restaurants in NYC, and he said he would do this based on my recommendation. You even said that you told the president we should shut the whole country down. So, Dr. Fauci, how do you square telling the American people publicly that you didn't recommend locking anything down with your own diary entry kept on federal government equipment saying that your recommendation is what convinced the mayor and the president to lock things down?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Now, I just want to make clear that when in Florida, we were pleading with people to give us advice based on scientific evidence, that we were getting these conflicting statements by you that didn't match scientific data. And in fact, when we impaneled a grand jury, the grand jury's conclusion, not surprising to anyone, and by the way, we're still the only state to have impaneled a grand jury. I was the only attorney general to do this. We did this in 2023. That conclusion was the lockdown, mask, and social distancing advice ministered by federal agencies and implemented by certain local, state, and federal agencies was not based on the best available scientific data. In fact, many recommendations and their accompanying mandates departed significantly from available research. Again, people from all walks of life, all political persuasions, that is what they found. And yet, during that time, while you were giving those statements, knowing there was no scientific basis for it, and we know now you knew it because we have your diary entries, you called the governor that I worked with to fight to keep Washington and D.C. out of our state so that we could indeed respect the rights of our citizens. You called our governor, Governor DeSantis, and I'm going to quote this so I get it right out of your journals, a total jerk, that he is a complete disgrace, that he is blocking local authorities from mandating masks in various locations, including schools. And you were very concerned and upset that we were actively, and I'm going to quote, criticizing you, and we talked virtually every day about being wrong on everything. And what is astounding is that you wrote you feared because of that, because we were questioning our government, because we were fighting back for the truth from our government, from scientifically based recommendations, because we were pushing for that. You said you feared that our democracy is in dire danger. Thank goodness we have people up here that I work with that understand our role, which is to report to our bosses, the people, because they are in charge. Calling for our government to be honest with us and transparent with us and accountable to us, that is a democracy. What you did is the opposite. And I cannot believe I have to explain this to someone who represented our government and some of the most important issues for so long. And before I conclude, if I can just put up our pardon. This is the pardon you have heard so much about. And Dr. Fauci, the only other person that got a pardon like this, I believe, had a last name of Biden. This pardon goes back to, and if you'll see, January the 1st of 2014. Did you talk to President Biden and ask for this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Who did you talk to in the White House about this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you specifically ask that it be dated back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you do that so that you would be given immunity going back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm just very interested in why it was this date. Did it have anything to do with the fact that 2014 was also the year that the NIAID or NIH began funding EcoHealth Alliance's Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence Grant?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And this is the same grant that funded the work on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute on Virology. Millions of Americans are questioning what happened during COVID, why we were given misleading information, misleading advice, why you gave conflicting statements based on, I guess, how you were feeling that day. And Americans, rightfully, we lost over 1 million Americans. They should be insulted when the Democrats insult our chair that he's doing this because he is on an obsessive mission to go after one man. Could his obsessive mission be to find out why 1 million Americans died and who might be responsible for that and where that started? Could that be his mission, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And after everything we have just walked through, can you sit here today and tell the American people, our bosses, that you bear no responsibility for their collapse in trust of their government?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Time has expired. We're going to do another quick round for those who remain, about 5 minutes. Any questions that haven't come up that are pressing? Let's try not to go over territory that's already been done. I'll begin by asking unanimous consent to insert into the record documents show that the CIA transferred funds to NIAID through interagency agreement. Hearing no objection, so ordered. We had hoped to hear testimony from Anthony Fauci today. We haven't. But I think it's important that we do hear from him. So we will have a video we'll play in a moment. For years, Anthony Fauci has been the public face of saying this in all likelihood came from nature. He kept saying, it's the marketplace, it's the marketplace, it's the marketplace. He's been saying that on television up until recently. But what we find is that what he was saying in public is different than what he was saying in private. In January, in private, he wrote that looks like the wet market was a super spreader event. It didn't originate there. We know that some of the earliest deaths and sickness came from somewhere else. But then for years and years, we got dishonesty. So let's play the video so we can see a little juxtaposition of the problem we're dealing with.
Yeah, let's see. We're going to do a recap as soon as they're done here. Looks like the audio's not being ported in.
Wild are being brought into wet markets. You have animals that come out of the wild that are sold at these open, what they call them wet markets. Wet markets. When you bring animals in from the wild who have these viruses, the wet markets in Asia where people bring animals from the forest into market, there are wet markets in Wuhan that are ample opportunity for a virus to jump from an animal. The origin was from a bat to an intermediate host to a human, very likely in a wet market, and those animals should not have been in the Wuhan market. They knew that those animals should not have been in the market, and they immediately cleaned out the market, put restrictions on the kinds of animals that come into these wet markets. I think I should shut down those things right away. I mean, it's just, it boggles my mind.
So repeatedly saying in public something different than what he believed in private. Now, this is interesting because, the first SARS outbreak in 2003 was traced to a wet market, to animals there. But interestingly, they had evidence. They had evidence that the animals had the disease. They also had evidence that the handlers had a disproportionately high number of antibodies to the disease. So there was evidence, and the evidence was presented. So when this came out, the same thing happened again. They did look at the wet market. They looked at the wet market and tested, I think, 80,000 animals and didn't find any animals that had COVID-19. When they did find COVID-19 in trace samples there, they found that the DNA or the RNA was consistent with human spread. This was known not later on, didn't take years to develop, was known in January of 2020.
Right away.
And so Dr. Fauci says privately he knows it didn't come from the wet market, but as you saw, those were over a multi-year period. One of the other discussions I've had with Dr. Fauci over the years about natural immunity. So most infections, you get a degree of immunity, not perfect, some fairly perfect. Smallpox, you just don't get again. George Washington knew this. He had his wife get vaccinated, but he didn't because he'd already had smallpox. But there's one particular story that a man came up to me who'd lost his wife to COVID. He said, we all got it. We all got sick, and my wife ended up getting sick enough to go to the hospital. But we'd recovered 2 weeks. She was still alive. 2 to 3 weeks later, we'd all recovered, and they wouldn't let us be with her. And to this day, it's one of the saddest things. And it just, I think all of us should think about this. They were not allowed to visit their mom. He wasn't allowed to visit his wife in the hospital. But based on this misunderstanding of natural immunity, that for some reason, 2 weeks later, they were a problem. But this was all promulgated by you. We had the workers in the, the meat factories. They were essential. They had to keep working. Most of them got COVID. They got it in the first couple of weeks. Most of them were younger. The reassurance should have come from public health. The reassurance should have said, congratulations, you've recovered. It also should be acknowledged. What's the number one thing we can do if we get another pandemic? Before we have a vaccine, before we have monoclonal antibodies, it would be to utilize natural immunity. So instead of the advice you were giving to Cuomo and others in New York that led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people, you could have been saying, well, maybe the nurses taking care of the elderly should be people who are 2 weeks out from COVID infection. We could have used natural immunity as somewhat of a block of protection. Imperfect, but the only protection we had and the only thing we could have done. Instead, the nursing homes were seated with people who had COVID. So I think the discussion of natural immunity is one where there wasn't sufficient honesty, humility, there wasn't enough presentation to encourage people. That was the only encouraging thing we had for a while is you've got it. You're very, very, if not impossible, close to impossible chance that you'll die if you get it again. Everybody could have been reassured. Nobody was reassured. It's like, well, we don't know. We just don't quite understand natural immunity. My favorite quote from that is from Martin Kulldorff from Harvard. You called him one of the people that you had to take down, the fringe epidemiologist, which I've never ever heard a scientist call another scientist that. But he jokingly said on Twitter, he said, yeah, we knew about natural immunity from 486 BC, from the time of the Athenian plague. We lost all knowledge of it in 2020.
Wow.
The good news is it's slowly coming back. 24 to 2025, we're beginning to understand what natural immunity is again. Not something perfect, but a useful tool that could have been used, but also something that could have helped people by telling the public, my goodness, you're not going to die now. You have a chance. If you've already had it and you're 85 years old and you're at risk for it, and you're wanting to feed your wife, and they're telling you to wear 4 masks and not be around your wife when you've already had it, it made no sense. I visited with a man whose mom was 83 and she was dying from COVID. They go to the hospital in Orange County. They won't admit her to the hospital till she's vaccinated because we have a policy that everybody in the hospital must be vaccinated. She's got COVID and they wanted to vaccinate her again. At one point in time, the CDC understood this. They told people, don't get vaccinated if you've had COVID within 3 months. Why? Because it may give you a heightened immune response when you've already got a heightened immune response. But giving a person very sick, and many of the people who died from COVID died from sort of this storm of response, this immune storm. The answer wouldn't be try to stir up their immune response more by giving them a vaccine. The answer was actually steroids. And good old-fashioned steroids, 37% reduction in death. It turned out to be way more valuable than remdesivir, way more valuable than any of the other treatments. But I don't remember ever hearing a complimentary word on natural immunity or steroids or anything else. And you know, I wish we could have done more today. I would have been willing to accept an apology today. I'm sorry I made mistakes. We all made mistakes. And, you know, at the time, I thought the gain of function research was, you know, the risks of it were worth the benefits. But I've reassessed since 15 million people died. People say, well, gosh, these things never happen. We know it happened in 1977. We know with 100% certainty a virus escaped. In 1977, there's something called the Russian flu. Nobody's exactly positive how it got out. But when they sequenced it, they found out that a flu in 1977 had exactly the same RNA as a 1954 one that they had in the lab and they had created a vaccine for. In fact, turns out anybody born before 1954 was immune, and the only people who got it were people who were born between 1954 and 1977. But it was identical. The genetic sequence was identical to this vaccine or the virus from 1954, and that doesn't happen because these respiratory viruses are always mutating. To be identical means it had to have leaked from the lab, proof positive that it had. So we know this happens. An author by the name of Young wrote a book and said there was 1,200 cases of significant accidents that have occurred. We knew all of this, and yet it was completely discounted because I think you were worried that if it was seen that you funded dangerous research that started the pandemic, you'd get blamed. Yeah. And it was a concerted effort. It wasn't just you. Anybody associated with the funding decided we needed to protect ourselves. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that we lost knowledge of natural immunity. I didn't. Dr. Fauci did. I suppose I had an asymptomatic case of COVID because of the very faulty PCR test. I never got vaccinated or injected. There's no way I would have done that because I found out enough about the mRNA gene therapy. But you also brought up the issue of hospital protocols. I'm going to be holding a public event on hospital protocols. We've already received a couple hundred testimonies. They are heart-wrenching. They are heart-wrenching. Here's an excerpt from the testimony of a staff surgeon, very experienced, doctor for decades, at Providence Regional Medical Center, Everett, Washington. Quote, after our hospital was given remdesivir by the CDC, we were provided misleading/inaccurate information about the drug biomedical leadership. When I had a young trauma patient who was a perfect candidate for remdesivir, the infectious disease doctor on call told me to not give it to her because, quote, she seemed like a nice girl. He concludes it was known early the remdesivir kills. As I said, nurses referred to it as run, death is near.
Wild.
So again, I've always been, because it never made sense to me that we put all of our eggs in the experimental gene therapy. If you knew anything about it, you would have avoided it like a plague. And we sabotaged early treatment. But the only treatment we really approved, monoclonal antibodies, which I think basically worked pretty well, but those weren't particularly available. They were denied an awful lot of patients. It was all remdesivir. Based on a study that the NIH changed the endpoint from mortality, because it had no impact on mortality, to days of recovery. A drug that the WHO recommended against its use in COVID in November of 2020, but a drug that cost over $3,000 for a course of treatment, versus things like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, who even Dr. Fauci, I should have got that one out because I want to take this time to end things in the record, said that, we need to have a very tight protocol on remdesivir because it's unknown, but hydroxychloroquine, that's approved, some side effects, but we have a long history of it. Let's put up my latest chart. Again, I was tracking adverse events on the experimental injection, but I use this chart as a comparison. So you've got ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, These are average, again, VAERS doesn't prove causation, but there's correlation. It's there for safety signals. So ivermectin, over 30 years of FDA reports, 17 deaths per year. Hydroxychloroquine, over 38 years of reporting, 142 deaths per year. Remdesivir, over 5.5 years, 546 deaths per year. The COVID injection, almost 7,000 deaths per year.
Wow.
Which is safest? What did the FDA freak us out about ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, when they turned a complete blind's eye toward the injections injury? So I want to enter the quote from the surgeon. By the way, here's the answer. Cheryl Atkinson in an interview said, when it comes to money, we check financial ties among experts on the government panel devising coronavirus treatment guidelines, which had the effect of dialing back hydroxychloroquine use and giving an edge to remdesivir. We found the 11 members reporting links to a drug company, 9 of them named relationships to remdesivir's maker, Gilead. 7 more, including 2 of the committee leaders, have ties to Gilead beyond the 11 months they had to disclose. 2 were on Gilead's advisory board, others were paid consultants or received research support and honoraria. By the way, within the study, I think one of the study participants was an employee of Gilead. A bunch also had conflicts with Gilead. So, gee, I wonder why. There are conflicts of interest. Gilead made billions of dollars off of remdesivir and people died. In terms of ignoring safety signals, you can probably put that down now. This has come to light. This is Dr. Drew Weissman, who got the Nobel Prize for the mRNA platform. He wrote to Dr. Fauci on February 8th of 2020. Tony, I wanted to alert you to some new data we generated with our mRNA LNP vaccine. Now, it was a higher fold dose, but that mRNA LNP go to the placenta and fetus measured by translation of the mRNA and cause of immune response in the amniotic fluid. So that same day, Dr. Fauci responds, it'd be interesting to see what human dose levels given intramuscular do. So about a month later, Dr. Weissman replies, he said, we still have some concerns over the data after they tested at IM. Now, again, there's more documentation in terms of the FDA blew it off. It's like, don't worry about that. That was the whole thing. That's what Peter Marks did when he was shown that his algorithm was going to mask safety signals. The last thing I want to enter in the record here is, and I want to make the point, why is this important? That they buried the treatment of severely injection injured. The fact that we haven't acknowledged these injection injuries, these people can't get treatment. They're being gaslit by their doctors. So it's all in your head. The rate of the injection injured of suicides is increasing because they've given up hope, because our medical establishment and federal health agencies completely failed them, failing to acknowledge it. So again, Dr. Nath was diagnosing and treating injection injured in March of 2021. This concerned people. So you had Dr. Walter Koroshitz, writes Dr. Fauci. One of the points he made, there's been a steady, slow stream of reports to me of post-vaccination neurological conditions. Dr. Nath has been collecting a bunch. He has reports sent out to publish. Well, that alarmed everybody. Boy, you can't let the public know what's actually happening. You can't actually let the public know what the science is showing. So on April 29th, a email from Francis Collins, head of NIH, to Dr. Koroshitz, says, I find this approach troubling and will have the main consequence of feeding vaccine hesitancy and social media overreaction. Then
no dissent allowed.
Dr. Lawrence Tabak writes to Francis Collins, I don't understand why Walter does not shut this thing down. Why don't you shut down Dr. Nath, who's actually treating injection injured? Why? Because of vaccine hesitancy. And because we haven't acknowledged that, and the reason I've been advocating for this is because I know the injection injured. I know people who lost loved ones within days of the injection. And we've turned our backs on them. They deserve acknowledgement. They deserve to be heard, seen, and believed so they can get treatment. I also know the doctors whose careers were destroyed because you denigrated things like ivermectin and denied ivermectin to people in hospitals who got their kidneys knocked out by the remdesivir but got put on ventilators, never got to hug their loved ones goodbye because of those hospital protocols.
Yep.
That's what your science did to people. So, Dr. Fauci, my only question is, based on your lack of testimony here today, based quite honestly on our investigation into the cover-up of safety signals and injection injuries, we have issued letters to a number of former FDA officials to come in for transcribed interviews. You will be getting a letter today asking for a volunteer transcribed interview. So I'd be asking, will you comply or will I have to subpoena you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Expect a subpoena. Thank you.
Let's go.
Senator Scott.
Dr. Fauci, did you personally receive any royalty payments connected to COVID-related intellectual property?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Given that NIH receives royalty payments from certain pharmaceutical companies, why would any American believe these financial ties did not influence decisions about which treatments were promoted or restricted?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Why doesn't NIAID publicly disclose these payments?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you partner with Bill Gates on global health initiatives or vaccines?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
How much did Bill Gates entities provide in funding to NIAID collectively since 2005?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
To your knowledge, did Bill Gates partner with China on sensitive research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Specifically, dual-use research such as countermeasures or gain of function?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you know if Bill Gates' entities partnered with U.S. government classified programs?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you know if Bill Gates maintains an active national security clearance?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you advocate or request for Bill Gates to receive a security clearance?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Do you have any knowledge that NIAID or NIH through HHS sponsored or requested a security clearance for Bill Gates?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Around 2010, my understanding is that the government shifted its approach to biodefense countermeasure research. Did NIAID, under your leadership, partner with the Obama White House or any other U.S. government classified entities on sensitive countermeasures research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did your office take steps to drive biological research investments?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What was private industry's take on the type of research in the 2010 timeframe and before?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Was it considered too dangerous to conduct and industry was hesitant to take this on and invest in?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Why did you take steps to mature the government's approach to biodefense?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Were there any specific lines of effort or actions you felt were needed during this time to improve the research, development, and fielding model?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Make him say it.
How was dual use and gain of function incorporated or accounted for in maturing biodefense countermeasures?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you ever discuss moving gain of function countermeasures research out of government space to private industry space?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
How were these private organizations regulated through government oversight while conducting risky research, including gain of function or gene editing technology?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did the Obama White House or any government entities take steps to inject funding into private industry?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
How do you ensure that our national security and public health is protected when private organizations work with foreign countries of concern and have the no government oversight, such as the Eco Health Alliance research grant you funded in a CCP military lab?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Given the culture of the pay to play at NIAID, did you or anyone acting on your behalf make any payment or enter any arrangement in any way or fashion to secure influence the broad pardon you received from President Biden?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Department of Energy that confirms during Anthony Fauci's tenure that Bill Gates was given Q security clearance from 2014 to 2021. Without objection, that will be entered into the record. I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the contents of the folder of authorities provided to Dr. Fauci, including the pardon. Let's be clear today, what we've seen. I really did want to hear from Dr. Fauci. I wanted to hear perhaps an apology, perhaps some semblance of being sorry for what happened or that judgment errors were made. We didn't hear any of that. But he was subpoenaed here to testify, refused to answer any questions, even after being directed by the chair and being advised of the law requiring him to do so. He has cited a privilege that is unsupported because of his blanket pardon and because he waived the privilege by testifying at the start. I'm going to give you one more opportunity to comply with the law, limited to the period of your pardon. At any point between January 1st, 2014 and January 19th, 2025, did you destroy any federal record or tell anyone else to?
Pin him down. Pull your paper out, read it again.
Under the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Given that you have a unlimited presidential pardon, what is your specific objection that you are making?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
My question was limited to the period of your pardon only. I find your objection unsupported and direct you to answer the question.
There we go.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Because you refuse to answer, citing a privilege that is unsupported because of your pardon, and after being denied to do so, this committee has scheduled a vote next week on a resolution certifying your contempt. I think we have another question or two from Senator Lankford.
Let's go. That's what we needed right there.
Mr. Chairman, really, this is a question for you, and it's a question to try to figure out how do we get a good answer on this? Because clearly Dr. Fauci's attorneys are saying that he has a Fifth Amendment right. We've also subpoenaed him to be able to compel his testimony to be able to be here. I happen to be in the committee. We're also dealing with Lois Lerner. Lois Lerner came and testified, gave an opening statement, and then took the Fifth Amendment. The committee then held her in contempt for that, saying you can't do both. You can't both testify and say I'm not going to answer questions. So the parliamentary question that I think we've got to be able to deal with is this consistent with Lois Lerner? What she also did when she came before Congress, gave an opening statement, testimony, so made a statement, and then refused to answer questions. Are we dealing with the same issue here where someone is you can't make a statement and say I'm not going to make statements at the same time?
I think it's a very good question. I think that's something all of us will examine over the next week. We're going to have a vote next week on contempt. I think there's another legal question that the courts may have to decide upon, and that is whether or not a presidential pardon that offers you complete immunity, that you can still claim that you need protection from immunity when you've been protected. Because Dr. Fauci isn't liable for anything as long as he tells the truth, even if he admits that he destroyed records on a routine basis. His assistant said she destroyed a ton of emails. I think it was a routine thing. I think he destroyed throughout his career there probably thousands of emails. Even if he did that, as long as he answered truthfully, yes, I did. I didn't think that was important. I made a mistake. he can't be prosecuted for it. Many of the things are outside the statute of limitations as well. All he had to do today, if he wanted to testify, was be honest. As long as he was honest, even about committing a crime, he would have no jeopardy. But I think the pardon has given him more immunity than most people would ever get. Like if you offer a witness immunity in exchange for testimony, he has blanket immunity. The president gave him blanket immunity for virtually anything he could have possibly done, while at NIH. So I think we all have to individually answer this question. We welcome you to be part of helping us figure out the question, but there will be a vote, at least right now, there will be planned to be a vote next week on contempt.
Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Today will be the capstone to Anthony Fauci's 40 years of abuse of power at NIH. In the end, must imagine Fauci believes he got away with it. But still, late at night, even the guilty must become anxious, rerunning the scenarios through his mind, wondering, latching on to lingering doubts, and worrying. Did his actions lead to the largest man-made plague in human history? Are the millions dead the result of his experiments or experiments that he approved that increased the pathogenicity of deadly viruses? History will judge, but the facts, as we now know them, paint a sordid tale of dishonesty, misjudgment, and ultimately the hubris, the likes of which the world has rarely seen. If everyone will remain seated for a few minutes, we're going to let Dr. Fauci exit. Thank you.
The pathetic coward, so-called scientist, sat there with no honor at all and refused to answer questions. And so now he'll waddle on out of there, back to the gutter.
And we are going to continue our live coverage here on C-SPAN, take you to a briefing on...
All right, great. So that's that. Let's see what they have over here and see. They're just wrapping up on AP. All right, so we're going to debrief. I've got a bunch of stuff queued up. I pulled up some statutes, and we got the pardon pulled up and some other things that we'll take a look at. I was kind of hoping for some more walk of shame action. We got the cables talking about it here.
No remarks here, no comments here, Harris, from Anthony Fauci as he exited the hearing room. That's pretty much the same as what he said during the hearing. 111 times he invoked the Fifth Amendment.
Whoa!
And the thing that I thought was interesting during this hearing is that toward the end, you had Rand Paul, the chairman of the committee, announcing that they were going to have a committee vote next week to hold him in contempt of Congress, because they're saying, look, you do have a Fifth Amendment right, but you don't have a Fifth Amendment right if you have been granted a pardon, and they don't think, at least on the Republican side of the aisle, that should
I have
apply.
to cut in.
Now,
Senator Rand Paul, now live.
There is an argument, this has probably never been tested legally, if you've been granted complete immunity. We didn't grant him immunity, but the President Biden, granted him complete immunity. With the grant of immunity, do you still need Fifth Amendment protections, or do they apply? So, and telling that all he had to do today was tell the truth. If he testified and told the truth, even if he admitted to destroying thousands of records, which we think happened, there's no penalty that attaches. It would just be the truth.
How do you respond to his comments that you have an unhinged obsession with him?
I think if you look at all of the questions that were asked, they're all very, very serious questions. One of the questions, was about the particular type of furin cleavage site, that its codons were CGG, CGG. This was actually seen by a Nobel laureate, David Baltimore. I don't know what his political partisanship is, but a famous microbiologist or molecular chemist who said that was the smoking gun that made him think that it came from the lab. All of these were scientific questions. There were some questions about, being him entertaining and advocating with government employees for monetary prizes and awards. But that's a legitimate oversight question. If he was using government employees to apply for $1 million award, I think that's a legitimate question. I heard very few questions today that I would say were unhinged or politically motivated. I don't think any of the questions that I put forward, they were on destroying records and whether or not the research in Wuhan was dangerous. See, in the past, we've quibbled with him over what is the definition of gain of function. He said, but didn't meet the exact definition. I think the American people want to know, was it dangerous research and should it have been funded? And that gets away from a semantics argument. And I think we could have gone there. Look, for the first year of this pandemic, from 2020 all the way into the summer of 2021, I didn't really pay much attention to Anthony Fauci other than his prescriptions about masks and things like that. But as far as the origins, I didn't really get interested in it until I read an article by Nicholas Wade in, I think, the spring of 2021. That's when I became intrigued that, wow, we could have been funding this. So I was completely neutral on Anthony Fauci until we began asking questions, but until we began seeing the revealed emails that what they say in private was different than in public. In private, he said it wasn't the wet market. In public, he said for 5 years it was the wet market. In private, his virologist said, looks like the virus has been manipulated. In public, I said, it's not even plausible that it could have been. So this contradiction between public and private is really what's damaged.
Mr. Chair, where does accountability go from here?
He's exercising a constitutional right. Are you saying he's not legally allowed to do that?
No, I think the courts will have to figure out whether or not, if you have a complete pardon, whether you have liability against incrimination. Can you incriminate yourself if you have a pardon? I think it's going to be a question for the courts.
Where does accountability go from here? Why not subpoena the assistant and some of the other individuals mentioned?
There will be questions, and she will be subpoenaed for a deposition. Probably not a big full hearing, but she will be asked about that. Her email that she deleted tons of emails was in 2018. We find a scattering of them, but we also feel confident that hundreds, if not thousands, were deleted over a 40-year period, and that we just don't have access to those. Because you have access to what's left, you can't always determine what was removed. But I think it's an important question.
Would you hold Dr. Fauci in contempt? Do you think that you would have the votes in the Senate to do that?
That's the vote that will happen in committee next week. It will be in contempt of Congress. We believe that with his liability, his immunity from criminal liability, that he didn't need to hide behind the Fifth Amendment, and that maybe the Fifth Amendment doesn't attach when you have a pardon in place. And that'll be a legal question, but the question on contempt will be voted on, and then there's a question of whether or not the Department of Justice will take that up. I've recommended before for his criminal prosecution, and neither the Biden DOJ nor the Trump DOJ have taken it up. All I can do is recommend prosecution. I can't initiate a prosecution.
But did you find anything incriminating in the diary entries?
I think to me there's a lot of interest. Obviously that he was using 8 personnel in NIH to advocate for monetary rewards. And when there was a question of the monetary rewards, he was responding, we have to get to yes on this. And it's not an insignificant amount of money. We're not talking about a $100 award and a dinner certificate. We're talking about $1 million that not only was he advocating for himself, he was asking others to fill out applications for him to get the $1 million prize. He specifically wanted the money and wanted the waiver. I think it is illegal to use your employees to try to get monetary awards. So yes on that. The other most important thing that came from the diaries is that privately in January of 2020, he was already acknowledging that it didn't come from the wet market. Now, that's just dishonesty. That may not be a crime, but he knew in January 2020 that the earliest cases did not come from the wet market. They came from somewhere else. But you saw the clips. That was just what we found in about 24 hours. We found maybe 10 different clips of him saying came from the wet market, wet market, wet market. Why is he doing that? It's not just an innocent argument. The wet market points to it being of nature. If it's not from the wet market, it might be from the lab. Who funded the lab? See, he's been self-interested. People, and many, we won't say who they are, but many in the media treated everything he said as disinterested. He was self-interested from the very beginning. He was self-interested in making sure that nobody concluded it came from the lab. He didn't treat them equally. He was like, holy, you know what? If it came from the lab, I funded the lab. I could be responsible for this entire pandemic. And so he, I think, obscured any facts that would have led towards concluding. But look, it's not just me. If you were to ask, 100 scientists are in this area, there's a split in them. And even the ones who say they might still think it's nature are saying, like Christian Anderson, I'm still 30% it might be, and maybe we overstated our case. The fact that the virologist that wrote Proximal Origins, that he commissioned, he edited, and then he displayed from the White House, the fact that the authors of that have doubts really should lead us all to have some doubts. I got one or two more. You already had one.
Can I ask you about the president's praise? He has said some positive comments about you. Leading up to this hearing, did you talk to the White House at all?
I didn't, but I always love getting praise from the president.
One more here. Senator, if there is so much there, and you have referred him to the DOJ, to the Trump DOJ. Why have they not taken anything up against him, especially since they have taken it up against one of his colleagues?
Right. Well, I think the case against David Morenz is pretty significant. I think when Senator Scott pointed out that he threw his friend under the bus, David Morenz has eaten at the house. He's broken bread with Fauci. They were friends for 20 years. His chief assistant for 20 years. What did Fauci say about him in the investigating the house? Hardly knew him. Worked in another building. Didn't come to our policy meeting. He downplayed the association because the things that Morenz was caught saying were so clearly illegal and unsavory. But here's my question. I wonder what David Morenz today, under indictment, has to say about Anthony Fauci. So I think there is the potential that David Morenz has information that would be very interesting to all of us. But as far as who gets to determine things, it's like your question on the pardon. I'm not the final word on that. I can say that I think there are questions whether you have a pardon, whether the Fifth Amendment applies when you have a pardon. That is for a court to decide. So the DOJ will have to look at that. And I'm not here to condemn the DOJ. They have to make legal decisions. Do they think they can make it they can make it stick? Will they be dismissed immediately? Will it be seen by the public as frivolous? They will have to make those decisions. I do know that a number of the population feels that Anthony Fauci was dishonest because of what he was saying in private was different or the opposite of what he was saying in public. Thank you.
All right.
Senator Rand Paul there putting an exclamation point on what we watched today. The gauntlet has been thrown. And look, he was just saying, will Dr. Anthony Fauci be held in contempt for pulling the fifth, the cord on that 111 times? That is for a court to decide. He said, will the DOJ take a look at it? He said, and how long could that take? So on and so forth. Those are questions. This is not over for Dr. Anthony Fauci. And when you start talking about a court fight, very different than showing up on Capitol Hill and pleading the fifth and, only talking about what you want to. You get into a courtroom and that representation that he had behind him today is going to have to be much more mighty in terms of making sure their client doesn't have a problem. You know what that's at the heart of that is Fauci's about to spend some of that money he made when he was potentially lying to the entire American public about what we really needed to do during the pandemic and so many other things. Just to remind us of those moments, some of the 111 times of Dr. Anthony Fauci.
All right, so 111 times is the amount of invocations of his Fifth Amendment rights that we heard from today. And we were wondering if we were going to get into the triple digits, and we did. But let's talk about some of the law. I've got a bunch of stuff queued up here, and let's run through it because, as you can see, we've got questions about this. So Fauci invoked his Fifth Amendment rights over 100 times, 111 to be exact, and a lot of questions now about the validity of this pardon and how it interfaces with his testimony that he did not provide to Congress today. We got to hear from him invoking, this is what it sounded like at the very beginning. Here is Fauci refusing to answer any questions. This is the so-called public servant. This is the scientist who is refusing to be honest about what actually happened, now saying, I'm very concerned that the pardon that protects me will no longer protect me, which is a strange position to take because, of course, if you lie, then you will not be protected. But the pardon will protect you if even you did commit crimes. That's the whole point of the pardon. So here's Fauci starting the day off.
Although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and he did that after a big, long statement about how Rand Paul is being mean to him and wants to put him in jail. And so there's another argument that there is a waiver of that Fifth Amendment privilege that he just evaporated by making that statement. But as we've seen here before, this pardon we saw is an auto pen pardon. And one strategy that the Homeland Security Committee had already unleashed was that it is invalid. They sent this one over to Pam Bondi, you remember her, back on July 14, 2025. And they say that the validity of the pardon is not legitimate. We've been hauling him in here. We've got a lot of questions about everything we heard that came out today, genetic experiments and more, lies to Congress saying that Fauci was saying one thing and doing another. This was back in 25, so a lot more evidence has come out since then. And what we saw is that back on January 15th, Fauci was issued a full and unconditional pardon for offenses that he may have committed going all the way back to 2014. But this was concerning because it was a batch of pardons, unprecedented preemptive pardons. He was not even charged. However, new information said Rand a year ago shows that these were executed via auto pen with no documented confirmation that the president personally reviewed any of it, Biden, or approved each one of these. And so according to reports, the White House staff authorized the use of the auto pen to issue the clemency documents. This raises serious concerns legally and constitutionally about the legitimacy of Dr. Fauci's pardon. Is it real? Is it valid or not? So for this reason, I renew my request that you investigate Fauci for lying back in 2021 for false statements to the government, in this case, Congress. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, your friend, Rand Paul. And that was just one angle of attack to bring justice to Fauci. But there are others. And here's one story from Politico that already dropped right after the pardon argument was lobbed in front of Congress today. And we saw that it came over from Kyle Cheney. And Kyle Cheney is one of these attorneys or journalists who writes for Politico. And normally he's very pro-Democrat candidates. He said, you know, pleading the fifth here is legally tricky because Fauci is pardoned for all pre-2025 conduct. So testifying truthfully about your pardoned conduct is not necessarily in comportment with the Fifth Amendment, which says in there, you are being compelled to testify against yourself, right? You are not required to incriminate yourself, but there's nothing to incriminate himself about. He's all pardoned for that conduct. So how could he invoke it? Fear of a future perjury trap is a lot to hang a blanket assertion of the Fifth Amendment privilege on, and it also opens him up to being held in contempt and prosecuted on that basis as well. And it had a follow-up saying typically an assertion of Fifth Amendment rights is enough to diffuse any contempt threat, like Stone, Eastman, J6 witnesses, Jeffrey Clark invoked. But I haven't seen it before in a case where the person is already pardoned for the underlying conduct because the pardon prevents you against incriminating yourself. There's nothing to incriminate you about because you're pardoned for any of those crimes, literally. So the only thing would be a new crime. And does the pardon extend into the new crime territory? I think that's a very debatable point. They've also got some other ideas here on how the Congress can advance on this. He's already scheduled a vote on this thing on contempt of Congress. August 5th looks like they've got the date. But Fauci's in an unusual position on all of this because Biden already pardoned him going back from 2014 all the way to 2025, meaning Fauci cannot be subject to federal criminal prosecutions for those acts. He could have come out and said anything, basically. Yeah, I was faking data. Yeah, I funded it all. Yeah, I'm responsible for the pandemic. Yeah, I was deleting evidence. Yeah, I really cared about my Washington Post articles and I was text messaging Jake Tapper every single day. And he would have been clear because it's all pardoned, unless the auto pen pardon, of course, is invalid. But now he is not going to be saying something that's going to incriminate himself. So how can he invoke it? Now, Republicans mean and say that it cannot suddenly claim fear of prosecution when there is no fear of prosecution. Of course, and we made this point before, we were skeptical that he was going to testify. I kind of thought his ego would win the day and he'd come out and actually run his mouth because he loves it so much. But as we said, his lawyers were probably pleading with him. Do not speak. Do not say anything, because if you do, you could get a state prosecution, could be a city prosecution, some other county prosecution, get a big Fannie Willis somewhere. And Fauci then made a statement and said, I'm not going to talk. Now, the Politico says that the Senate could seek civil contempt sanctions against him. Then they could essentially sue him, get a court order. The court order could come back and require him to testify. Then he could get fined or even incarceration as a result of not testifying. We could have had the sergeant at arms actually arrest him and hold him in inherent contempt, but haven't done that in a while. The Senate could also use criminal contempt, voting to turn the matter over to the DOJ for prosecution. 2 former Trump aides got this done on them, and we saw this before, Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon. They came in, they said they had a privilege, that they had a legal cause to not testify. In their cases, it was executive privilege, but they got held in contempt. They said, we don't honor your privilege. We don't think it's valid. We're Congress. We overrule you. And they still didn't come in and testify. And then all of a sudden, they go to jail for 4 months. So the same thing happened today. And we saw that with Rand Paul at the conclusion of the hearing, saying, I'm overruling you. I don't find this is legitimate. Did you destroy evidence? Yes or no? And he still continued to invoke. Each of those guys served 4 months in prison. So why would it not be also valid for Fauci, just with a different privilege, in this case, a pardon? So Paul said that Fauci would face consequences. And of course, his lawyers were very unhappy about it. But there's prior precedent, according to Politico. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in 1961 that just following advice of counsel isn't available to those charged with willfully defying Congress, which was the same argument that Bannon and Navarro made, right? They get charged. Liz Cheney hauled in Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon into court, into Congress, said, you got a subpoena, you got to show up and talk. They said, I can't talk. I've talked to my lawyer. My lawyer said, I've got executive privilege. I can't violate the privilege. They said, we don't care. We overrule your privilege. Get back in here. They said, no. They said, okay, we're going to refer you to contempt of Congress. Then, of course, the Biden DOJ picked up Liz Cheney's criminal referral and went hog wild with it, and then prosecuted both of them. Then in the defense that we saw proffered by both Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, they said, I was just following advice of my lawyer. My lawyer said, I couldn't go testify, so how can you charge me with the crime for following legal advice? They said, we don't care. There's precedent. Your advice of counsel defense is not sufficient, and you're going to prison. Now, in recent rulings, some judges have expressed skepticism about the rationale of that decision, but it's still on the books. And Paul says that this came from China. Of course, Fauci said 111 times like a pathetic coward. How can you refuse to answer scientific questions? I thought the science was just science. It's like a math equation. It's like, what does 2 + 2 equal? Fauci's like, I invoke the 5th. It's math. It's just science, right? There's no politicization. There's no bias going on there. So why can't you just be truthful? He said in his opening statement that he was under attack. Dozens of witnesses also have pleaded the 5th to avoid testifying. Joe Biden's physician, people showing up in front of the J6 committee also did the same. And the battle continues. But people are digging into this. And one guy called Sean Davis, he's over at the Federalist and a sharp fella, said, you know, Fauci does talk about these things. Isn't it strange? He's given many media interviews before he showed up today and then all of a sudden decided not to talk. So what is the legal basis of refusing to testify? He'll talk in some forums, but not other forums. He gave a lengthy interview to Scientific American just last month. Pardon is over. It covers 2025. That's it. And then he comes out and starts running his mouth to the Scientific American. He also sat down for an extensive interview for the Obama Oral History Project at Columbia, focused entirely on the time that was covered by the pardon. Okay, so he'll talk about that era. It was published earlier this month. And then in May of this year, Fauci also gave the commencement address at Macalester College in Minnesota. The week after that, Fauci also sat down for an hour-long podcast, which as of this morning had 30 views and 0 likes. Yeah, people realize Fauci's a criminal. And even the Democrats were, you got Andy Kim. Like, what was that, Andy Kim? Do you love him? Do you want to make out with him? You're just a public servant. These people just are touching themselves like, we're public servants. You're a public servant. We're public servants together. We're the best people. We're the gift to America and the country. This is an extraordinary fact pattern in light of Fauci's pardon, his refusal to speak about his behavior that's all being covered by the pardon. And here's one of these interviews, episode 7 with Fauci. So he will talk. Some things will come out. He just won't talk under oath so that he can continue his lies. And he knew that there was going to be more evidence that would have been shoved back in his face, which is why he had to shut the whole thing down today. Now, here was one exchange, if you joined us late when we were covering this live, where we got to see Fauci bring in his lawyer to try to save him, to try to create this shield around him. And Rand threw him on out, saying, you are not subpoenaed to be here. You're not a witness. You're a lawyer, and we don't need to hear from you. Here was this beautiful exchange, followed by clapping by the crowd after this dude got thrown out.
But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules.
Pathetic.
That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir.
No.
Security, please remove him from the
Get him
room.
out. Get him out.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today.
And it's a weird thing if you're so innocent and you were only following the science and you did everything in a non-biased, nonpartisan way, and you were honorable and you didn't delete anything, and you got a literal stinking pardon to cover up any of the gray area, that you still need half a dozen lawyers to come in and protect your butt because you know none of that is true. So we saw that there were some other comments from some other esteemed lawyers out there. Here's Jonathan Turley. He said, Senator Rand is systematically laying out the case of Fauci's record of contradictions and duplicity. I previously noted that what was most disturbing about Fauci's record was his silence as the media and academic groups attacked scientists who raised doubts about the origin theories and the COVID measures, of course, because they were on his side. They were covering up for his actions. They were fired or removed from their positions despite being vindicated later. Fauci, who was clearly obsessed with his own fame, said nothing to defend such dissenters. Now, the new evidence shows a striking disconnect between what Fauci was saying publicly and what he was saying privately, including in his own diary entries. It also shows a disturbing level of coordination with media figures in maintaining the public narrative. And we saw many people in the media on the cables were not even covering it. Paul just noted that Fauci's assistant said that she deleted tons of records. While Fauci denied such destruction, he also noted that Fauci told his associates to delete communications after reading it. He reminded Fauci that it is a crime to destroy records. Now, Rand also delivered a haymaker. He said, it is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance that destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys it. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. The loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy of all. And I think this is true, regardless of whether or not Fauci gets prosecuted. I hope he does, and we're going to continue to advocate for it and try to find the path in order to accomplish that. For many of these people, it is about legacy. Okay, people I think don't often think too much about that. They think about, real power right here and now. They think about money and cash, or, women or fast cars or jets or dinners with Jake Tapper or whatever Fauci's into, as though that is the only deliverable, the only measurable result of their actions. I got rich. I got a big house. That's all great for them. But it's also about legacy. It's about reputation. Really, ultimately, they want their name to echo on in history. They think that they're great persons of history, great people who saved a nation. They want statues created around in Washington around them and so on. And so stuff like this shatters that. It starts to tear it down, and you can see the lying criminal just sit there and not say anything. So lots of actual reporting here on the live thread from Turley. Trump talked about this today, and he said, many more people died of COVID under Joe than under Trump. Operation Warp Speed was a spectacular success. In fact, many say one of the most successful things ever done by a president. Very Trump. Now, I overrode Fauci on this. His ideas were crazy. Also, I said from the beginning that the virus came from the Wuhan lab in China. He said it repeatedly. He said, it comes from China. And they said, Mr. President, that's racism. Fauci strongly disagreed, always trying to protect China because he was funding the funky business going on there. I inherited Fauci, who was there since the 1980s, but with each passing day, relied less and less on him. He made too many bad calls, like on masks. Remember at the beginning, he was anti-mask? Then he switched to a super masker. In any event, I didn't let him shut the country down, although he wanted to. I went the federalist way and let the governors decide, and then they all fell like dominoes. The Republican governors did a much better job than Democrats, and the Democrats. Fauci was largely taken out of play. And then came along Sleepy Joe Biden, who made Fauci the king. I called Biden to tell him Fauci was no good. Either he didn't have a clue or was it dishonest. Both. The call was received, but sadly not acted on. Biden went on to give Fauci vast destructive power. The rest is history from the president. Now, Catherine Herridge is also out. She is a journalist. You know who she is. And she was talking to somebody, she said, who is a former senior DOJ prosecutor who said there are 3 viable legal strategies to challenge the Biden pardon and whether we can prosecute Fauci. There is no easy path. We've known that, right? Pardon power is very broad, very presumptive, hard to override it. But one strategy calls for charging Fauci with a crime. We've been saying this from the very beginning. Just charge him. He can come in and defend himself and wave the pardon around and say, oh, here it is. But you can just make the charge. Either do it via a direct complaint or go to a grand jury and show, yeah, he got a pardon for this, but we think it's invalid because Joe Biden was the person who signed it with an auto pen. There's no chain of custody on that. You go to Kentucky, where a bunch of people died, go find a red state in Texas and just indict him. Then he can, and do it in a district court if you want to, do it in a federal district court so we can bring the federal pardon in to fight it. This could open the door to challenging the sweeping pardon viability in years of litigation. Now, another strategy is Congress, and I've got some laws queued up. Because Fauci has theoretically been preemptively pardoned against past and future criminal charges related to his NIH work, not new crimes. It doesn't extend indefinitely like he can go murder somebody and he's pardoned. It can be argued that Fauci has no plausible claim to the Fifth Amendment, the right against self-incrimination, because the Fifth Amendment is a protection against incriminating yourself, shall not be compelled to testify against yourself. He's not doing that right now. There's no risk of prosecution if he tells the truth. So if Fauci takes the Fifth, which he did, the committee would seek to compel his testimony. A finding of contempt could follow. I got the laws queued up. And finally, one of Fauci's closest associates has been criminally charged, David Morens, the guy we talked about. With pressure and the right incentives, he might be flipped and become a cooperating witness. I think that is all true, but it still doesn't really solve the underlying ability to prosecute Fauci. And I think they should all be prosecuted. His assistant, anybody who was in his orbit, who was deleting federal records and more, bring them in. They don't have pardons. Make them testify. They can invoke their Fifth Amendment right, but maybe they don't. And maybe they actually explain something, and then you can use that to, prosecute them or other people, and you go after Fauci's, rest of his family. Maybe he was shoveling assets off to his wife. Maybe there are tax problems going off to his kids or whatever. And you just start to J6 this thing. So this guy, of course, was indicted on multiple charges, including conspiracy and obstruction. We've read that charging document and followed up on the case. Things have been pretty quiet out there. Along with the allegations that personal email accounts were used to evade the FOIA, that could also be a motivator. Now, Morens has pleaded not guilty to all 5 criminal counts. Rick Scott raised the Morens case. And of course, we're happy to see that analysis as well. And Ann Coulter was out. She said, let's go to Kentucky. Pick any place else. Pick a state charge, right? These are federal pardons that protect against federal crimes. But what about at the state level? Where's our big Fannie Willis? Where's our Alvin Bragg? Senate Rule 26, paragraph 1 says that a committee, quote, is authorized to hold these hearings and to sit and act at such times and places during the sessions, recesses, and adjourned periods of the Senate as it sees fit. And so just go take him somewhere else and have him lie out there. Now, there was another case that came up, and you heard this from Josh Hawley. It's the Brown versus Walker case, old case, 1896. And he said, you know, you're not actually allowed to invoke the Fifth Amendment. And, you know, it's a little bit more nuanced and complex than that, because the court had this case, and it's a long one, where there was a guy who got a pardon and then they hauled him into a grand jury, right, to testify against other people. Then he invoked his Fifth Amendment right. Question here in this case is whether or not there is an incompatibility between the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, which says, quote, no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. Well, this was testimony in front of Congress. He's pardoned for any of the crimes that we're asking him about. So it's not even a criminal case. It becomes a new criminal case if it is a new lie, but that new lie is not covered by the pardon. So as it goes on, he's hauled in. He doesn't talk. And the court says, in summation, that long story short, if there is a possibility of prosecution, then you can claim the Fifth Amendment protections. And let me see if I had that one queued up. Thus, if the witness himself elects to waive the privilege, as many he may doubtless do, since the privilege is for his protection, and discloses criminal connections, he's not allowed to invoke that. Talks about statute of limitations and other things. Here you see the extent to which a witness is compelled to answer these questions as do not fix upon him a criminal culpability is within control of the legislature. And if the witness had already received a pardon, he cannot longer set up his privilege since he stands with respect to such offense as if it had never been committed. And saying, let's see, so we think that a merely remote and naked possibility out of the ordinary course of law and such as no reasonable man would be affected by should not be suffered to obstruct the administration of justice. The object of the law is no afford to a party called upon to give evidence in a proceeding, protection against being brought by means of their own evidence within the penalties of the law. But it would also be to convert a salutary protection into a means of abuse if it were to be held that a mere imaginary possibility of danger, however remote and improbable, was sufficient to justify the withholding of evidence essential to the ends of justice. All right, so Fauci will come in here and try to extrapolate provisions here from this case to say that those benefit him. But then you could say here, why would we allow you to abuse this if it's not going to be used against you? You're now going to withhold evidence essential to the ends of justice. All of the cases cited above proceed upon the idea that the prohibition against his being compelled to testify against himself presupposes a legal detriment to the witness arising from the exposure. As the object of the first 8 amendments to the Constitution was to incorporate into fundamental law certain principles of natural justice, which had become permanently fixed in the jurisprudence of the mother country, England, and construction given to those principles by the English courts, it's cogent evidence of what were designed to secure the limitations that should be put upon them. But this is but another application of that familiar rule, one where a state adopts the laws of another. We presumably adopt their constructions as well. And so is it an imaginary danger, right? Is Fauci going to lie and then be charged? He made the record, and I bet his lawyers read this case, that they're coming for him. They said that Rand says, I want him in a prison cell and all these things. And so it is going to be an interesting case that I'm sure we'll come back on at some point in time to review this case in more detail. But if he, so for example, so maybe, right, maybe the pardon immunity is not sufficient enough, I think is his argument, because the state could prosecute him. There could be a new process crime, essentially, false testimony to Congress that could then open him up to criminal liability. So while the witness is granted immunity from prosecution by the federal government, right, they say the states could come after him. And it's true the Constitution does not operate upon a witness testifying in state courts. Goes back to the first 8 amendments. And so I'm sure this will come back, but it's, you know, it's going to be a nuanced analysis. So that's Brown versus Walker. Just wanted to get a taste of that. We'll see if it comes back. But here are some other provisions that Fauci may have violated today. 2 U.S. Code, Section 192, refusal to testify or to produce papers. Every person who, having been summoned as a witness by the authority of Congress to give testimony or to Congress or any joint committee, if they willfully default or who, having appeared, refuses to answer any question pertinent to the question under inquiry, shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, published by a fine of not more than $1,000 and not less than $100, and imprisonment in a jail for not less than 1 month or not more than 12 months. All right, so that's, you know, so that's a good place to start. But it's like an obstruction type of law. So Fauci definitely did that. His argument would be, I did that under color of a privilege, but that was the same argument that Steve Bannon made. That was the same argument that Peter Navarro made, and they went to prison. Here's another one, obstruction, which we were screaming from the moment that he said it, that he was not going to testify. Whoever with intent to avoid, evade, or prevent or obstruct compliance with any civil investigative demand willfully withholds, misrepresents, removes from any place, conceals, or more the subject of the demand, or whoever threatens or influences or tries to obstruct the proper administration of the law that's being conducted by Congress shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 5 years, like that one better, or if the offense involves international terrorism, imprisoned not more than 8. So maybe 18 U.S. Code, Section 1505, or maybe 1635 under 28 U.S. Code. We've got the U.S. District Court shall have jurisdiction over a civil lawsuit. We now just sue Fauci civilly. They can secure a declaratory judgment concerning the validity of or to prevent a threat and refusal of compliance with a subpoena. We can go ask the court to declare that they can secure the production of the documents or conduct an interrogatory to sit him down or make him answer these questions. You send him a list of questions, he responds. This section shall not apply to an action to enforce other things like executive branch officials if it's based on a personal privilege or objection that is not based on a governmental privilege or objection to the assertion of which has been authorized by the executive branch or the federal government. So he may say a pardon fits into that. So upon application by the Senate or any committee, this goes over to court. The court shall issue an order to this other person refusing to come in here, and a contempt proceeding shall be commenced by an order to show cause. You've been ordered to do this thing. Now you're not doing it. The purpose of the sanctions imposed as a result of this hearing will be to compel obedience to the order of the court. And in any proceeding, we can have a bunch of arguments that will be made. And the courts can decide on the validity of the subpoena and whether or not there is actual contempt here. So that may be another avenue that they can pursue. And then lastly, tampering with a witness or informant. I don't think this one is going to fit because he didn't really kill anybody. But under subsection B, maybe whoever knowingly corruptly persuades another person or engages in misconduct, probably not there. So probably not going to see anything under this section 1512. But we saw that used a lot back during the J6 saga. So those are some possibilities, and I think that what we're hearing from Rand is that he is interested in pursuing this. And the reason being is because people are just sick of Fauci, and they know what he's done, and they know that he's a liar. And so here was one of the highlights of the hearing when Fauci, even if he doesn't get prosecuted, is going to have this statement reverberate through his corrupt skull hopefully for the rest of his life. Here is a little content warning on the F-bomb.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
Nice.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did. You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace.
Who the F do you think you were for doing that to us? That was very therapeutic and satisfying, no question about it. Something we'd all like to say to Fauci right to his face. And it happened on C-SPAN on national TV. So that was good, and it helps destroy his legacy. But what's coming next, as Rand Paul mentioned, is we're going to have a contempt vote. And so they'll probably be keying off on one of these statutes. We'll take a look ultimately at what gets voted on next week. But they'll pursue contempt and say that he was obstructing Congress. He was pardoned. He refused to testify about the content of the pardon. He invoked his Fifth Amendment, which protects against self-incrimination, but there would be no self-incrimination if he would just be honest about it. And other people had been brought into Congress, ordered to testify, invoked other privileges. They were overruled by Congress, and then they got prosecuted and they went to prison. So hopefully that happens here. But here's Rand closing it out and saying, we're not done with you yet, Fauci.
Let's be clear today, what we've seen. I really did want to hear from Dr. Fauci. I wanted to hear perhaps an apology, perhaps some semblance of being sorry for what happened or that judgment errors were made. We didn't hear any of that. But he was subpoenaed here to testify, refused to answer any questions, even after being directed by the chair and being advised of the law requiring him to do so. He has cited a privilege that is unsupported because of his blanket pardon and because he waived the privilege by testifying at the start. I'm going to give you one more opportunity to comply with the law, limited to the period of your pardon. At any point between January 1st, 2014 and January 19th, 2025, did you destroy any federal record or tell anyone else to?
Under the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Given that you have a unlimited presidential pardon, what is your specific objection that you are making?
Legal record right now.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
My question was limited to the period of your pardon only. I find your objection unsupported and direct you to answer the question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Because you refuse to answer, citing a privilege that is unsupported because of your pardon, and after being denied to do so, this committee has scheduled a vote next week on a resolution certifying your contempt.
Perfect. They've anchored in the foundation. Same pattern in practice that we saw with Bannon and Navarro, and those two went to prison for that. So hopefully this also continues to develop. We'll take a look at the resolution when that drops. We'll very likely be here to cover the hearing when they sit down and have their contempt vote. But Fauci absolutely damaged his reputation and his legacy, which may be the most valuable thing of all. We know this is a lot of cope arguments can come back the other way. We'd all like to see him in prison for the death of many, many people. But his legacy was so critically important to him that he wrote about it in his diary every day. Oh, someone likes me. Someone thinks I'm great and amazing. And it just got shattered in a way that we had not seen before today badly. And so we're going to keep our eye on this one, and we'll, of course, watch the evidence continue to come out. But the really pathetic, cowardly lack of integrity that we saw on display today is a pattern and practice that has been covered up by the people in the media, by the Democrat Party. They sat there and they glazed him all day as though they didn't get impacted by COVID, that they didn't actually suffer any of consequences that we discussed from Fauci and his actions. They were just lapping him up because he's a public servant and maybe they got some Pfizer money coming in. But it was a disgusting display. Fortunately, we have the truth coming out. Rand is on it. We're grateful to his efforts over these years, Ron Johnson and many of the others. But Fauci and his pardon, they're not done yet. We're going to keep our eye on this one. Thanks for joining, as we do. All right. And so, friends, it has been a heck of a stream today. Woo! And the cables have basically moved on from the story, so not a surprise over there. But I saw some great comments and donations and memberships and more come in. Would love to see what you guys think about this. And so let's talk and see what you have as a reaction. And we got some really nice donations. Hey, thank you guys, man. These are great. Oh, it's little Fauci. Dr. Fauci. He's going to have a real nice diary entry this evening, isn't it? He's going to be so mad in that diary entry. Rand Paul was so mean to me. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I had to plead the fifth because whatever. It's going to be pathetic. So we got a lot of interest in what's going to be happening very soon. Hey, B. Hazify. What's up, B. Hazify in the house? Thank you for becoming a member. Susan Alley, 5 months as a member. Hey, convict this creep. He deserves it. We're trying to figure out how. We're trying to find a way. Obstruction, contempt, state charges, civil declaration to force his testimony to come out, invalidation of Joe Biden's pardon, waiver of the Fifth Amendment privilege because of his opening statement. What can we do? But we're looking into it. So thank you, Susan Alley. Hopefully we get something good. Hey, Michelle Parsons, what's up? If we don't discover the mistakes of the past, we will only repeat those mistakes in the future. Yeah, and how rich was that? Listening to the Democrats today on the committee saying we have to focus on these other things. We have to focus on cyclospora or measles or whatever. Let's just move forward and not look back. It's like, are you guys idiots? What if Fauci caused cyclospora or whatever it's called? What if he caused and engineered this or engineered that? Don't you need to go back and make sure you clean house from the people who are actually the ones creating all of this? And then the ones who are getting rich. And then when the investigation needs to happen, they investigate themselves. They send the guy, Peter Daszak from EcoHealth Alliance, to join the World Health Organization and to go help investigate how this all happened. Meanwhile, he's like, we made it in a lab. We got paid by Fauci to go do this. It was honestly pathetic. Like, these people are just following talking points when I guarantee you, there were Democrats up on that committee that lost people, that lost loved ones, that had somebody in their lives who got really sick and died. And Fauci did a great job. He's like, he killed your family. Do you understand that? No, he was trying to fix it. Okay, because you're not looking back before that when he was creating it and then lying about it and then covering up the truth about it. Maybe there would have been a different response if he would have been honest about where it came from. But he wasn't. He got rich. His pharma bros got rich, and a lot of people died. Hey, Voice, I listened to entire hearings to hear what they can tell you, and the argument against. Dem arguments for years have been pathetic. Yeah, they normally are, but I mean, sometimes Fetterman's was good. Fetterman said, you guys kind of came out and smeared everybody. You said that we were all conspiracy theorists, even though it was more likely that it came from a lab than from a natural cause. And you came and attacked everybody about it. So there was like one sane Democrat on the entire panel. The rest of them, like Kim was embarrassing. He should have just gotten out his pom-poms and put on a tutu and then started to prance around Fauci. Literally, that's a bad image. Thank you, voice. Hey, Danny Murphy, Dumma Rats in the house. Good to see you, Danny Murphy. Thank you for the donation. And that's exactly right. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Hey, what's up? Biology always wins. Great to see you. We got 5 new members coming in the house. What's up, Biology? Thank you. Ava Angel in the house. We got Septonite. What's up, Alpha Omega? Welcome. John MNW. We got Diddy Moose in the house. Courtesy of Biology always wins. Amazing to see you do that. Hey, Good Logic's in the house, man. What's up? Joe, right next door. Good Logic in the house. Good to see you, Joe. We got to do something together soon, my man. Saw you on Tim Pool. It was great. So super cool. All right, so we'll come back to Joe's comment. Thank you for bringing in some new members. Biology, you rock. Kyrenius, what's up? How does this loser have Fifth Amendment rights? He's testifying about stuff he was pardoned for, so he should not be permitted to plead the Fifth. I think that's exactly right. His argument, so that's what essentially what Rand Paul is saying. Okay, as long as he's truthful and doesn't commit a new crime, which everybody expects him to do, unless he's knowing, like, in other words, the fact that he's invoking means he can't actually be truthful. And he knows he's going to get caught in a lie, which is going to be a new crime. So it's like, you know, indicating that there will be a crime committed if he answers anything or tries to be consistent with his prior statements. But yeah, he's pardoned for all of that other stuff, destroying documents, saying one thing, doing another, putting people in charge to suppress the truth, overriding other people. Like all of that, you might say is some other crime, but he can't be charged for that. So Rand's argument is that since it is not in a criminal case, since he's not being compelled to testify against himself to something that would lead to criminal charges, presuming he's truthful, that he doesn't have the right to invoke at all and has to answer, which is why obstruction is appropriate, or contempt, just like Bannon or Navarro. Their privilege was not valid under executive privilege. That's why they went to jail. It got overruled. Rand Paul just overruled it, and it's game over. Fauci will say, I am under political retribution, so anything I say, they're going to find, some other prior statement. They're going to say that the new statement is inconsistent with the old statement, therefore it's a lie, and they'll hit me with a new crime under 18 U.S. Code, Section 1001, right? False testimony to Congress or to the government. So it will be a new crime. That's going to expose him to liability. So now he's invoking to prevent against future charges. And additionally, that anything he says might lead to state charges. And so there's other still extenuating criminal liability. So he should not be permitted to plead the Fifth. So we'll see. A lot of it's going to be litigated. And we'll, of course, see. Weekend in Vegas is here. What's up, Weekend in Vegas? Can Senate get a federal court to compel him to answer the questions later? Yeah, and I think we just saw that here under this one. We've got 28 U.S. Code, Senate actions. They can go over to D.C. D.C.'s got original jurisdiction. They could have a declaratory judgment concerning the validity of or to prevent a threat and refusal or failure to comply with any subpoena. So they can go over to court, get a subpoena, get a declaratory judgment, force Fauci to come back in and give more testimony. Hey, Mosheg in the house. What's up, Mosheg? Says guilty as sin. Yeah, which is why he's not saying anything. He's invoking because he knows he's going to get caught in a lie. His prior testimony was not consistent or accurate. They've got a bunch more evidence now that they can impeach him on. All of his prior statements they could impeach him on. So unless he comes out and admits the truth, then he'll be in big trouble. Now, Darla, hey, we got some new members. What's up? More here. And do we have some naughty people in the chat today? What's going on? More here. What's up? Darla Shannon in the house. We got Fubar Revolt. We got Kim Schultz. God-fearing Scrapey Scruffian is in the house. The actual Finn. Camilani. What's up? Laura. We got Two Rope, Piano Dean, and Heavy Metal Fan. All gifted members courtesy of More Here, bringing in even more here. What a lovely day. Thank you, More Here, for bringing in some new members. Hey, Triggered Harambe, what's up? I thought if you had a pardon, you lost your Fifth. Yeah, arguably, that's what the Brown versus Walker case said. What was that called? Yeah, Brown versus Walker. But if I was skimming through this case during the testimony today, and there was one line I couldn't find, but it's more like a complete and total limitation on prosecution. So if there's other, you even saw it in this case, the idea is if there's an opening to have a state level criminal prosecution, or there's a prospect of a new crime, you don't have to incriminate yourself. That's why you get pulled over. If you had anything to drink, probably not a good idea to say, yeah, I had 10 beers. You can just say, not going to answer those questions, right? I'm going to essentially invoke, not answer those questions. What's the reason, you leave it at that, right? You just say, are you giving me a citation? And let me be on my way. Judge say, never going to jail for a DUI. But you don't have to help them actually incriminate you. So Fauci will make the argument that he did not lose it. Rand will make the argument that he did, of course. And so we'll see how it fleshes out. What's up? Zoltan Physiques, man. Thank you, Zoltan, for this big fat dono. Amazing. The greatest lie ever told, AKA the vid, is the single greatest conspiracy to defraud that has ever been committed. Everyone from leadership at Pfizer, NIH, NIAID, Wuhan, CDC, HHS needs to be brought under conspiracy charges and give us justice. And yeah, I mean, I think it was the biggest active conspiracy. I'm trying to think of a bigger one in my life. Like some people might point to 9/11 or something like that, or, the war on terror, stuff like that. But this was, at least like domestically, and I'm not saying I agree with all of those, conspiracy theories, but or not conspiracy theories, but this was a full-blown domestic weaponization of our government against us. Under those other things, like we weren't locked down in our homes because of terrorists. We were not mandated by certain entities to put something into your body as a result of anything else that went down, in our life because of Osama bin Laden or something. People, I was a defense lawyer. I was practicing criminal defense law at the time. We had police show up at my gym, show up at my barber. I had people calling me, Rob, there's the police at my business right now saying I have to stop cutting hair. I have to kick people out of this CrossFit gym. And it was like, a full-blown attack on every facet of your life. Then you had to put the mask on. Kids got abused. You had to inject something into your body if it was required for your job. People, this whole show came out of COVID. I didn't know what to do. Our business was getting obliterated and everything was changing. I saw a bunch of criminal defense lawyers just like abandoning ship, saying we have to lock down, we have to close the courts. I'm thinking, what are you talking about? For what? We've got clients. Like our clients have constitutional rights. They don't have to just sit there in jail because you're too scared to go down to the court and have the case processed. And it was honestly pathetic. So I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of professional reputation, which turns out I didn't care about it at all. And I had people that were like mentors to me who reached out to me and said, you're wrecking your reputation by talking out against this stuff. The amount of pressure, and I don't want a woe is me story, but we then, in addition to that, lost people. We actually lost people who were very close to us, and many people got sick. Many people then took the jabs and have a long fallout consequence of it that they're still dealing with. And then we're all brainwashed into thinking that it was all normal. The government did a great job, even though we had maybe the worst outcomes on the planet, and that it came naturally from a pangolin in a wet market or something. And then therefore, all of our alternative ideas after we're censored and abused and fired and licenses attacked and more, just sit there and eat it. And then we get into a hearing like today, and one half of the party, one half of the country, half the people on the panel were sitting up there just essentially saying Fauci's amazing, glazing him, just slobbering over every single inch of his body like Andy Kim was, who is really a pathetic person. Zoltan, thank you for the very nice donation, my man. We appreciate you. I think it's right. And it destroyed faith in the institutions. CDC, how many people are going to start taking vaccines again? Anyone going to go take another one? Oh yeah, this one's good for you. All right. Yeah, sure. And it's really, I think, extended beyond that. It's gone into now you ask about essentially everything, like elections and stuff. Like COVID had an impact in trust in elections. And why shouldn't it? if the CDC and all of our military grade response that we've spent trillions of dollars on over the years to create a solution to a new emerging pandemic and all of this research and everything, turns out we caused it, and then we get lied to about it, why would you have faith in any institution? Truthfully, a DOJ, FBI, CIA, CDC, pick one. No, they're honest. It was only this one that was bad. Yeah, right. All right, so thank you, Zoltan. Hey, Michael Stetson, what's up? ACA, the Affordable Care Act, equals the Unaffordable Wealth Transfer Tax. 38 months. Thank you, Michael. 100% right. Yeah, and why do they keep complaining about actual health care? I thought Obama solved this. They were going to create a mandatory reason that you had to go buy this health care. Supreme Court said it was valid. Thank you to John Roberts. And then it was going to make sure that it would lower costs for everybody. Turns out it didn't do that. You needed to subsidize it to the tune of billions of dollars every year. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So if the subsidies don't work, then does the program work? And I thought Obama fixed this. We have to fix healthcare again? That was like not long ago in political times. Hey, thank you, Danny. Your comments are spot on. Thank you, Danny. I try not to talk too much about them or to talk over them sometimes, but sometimes I just can't help it, you know. Hey, Zoltan, another one. Zoltan, man, thank you so much for the generosity today. Really nice of you to do that. We're grateful. U.S. versus Throckmorton says fraud vitiates everything regarding contracts. The immunity agreements are null and void in cases of fraud. Not one single actor involved should go with a single night of restful sleep. They knowingly defrauded the world regarding efficacy and safety. Yeah, I think that's true too. Yeah, in causing the problem, they were fraudulent. In explaining the truth and the reality about the problem, it was all a scam. Okay, and by the way, I think people would have reacted differently. If they would have come out and said, yeah, no, this was like a bioweapon that the CIA and Fauci and these people engineered in conjunction with the Chinese, I think people would have treated it a little bit differently. And they knew it, okay? They all knew it. That's why it was different than other pandemics. And we've said this point many times. We've already had H1N1. We've already had the swine flu. We've already had all of these other pandemics my entire life. You wake up every year, there's something new going on in some place around the world. Okay, this was different. There was a military type whole of government response. We joke Trump went in orange to a meeting, came out white as a ghost, because even he's like, holy crap, this is not good. And you could see the demeanor change, right? Before the March national emergency declaration, he was out repeatedly saying, relax, okay, it's nothing, get back to work, you know, it's just a little cold, chill out. Then something happened, and I don't know what he got told, but then he came out and he's like, all right, we got to lock the whole stinking country down. Because they realized, like, this is not what they said it was. And then while they're going through the mRNA stuff, there's internal debate about this. There's Christian Anderson. We just looked at his comments earlier where he said specifically that he had doubts about the mRNA stuff and that he had another platform that he thought was more reliable, and they just shoved it through and they made people test it. And if you didn't get it, you were going to be killing somebody. You're killing grandma. You're killing an autistic kid. My kid has a disability and can't get the jab. Therefore, everyone else has to get the jab. And it wrecked people's lives. It has made many permanently sick and unwell as a result of it. Stole years of lives from our kids. And they went after anybody who dissented. We got censored many times, 2 or 3 times on YouTube. Videos struck down that were accurate, that were literally accurate, but we got medical misinformation. And who's been responsible for it? Where are all the doctors and the pharmacists and the people who are out there? Oh yeah, come into Walgreens and get your 4th booster. No liability for them at all. All the professors, all the censors, the entire establishment, they were all in on it. And almost even people like close to me that I still talk to, COVID ruined a lot of relationships for me, a lot. And I'm fine with it because I didn't want to be friends with a person of such weak spine. But, you know, even some people who kind of went like temporarily crazy, who I still talk to and we're still close with, it's like they don't even look back on it and be like, oh, okay, you know, that was kind of an overreaction. Has anyone admitted maybe we overreacted? Maybe the people standing outside the grocery stores that were armed up in, you know, biohazard suits, spraying around multiple times over to get sprayed down with all of the disinfectant, I would sit there in my car and say, what are these freaking lunatics doing over there? What are they doing? And the whole world had gone crazy. So anyway, Zoltan, thank you for that. It is fraudulent. And honestly, I think they're still patting themselves on the back. We didn't know. We were trying our best. No, you did know. You were censoring dissent. You were acting under the cover of science, suppressing any actual science or alternative theories. And you did that in a way that was filled with malfeasance and just downright aggression and opposition towards anyone who was having a real conversation. And so they should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you, Zoltan, man. Really appreciate the fat donations today. You're amazing. Mosheg, what's up? Hey, I agree with the dangers of the flu jab and stopped taking it when I nearly couldn't walk afterwards. Yeah, and I think that experience is going to continue on, Mosheg. I think a lot of people are going to have a kind of a second look at a lot of these things that they promise you. Oh, this is good for you. Just take it. Why? The government says so. Okay. If the government says so, then yeah, maybe we should go the opposite direction. Zoltan, exactly. The emails prove that they knew. Exactly right. Yeah, the basis of fraud is knowingly. Exactly right. They knew. They had doubts. They were talking about it, but then they went out and they sold it because they needed to really pump those numbers off the shelf. And make sure that Moderna and Pfizer, where's all the financial investigations too? Who was dumping money into Pfizer and Moderna and who got fat and rich off of that? Those stocks have come back down to earth, but they were exploding back at the time. Who went and bought a bunch of Moderna and Pfizer days before it became a mandate at the federal government? How much money did they make? Michelle, remember the Anthony Fauci prayer saint devotional candles? It was disgusting how he had one behind him. He had a prayer candle behind him on his bookshelf. It was disgusting how they tried to incorporate religion into COVID, human-made virus. He is nothing but evil. They had Fauci's disgusting face in the front of seals, like presidential seals. So he would have the biblical halo around his head, like Saint Fauci. They were doing dances to him. They were singing songs to him. They had kids, prancing around, talking about the science. The whole thing was just a massive operation. And turns out that guy, caused it largely. So Shiloh, what's up? Hey, good to see you, Shiloh. Thank you for being here, Shiloh, for 10 months. You're amazing. That's a baby +1. And Shiloh says, good morning, watchers. It's great to see you, Shiloh. Thank you for being here. Hey, Canton Hag. Hey, they never used the Mercy ships in New York because Trump sent them. That's how the nursing homes got filled with COVID under Cuomo. Yeah, remember Cuomo? Remember these people? They're saying, we're going to give you a hamburger and French fries. Here, go put this into your body. We'll give you some French fries. You little peasant. Oh, you're hungry? You want a free Big Mac? Here, go, wreck your life. And then people did it. Thank you for covering all the cover-ups and watching the watchers, Rob. Thank you, Canton. It's a real honor. It's so incredible that, people care as much or even more than I do. I felt like back during COVID, we were just alone, isolated, we were in a bizarro land. We kept seeing what was happening in reality, but everybody was like, you're crazy. You don't know what you're doing. I remember having conversations with people. They would look at me like I was insane. People that I knew for a long time, they would look at me like this, what are you saying? And I would say what I'm saying now, and they would just say, like I was a serial murderer or something. They couldn't even fathom what was happening. And, it was very isolating and very alone. And so fortunately, we got to meet many of you, and we've been on this since the beginning. And so thank you, Kat. It's been a real honor. Yeah. Hey, old Coach Crane. McCarthy was no hero, Rob. One time you spoke too fast. Well, maybe hero was a little overgenerous, but anybody who fights the communists and fights them aggressively, is on the right side of the ledger. McCarthy had his problems, no doubt about it, but who had bigger problems? Communists. And he was right, by the way. We have another communist problem in America. We have to be vigilant against this cause. McCarthy had his own scandals and other things, but many people would argue those were just seeded by the communists. So, anyways, that's a fun comment. But, you know, we kind of do need somebody to root out the communists. So, you know, so shout out to McCarthy for that. What's up? Hey, Quirinius, Dr. Fauci, what's the time right now? On advice of counsel, I declined to answer due to the Fifth Amendment rights. Bruh, what a waste of space from Quirinius in the House. Yeah, and we heard that 111 times, which is a strange thing to do if you are only just communicating the science, right? It's like communicating reality. According to them, like science is just what it is. There's no alternative interpretation. It's like math, 2 + 2 = 4. You just explain it and the mechanics speak for themselves. But he couldn't do that because, of course, the whole thing was politicized and propagandized and covering up crimes. So thank you, Quirinius. What's up, voice? This was a biological warfare on the citizens, and it was orchestrated by Fauci. He gave an oath, revoke the autopsy pardons, and charge Fauci now. Yeah, the autopsy pardons, like maybe the auto pen pardons. Well, I think Trump has done that, right? Didn't Trump issue an executive order that said all Biden auto pen actions are invalid? And we've been very excited about that because maybe that means Ketanji can, you know, get thrown off the Supreme Court. But you need the DOJ to charge. Like if Trump's DOJ charges Fauci, that's a pretty good indicator that they don't think the pardon is valid. But I doubt that they're going to do that. I mean, not to be black-pilled on that. I hope they do, but maybe the reason they haven't is because of the pardon. And then they hit him with a federal indictment and they, you know, communicate the indictment to the grand jury and explain, this is exculpatory, this might immunize him, but they hit him anyways. Bring him in, he can offer it as a defense, but I just have my doubt that the DOJ will do it. We need a big Fanny on the right is really what we need. Who's our AG Fanny, who's actually not sleeping with their staff? Hey, Columbus, Pixel Hacker. Have there been other countries that have requested extradition of Fauci for his crimes? This would get around the pardon. Yeah, I mean, I think other countries could do it. What would be the criminal nexus between Fauci and these other countries? Like, could China charge him for funding a dangerous thing? Sure. Like, I think China could kind of charge anybody for anything, and they regularly do. But who else could charge him? Like, was he in the jurisdiction of the British? They're not going to charge him. They were slobbering over him as much as anybody. Where would you go? You know, like, I think there's been some other like warrants for like Bill Gates, but Bill Gates went in there and had a direct nexus to the conduct. Fauci's got some distance from those other things. Like he's a couple steps removed from the actual creation of the mRNA. According to him, right? So so say people in Uganda or something, right? They say, you poisoned a bunch of our people. We're going to charge you. We bought your drug based on Fauci's endorsement of the drug. And then now we're going to prosecute you for that. Like, I'm not a Ugandan lawyer, but I would imagine that they could come up with something. But how do they enforce it? How do they establish jurisdiction? How do they get him? You know, is the United States going to extradite him over there? But I'm for it. Yeah, I mean, I think that he caused a lot of damage around the world, the entire world. If he was not engaged in this type of gain of function research or whatever they were doing over there, arguably this would never have happened and millions of additional people would be alive today and millions of people would have much better health than they currently do. So we'll see. Voice, hey, listen to more hearings in full and you will understand the problem completely. Who's actually doing their jobs and who's in it for the fame and money? Yeah, well, I think we've got a pretty good understanding. The reason we generally don't listen to them all in full is because they're just so annoying. Like, how many times can you listen to Andy Kim just sit there and he just said public servant. How many times did he say public servant? Almost like he had no statement even prepared. Public servant, we're all amazing. And the public servants are now under attack because of Trump and blah, blah, blah. It's honestly pathetic. I'd be like, I mean, if that guy was like in my company or something, I'm like, dude, what are you saying right now? You sound ridiculous. And you're just glazing yourself. It'd be like me here, be like me here coming and saying every day about how amazing lawyers are. Or I bring a lawyer on the show, as we've done, and I just say, you're so incredible for everything you've done, and we love you, and You're a hero. Thank you for being a lawyer for 50 years. I mean, I've given some accolades to people like Jeff Clark. I'm like, damn, man, I appreciate your work. You've done this, and the other. Great job. But like glazing over and over, and then by proxy glazing yourself. I don't know. Whole thing was like really grotesque. Michelle, the fact this man wasn't stopped sooner is the real tragedy. There has been immense controversy over his actions and conduct since the AIDS crisis. Yeah, and bad allegations about that. This has been going on for a long time. And for them, that's actually a level up. Oh, he's been doing it for 50 years. So by virtue of that length of time, that means that he's good. You see this a lot with lawyers too. Like you see these lawyers, they're like, I've been practicing for 40 years. Like, okay, so you've been sucking at your job for 40 years. That's great. You're terrible. You're a terrible lawyer. You're an idiot. You don't know what's going on. But I've been doing it for 40 years. They put it on their website. 4 decades of experience. Okay, great. And I've met many of them. Like, what? Anyways, you leave it there. So he's been doing it for a while. Good to see you, Michelle. Thank you for the comment. Craig Dantuan, what's up? Hey, public servants being bastardized. Oh, you mean like ICE? Yeah, no, not those public servants, okay? Those are not the public servants we're talking about. The only public servants we care about are the people that enable the Democratic Party or the USAID bureaucrats who enable the Democratic Party. They're public servants. Now Trump's lawyers are all weaponized DOJ people. ICE agents are fascists and so on. Thank you, Craig. Great comment. Only the right public servants. Hey, Bill Dozer, if the only result of this hearing is sound bites and zingers, what kind of country do we really have? Accountability has to be present for these psychopaths. These elites aren't gods. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Bill Dozer. I am with you on that. Biden should be also forever shamed for doing what he did, for pardoning Fauci. And if it was only COVID problems, why did he pardon him going all the way back to 2014? What was that about? January 1, 2014? What's going on over there? So it's a massive cover up, and the Democrats are responsible for it. This is Joe Biden's fake name on it, and they did it to really because Fauci delivered them a big win. Fauci made sure the economy came crashing down. He made sure that he could act as a cudgel against the president and really wreck all of 2020. Although, the lockdowns and those things were only for law-abiding citizens. If you wanted to go protest for George Floyd, you could go out there and apparently you would not catch COVID. So ultimately, this should be, hung around their necks like the albatross from the Mariner's poem. And they should carry it around with them everywhere they go. And everybody should never let them forget about it. And I agree, I'd like to see prison, but at least their legacy, which is a big part of what they want. Fauci really cares about his legacy, no doubt. He needs to never live this down. And now that we saw that he's too cowardly to even answer simple questions about what he did, I think it helps answer that he's not honest, lacks integrity, is a criminal. Otherwise, he could have just simply explained himself. Michelle, if Fauci had been doing, quote, a public service, he wouldn't have had opposing voices shut down. Fauci destroyed science. Yes, like literally science, right? The scientific method is you have a hypothesis, you test it. Evidence that supports you is in favor of your hypothesis. Evidence that doesn't is against. If your hypothesis and your testing leads to a conclusion that confirms your hypothesis, then you may have a good result. You have a working theory now. But if you don't, if there's other evidence that undermines that, then you got to go back and revise your hypothesis. And it's not final. It isn't like math because there's always some other permutations that could adjust the conclusion. But they perverted it. They just said that everything is the science. He is the science. If you doubt or dissent, you're anti-science. I am the science. It was very cultish, very brainwashed, and a huge portion of this country got bumped into it. Hey, Super Buff Shaft, what's up, Super Buff on Rumble? Rob, thanks for streaming this. Saw the interview with Dr. Johnson. She was amazing. She came on. She was the Georgia former state election board vice chair. Awesome interview. Brilliant woman. Please do one with Jovan Pulitzer on Rumble, who helped to do the AZ state audit. He has tons more info on that will make people sick. It would be good to talk to him. I remember covering his work back at the time, and he was running circles around many of these state representatives. He's like, no, you're an idiot. Let me explain. I was like, damn, this dude is savage. So it'd be good to talk to him. I'm glad that he's still out there. Thank you for the suggestion, Super Buff Shaft. And yeah, I'm sure he's got a lot of details. So thank you for that, Super Buff. Great to have you. Hey, Bill Dozer, I think Fauci deserves to be treated the same way that he treated the Beagles. And if you remember that story, he wasn't taking them for long walks at the park. And yeah, that's kind of what Hammurabi's code. So thank you, Bill Dozer, for that one. Buffalo Betsy, I snuck IVM to many people too, Rob. Thousands of tablets ordered and given away. Thank God for Indian pharmacies that don't require a prescription, from Buffalo Betsy. What we found, so my brother Joey got really sick. You guys know Joey. He's got Down syndrome. He was in the hospital for 43 days, if I think I remember that right. Almost died multiple times. My mom saved his life. Mom went into the hospital with him. It was brutal. Hardest time of my whole life. My other brother had just died. Eric died in 2016. And I thought, I'm going to lose my other brother, my only remaining brother, Joey. And I'm going to have my mom also get taken from COVID. She was in there with him for 40 plus days. And we couldn't see him. I was dropping off food every day. I just bring over some food. Joey really likes, fast food. So we bring over some food. And every day, just dropping off food, dropping off supplies and stuff like that. And I literally smuggled in ivermectin and a bunch of other things. We had a naturopath, a woman who I knew, who I called. I said, hey, I need to get like the actual COVID response to this. And she just like put together this whole thing. So we went to this compounding pharmacy. I got all of this stuff, like this big thing. And I just essentially smuggled it in. And I put it in like cough drops, like a big fat cough drops bag, kind of just put it at the bottom of that, put it in fast food bags, and just kind of dropped it off. I think we did it in a couple of batches, and just kind of kept re-upping it. And then we drop it off at the front desk in the hospital. They wouldn't even let us see them. Then they'd run it up there, and everybody was doing this, so like they weren't checking, everything was just going in there. And then my mom was taking it, so Joey was under care. They said he was going to die 3 times, I think. He ended up having he was on a BiPAP, CPAP machine. They were inflating his lungs with this thing. Fortunately, because he's got Down syndrome, his nasal passages were too small for the ventilator. That probably would have killed him, so they couldn't do that. And then his lungs actually exploded. And so they had to put I forget what they're called right now, but the basically tubes in his chest and then suck the air out. Anyways, Joey made it, and it was such a fight. And like everybody in that hospital was incredible. Like they really worked hard and kept him alive for over 40 something days. My mom also got sick. Like as soon as Joey started to turn the corner, then my mom got sick. They admitted her, and it was great. Yeah, I don't think it's a felony to smuggle those drugs in, but I did it, all right, and they're alive. And my mom thinks it was because of that. It was a brutal time. My mom said she starts taking the ivermectin, it starts working. They're called chest tubes. Okay, I got it right, the chest tubes. Yeah, so he had them in there. They're sucking the oxygen now because his lungs punctured. Horrific time. I was so out of sorts. I mean, I don't think I'd ever been as like depressed and upset as I was during those days. It was very, very difficult. And I know I'm not alone. Like I have like trauma from that, I'm sure, because of that. Every day I'm like, they're going to die. Every day they're going to die. Drop stuff off at the hospital. Terrible. But I know you guys went through that too, man. And so this is why it stings so bad. This is why we want justice. I'll never forget what they did, and I'll never forget their response. And I'll never, ever let it go until I drop dead. So thank you for that. Kat Arado, good to see you, man. Thank you for the nice donation. This is the face of evil. And he sat there and he just refused to answer anything. And like a coward and a backstabbing criminal, doesn't want to be honest about what he had done. Hey, Kyrenius in the house. Hey, 17 months as a member. Josh Hawley crushed it today. What color's the floor? What color's your tie? What color's the whatever? Josh Hawley for POTUS 2028 in the house. 17 months as a member, almost 2 full babies. Thank you for that. Kyrenius X in the house. Hey, and good to have you here. Thank you for being here for so long. Biology. Watching Josh and the criminal Fauci was so good. Watching Josh and the criminal Fauci was so good. It was good. And Fauci didn't like that. He started to look a little bit uncomfortable. He wants to talk back. He wants to explain these people and respond, but he just can't do it. Hey, B-Job Secure watching on Rumble. Amazing. Fetterman is in a suit today for the Fauci hearing. I saw that. Yeah, he got all dressed up. And I don't know what that was for. I thought he only did that for like Zelensky and Bibi. He did it for Fauci too. That's pretty something. So SD Gold Star Mom, hey, Anons were right. We keep holding the line. Where we go one, we go all. Good to see you, SD. Yeah, the internet was ahead of the game on this for a very long time. So yeah. Maybe they'll charge me with ivermectin trafficking or something. Maybe the statute of limitations is expired on that one. But the fact is, like, we all had to do what we needed to do to save our families. And so it was just a sick time. And yeah, fortunately, they're alive. So that's all that matters. Whatever they want to do. SD, thank you for that. Hey, Michelle, old people in positions of power are puppets and their death is inevitable. Well, that is true. Yeah, many of them are. Elders do not belong in these positions, says Michelle. Dying old people will never be held accountable for their actions. Yeah, I think that's in some ways true, unfortunately. You know, there is the kind of a natural order and a natural justice. Eventually, like, nobody's living forever. So eventually your time will come. And then I do personally believe in a spiritual sense of justice. There's an aftermath that we're all going to have to reckon with. At the conclusion of our time on this earthly plane, our souls will emerge and continue on into the spiritual realm. And there will be rewards and penalties based on your conduct here. And I believe that in my heart. I think that that's a real thing in reality. And so some people will be rewarded for their behavior. Some people will be given grace in the afterlife. Others will not. Others will suffer in eternity. And so Fauci may be going there, especially if he cannot reconcile and be honest about what he's done. So this natural justice will also come as well. And the energy and the crimes and the abuse and the theft of life that he stole from other people will follow him around forever. Thank you, Biology. Bringing in more members, man. Thank you, Biology. Look at this. We've got 10 more friends coming in. What's up? UNRDD, welcome. G White, what's up? Loving Life. B Twix, we got Michael Childress. Teresa Staley, what's up? Two-Fisted Betty is here. Objective Perspective, we got Evo9 in the house. And Biology, thank you for bringing in new friends. You're amazing. We appreciate you. Hey, B-Job Secure, what will happen to Fauci after this hearing? So as Rand said, they're going to have a vote on contempt next week. I would imagine his lawyers are going to be sending a bunch of letters in. If he is voted to be held in contempt, then that will be a criminal referral over to Congress. I'm sorry, over to the DOJ. So then the DOJ, I mean, probably not much currently, but a lot of it's going to depend on what comes next. But Fauci, I don't know, maybe he'll go home and call Jake Tapper. Hey, Cliff. Rob, the lockdown and the virus itself were aimed at taking down the economy in 2020 and preventing Trump from winning the second term. Yeah, and to also like stop the rallies, right? Stop the energy. And I remember, man, our business was booming back at the end of the first Trump term. We were growing like crazy. Then all of a sudden, you know, there's a lot of economic activity. Things were looking good. And then all of a sudden it comes crashing down. And I know many people felt that. I talked to many people. We used to have Zoom meetings here with our Watcher fam, and it was the same type of thing. Complicit were the Chinese communists, Fauci, and some Democrats like Obama and the deep state actors, in my opinion. My prediction is history will reveal this treason. Yeah, so you couldn't go out to a political event, but you could go out and protest for George Floyd. So if you were engaged in racial politicizing, then that was okay. But if you wanted to go to an actual rally somewhere, couldn't do that. Couldn't even go to your gym because it was too dangerous. Or your church. Ziggy, do you think this will go all the way up to the international court, seeing it affecting the entire world? Thank you. I mean, I don't think so. I think that, you know, it may not even go up to the Supreme Court in the United States. It may just kind of falter out and smolder into nothingness. truly, I mean, Congress may do something. DOJ may refuse to charge because of the pardon. Maybe they do charge. Maybe a DC district court judge dismisses it. Maybe that goes up to SCOTUS. But otherwise, the international court, are we seeing, I haven't really spent a lot of time on that, but have we seen a lot of energy on Fauci? Or did they have their own internal Faucis? Or is it the World Health Organization that was responsible for dictating some of the solution to the various countries? And is that the appropriate forum to complain to? But it was a global thing. I mean, COVID killed everybody. Doesn't matter what color, what race you are, what gender you are, what age you are. It impacted some people more than others, but it hit the whole world. And that's why when Democrats come out and they're like, everything was fine. Fauci's amazing. Let's just talk about the future. It's like a suicidal ideology. It's honestly, it's really inexplicable, other than he was just one of their lieutenants, right? He was one of their top fighters that delivered a political expedient outcome. They aligned with him. And after they stole the presidency, then they used Fauci and COVID to then purge the country, right? You were now a conspiracy theorist if you questioned anything. They threw you out of the military if you wouldn't take the jab. It led to an ideological purge, and Fauci was the proxy by which they could accomplish that. And he supported it the entire time. So he was useful to them, so they're going to continue to defend him. Otherwise, if they drop him, then it makes it look like their other ideological purges were also invalid. Yeah, anyways, Just John Doe, what's up? Hey, Fauci's diary was not, quote, private medical records. It was Word docs, notes, emails created on his GFE, sent to himself or saved in his government-furnished cloud drive accounts. Much like Comey's notes are government property. Yeah, 100%. And was he complaining about that, like my personal diary? I think that's what he said. You published my personal diary. You should have wrote it in a personal journal on a piece of paper. But you didn't. You were sending emails to yourself, just like John Bolton was doing the same thing with his wife. So all of that is within the scope of our purview, and we found it, and now it's public. And I wonder what his journal is going to say tonight. Probably going to be very unhappy about what happened today. But he's always got to play the victim. Okay, I did nothing wrong. Now I'm being victimized, just like Comey. There's retribution coming against me. Don't hold me accountable for anything that I've done, and I'm an innocent person. We know both of them are not. Hey, Cat Zap, arrest Fauci now during the hearing. That would have been a glorious, glorious day. I don't know what the pretext would have been there, but that lawyer got thrown out of there. That was kind of a nice runner-up victory. Get out. Security, get him out of here. Love that. So maybe during the next one, we'll have to see. Hey, Mr. Zancap, what's up? 34 months as a member. Thank you, Mr. Zancap. That's a long time, coming up on even more babies. Prosecute Fauci. Oh, I know. We're trying to figure out how, and we need the DOJ or at least some Fannie Willis. Where's the big Fannie Willis? We need somebody to run to be a county attorney wherever Fauci lived or whatever. Hey, Benny boy, what's up? On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. We heard that 111 times today. Didn't even realize it was that much. I was hoping we'd break 100 though, because triple digits looks good. And they did it. So thank you, Benny boy. You've got it seared into your brain. You can just type it out into a super chat. Thank you. More here. What's up? Bringing in some more members. What's up? Mangles the cat. We got AZ Merce. We got Charlie Flaw. What's up? Watchman in the house. Great name. Ash Money. What's up? Sally Sock Puppet. Orb Attraction. Lucid in the Sky. What's up, Lucid? My Nature and more, all brought in courtesy of More Here. Bringing in 10 more here. And we're glad to have you all here. Thank you for joining us. And More Here, thanks for bringing them in. Hey, what's up? Spuds from New York says, Cuomo initially set up weigh stations at the Westchester Co. Center in Stony Brook to isolate known COVID patients, but they never used them. Instead, he sent them into nursing homes to seed them with the virus and essentially execute the residents. Yeah, killed senior citizens. NY was $6 billion in debt prior to the Medicaid mismanagement. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and others all had similar policies and motives. Cuomo also outlawed hydroxychloroquine under emergency powers. Yeah, totally. We saw that. across the board from Spuds. We saw it, and he never really had to answer for that. Why did you send COVID people to the most highly susceptible types of patients throughout the entire pandemic? Why'd you do that? Well, we were acting under a fog of war. Yeah. Columbus Pixel Hacker. Democrats always say that a presidential pardon does not protect against state prosecutions. So what if a right-leaning state brought charges? Exactly where we're saying on this, Columbus. It's a great point. Where's the big fanny in Texas? We need a big fanny out in Texas to, somebody who's not a corrupt philanderer who indicts her staff. Like a good person, but you get the point. A prosecutor who will do something about it in Texas or some other place that Fauci went and gave a speech and made a material lie or committed fraud or something. Where is it? Slimmer, what's up? Hey, they need to go after those employees that shopped for those grants on his behalf. They're not protected by a pardon. Maybe they have information on stuff outside of the pardon that they can use to go after Fauci. Yeah, and if you can't get him, actually prosecuted, then you just have to keep making sure that you tear down all of his lies in the aftermath of this, because their argument from him is going to be that he's an honorable person who acted with integrity, and so you got to rebut that at every opportunity. And why? I'm a doctor's in the house. I'm utterly sick over Fauci's testimony. I will say this much as a doctor who risked his life during COVID. We have two Americas. The left doesn't care if they are medical professionals or politicians. All that matters is political tribalism. They care more about political power than right and wrong. My solution, Congress should defund all of virology and the bastards can learn to code. Yeah, well, I don't really know what we paid for with virology. We've got, sounds like from all this research, we got a global pandemic. Thank you for that. Then the solution to the global pandemic was an ineffective vaccine that they said was 100% effective and then failed over and over. You need 5 boosters to maintain your immunity. And outside of that, I don't know what they've accomplished. So why do they deserve a dime? Hey, Voice, if he told the truth and the pardon was rescinded due to the auto pen, then he'd be screwed. That is true. Yeah, I mean, if the pardon is deemed to be invalid and he admitted to his crimes, then that would be a problem, unless the statute of limitations had expired. But he didn't tell any truths at all because he's a liar. Hey, Jared Miller, you have to be convicted to be pardoned. J6ers who were not convicted yet had charges dropped with prejudice. They did not get pardons. Auto pen pardons need to be held to the same standard. Yeah, and I mean, I think there's an argument there for that. Like, didn't Carter? Didn't Carter pardon like the draft dodgers, stuff like that? So I think there is precedent for pardoning people that don't actually have a conviction. But with Fauci, I think the better question is whether it's valid or not. But anyways, it's an auto pen pardon, right? So did Joe Biden properly execute that? Did he have a chain of custody that connected his authority back to the actual document? We've seen no evidence of that. In fact, we've seen evidence that shows it's not that. Somebody else approved it and then sent it in. Hey, I'm P picking cute. What's up? There's no SOL on murder, statute of limitations. Why? He did the same thing during AIDS with COVID, withheld and demonized treatments to monetize vaxes and meds, shut down docs, treating people, let people die. Some ambitious prosecutor somewhere could dig up that dirt. The AIDS stuff might be too old. I mean, murder's, kind of a separate, it's like, malice aforethought. You've got to have some real intentionality behind those types of claims. He's going to always just defer back to it's his medical opinion, and in a medical decision for a big population, some of those people will die. Others will live. Doesn't make it murder because you know that there's going to be a good outcome and a bad outcome. You're trying to maximize the good and minimize the bad. But there's records on it. Plus, way before 14, pardon means nothing. Depraved indifference at the very least, right? From IP picking cute. I like the theory. Just Rhonda, y'all are missing the point. It's not about truth. It's about his narcissism and his public appearance and how he thinks the world sees him as a god of science. Nothing more vile than Dr. Death. Yeah, and I think today, I mean, for him internally, he is a narcissistic, sociopathic lunatic. So by not having the opportunity to respond and to sit there and to get, castigated by every one of these senators, who the F do you think you were? Without being able to respond to that, I think is, for somebody like him, I think it's going to have some internal impact. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he just says, well, I've got a new Lamborghini or whatever. But again, I think it's legacy. Okay. You get to a certain status. It's really about legacy. You've got enough money. You've got enough, whatever else you need. So it's about your legacy. You want literally a statue of you to be hoisted up around Washington, D.C. somewhere. Wow, look at this big tribute to this guy. He's going to live forever. No, not anymore. His reputation is getting tarnished and no statues are going up. Hey, Tinfoil Bikini, what's up? Hey, great job, Rob. Thank you. Thank you, Tinfoil. We love tinfoil hats and bikinis. What's up? AWOL Stu. Thank you, AWOL. Good job, Rob. Thank you, AWOL Stu. Appreciate you saying that. Glad you're here. Hey, SB Farmer, 24 months. Happy 2-year anniversary to us. Happy birthday, Tiberius. Oh, that could be the name of our upcoming child. I haven't talked to my wife in quite a few hours now. So not sure. Okay, she's doing good. I got an update. She's doing good. All right, so no baby yet. End the stream and have a baby? No, we've got to be present for it. But Tiberius, Agamemnon, Leonidas, Harambe, Genghis, Gouveia is the name. We're getting closer on that. Just Rhonda, only God can and will hold him accountable. Yeah, you can't escape that one. Thank you, Just Rhonda, 28 months being here and purveyor of fine emojis. Just Rhonda, you're amazing. Michelle Parsons, hey, Rob, does Fauci's pardon also cover illegal acts in his job that aren't COVID related? Yeah, I would say so. Deleting official documents or emails or using staff to get awards. Yeah, I would say that it does. It is. If it's related, if anything in any manner or arising from any manner related to his service as director of NIAID, as a member of the coronavirus task force, COVID-19 team, or chief medical advisor to Biden. Okay, so any one of those things. So if he's deleting evidence related to any one of those things, emails, staff to get awards, all of that is while he was in one of those roles. So I think he's covered, unfortunately, although it was an auto pen. So the whole thing is invalid, arguably. I'm picking cute. I think he might just be more afraid of the civil consequences. He might be scared those associates and employees he got caught up in nasty lies might be next on the list and they didn't get pardons. If he admits to anything, the dam might break. They'll see the millions he made off of them and his deceit. Some people live for vengeance, whatever it takes. Surely there's even sane Democrats who can now see who he really is now. I would imagine there are, yeah. Yeah, I would imagine. Like even Fetterman, didn't really glaze him at all. He just said, next time it would be nice if you didn't smear us when we're accurate. What's up, NY? I've thought about this, and it seems odd for a physician and scientist to recommend it, but I firmly believe Congress should completely defund virology. Although there are some in the field who have spoken out, I think Congress should still completely defund virology, largely because of Fauci's involvement. Not one penny should go to it, and I mean that, not one red cent. I mean, I don't know what they've done. Can they point to something that is a benefit? Maybe there are benefits out there. I don't know. Are there benefits out there that a private enterprise can't, figure out? Why are we funding these things? Why do we fund the CDC and NIH and NIAID and all these things to create a military type of technology and apparatus to protect us in the case of a global pandemic? They failed completely. So the purpose should completely, be revisited at the very least. And yeah, we read that one from the president saying Biden gave Fauci vast destructive power and the Democrats just loved him. Hey, what's up, Taco Woman? Sandy Ravage in the house. What's up, Taco Woman? The Dems have sold their souls. They're just so tribal that they can't even recognize that this guy might have killed someone they love. He's seated right there in front of you. You can read the emails. It's clear as day. You have to just be willfully ignorant if you can't see the truth in the documents. But maybe that's it, and they'd rather just say you're a public servant, and that immunizes you. And I think it's self-serving, because then any of your mistakes that you've done to wreck the economy, to wreck kids' lives, to wreck, men and women's sports type things, all you can just say is, I'm a public servant, so I can do whatever I want, and I'm immune from any criticism. Hey, what's up? Good logic. Says 18 U.S. Code 1512C1 is destruction of records. The DOJ needs to attack him by attacking the validity of all pardons, all blanket pardons. President may pardon crimes with some specificity, not people whose crimes he has no knowledge of. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's almost like a formation argument. So the pardon was too overly broad, and for any offenses against the U.S. which he may have committed or taken part in through the date of the pardon arising all the way from January 1 through this date, all the way across the years, in any manner related to his service. So maybe that's just a little bit too broad. Yeah, it's a good argument. I mean, I like the argument. I think that we're going to have a tough time on this one, but good logic, man. It'd be great to have you on. Right now, we can do that. We can definitely do that, but we're streaming through OBS. We're streaming through Open Broadcaster, so I'd have to send you a Zoom link if you're still out there. I think that I saw that comment come through a little bit ago. Baby Lewis, hey, thank you, Robert, for covering this. Need to make this out in public. What is terrible, the Democrats see he is a SA. He is a SA, whatever that happens to be. From Baby Lewis. Thank you for joining us as we've covered it. See the veil. Sometimes I question how my brain works. Me too. Did Fauci take the fifth on any of the following? Aiding and abetting the trafficking of minors for Wuhan, aiding human trafficking, bestiality, more. Did he call God and Jesus names? Probably. Don't know, but because when Fauci was questioned about any of these questions, Fauci pleaded the fifth. I don't think I heard those specific questions come up, like bestiality with Fauci. I don't know. Maybe. Very interesting question, see the veil. He was doing very problematic things to the Beagles. So good logic. I'll send you a message on X here in a second and see if you're still out there. If you want to hop on, maybe on a Zoom. Otherwise, I don't know how to port you in here because we're on OBS right now, not on StreamYard or Restream. But anyways, I'll get to that. Chris Kinsley, what's up, Chris? You mean to tell me that I could have been eating bat soup this whole time? ... Smiley. Yeah, I think that's right. If you avoided pangolins, you probably did so unnecessarily because they came from Wuhan in a lab from Fauci's bowels. Thank you, Chris. More bat soup back on the menu, boys. Old Coach Crane, can he be sued civilly? So by Congress, yeah. So I think by Congress, they can go and file essentially a lawsuit and seek declaratory judgment that he's ordered now to come in and testify. But otherwise, like if you wanted to sue him, Old Coach, or if I wanted to sue him, I think that would be a tall order. He's got qualified immunity, right? Just like you can't sue many other government officials because you don't like what they're doing. He's got immunity in many ways. So I just don't think that you'll see a lot of success on that. And a criminal prosecution would be a little bit of a different situation. Kyle Holbrook, now hypothetically, if the pardon is found to be invalid after his testimony, could his testimony then be held against him and open him up to prosecution? Yeah, I think that is a good argument, yeah. If he came out and said a bunch of things that, like, let's say they ask him about destroying records, and he says, yes, I did destroy the records, the pardon would immunize him against the prosecution on that matter. If the pardon goes bye-bye, then I think a prosecution could come back and be reinstated on that, which is another, I think, justification for him as to why he needs to invoke the fifth. But, you could also theoretically just charge him for that thing. like the destruction of the records. You don't need him to testify and admit to destroying the records. If the pardon's invalid, you discharge him. Oh, you destroyed government records. You're supposed to keep all this stuff in the file, and you didn't do that. So now we're just going to charge you without his testimony really coming in one way or the other. Because that in it of itself stands alone as a crime, right? So, hey, good logic. Hey, plus the mandates, if you wanted to go to school or work, you legally had to inject foreign untested crap into your own body. Yeah, the mandates. Yeah, and we were doing Zoom meetings with our Watcher fam at the time, much smaller back then, but we had some great people on there, and we were talking to firefighters and teachers and people who were losing their jobs, suing, and just like, well, we don't know what we're going to do. I've been a firefighter for 15 years. They say, I got to take this or I'm out. I'm on suspension and more. So, yeah, good logic. It was horrifying. And throwing like military service members out of the military. Kyle Holbrook, hypothetically, if the pardon, I think we got that one. Thank you, Kyle, for that. Rob, China used COVID to shut down Christian churches, and the commies in the U.S. tried to shutter our churches. Yeah, they did. But if you wanted to go out and engage in racial protesting for George Floyd, who died of an overdose, essentially, and heart failure, that was allowed, perfectly acceptable. Or you wanted to go to the pot shop or to the alcohol store, all those were wide open. Just go get your drugs. Go Ho Shane. So would the pardon cover Fauci if individuals or states went after him? No. So at a state level, the pardon is for the federal level. Pardons protect from federal, not state or individual civil. That's right. And a good example of that is Tina Peters in Colorado. Remember that one? She was charged and prosecuted at the state level. Trump wanted to pardon her, but couldn't do that. Really had to go through the governor, put some pressure on the governor. The governor then ultimately pardoned Tina Peters. Now she's free. So there is a separation there, which is why we need a Texan big fanny. So all of our Texan fannies out there, let's go. Go Ho Shane. How about a class action? I think the same argument. He's going to have qualified immunity against a lot, just like prosecutors or judges or these other people, unless they're acting, extremely outside of the scope of their law, and you have standing and a right to sue over that, they're going to have a lot of protection. And I'm sure you could make a claim, but I think you're going to run into just a strong objection from the courts on entertaining the lawsuit to go forward because of qualified immunity specifically. And if it's more like a policy, if you're upset about a policy, then it's a political question problem. And so they'll just say you need to go change the law, right? Go change how Congress handles these things. Stephanie, what's up? Nancy Pelosi has included Moderna among her frequently traded stocks. She has made multiple disclosed trades involving Moderna since 2014. There's that date again, 2014 from Stephanie. Yeah, thank you for the nice donation, Stephanie. And I'm sure that's very widespread. I'm sure there are many people who made a boatload of cash because it was a mandatory product. You basically had to go do this thing. It's like, could you imagine if the government was like, you know what, we really like your product. We're going to make sure every single person, you're a small business owner or big business owner, every single person in the country is going to have it and be forced to take it. And if they don't take it, they're going to be penalized. We're not going to let them in buildings and airplanes and schools and hospitals and blah, blah, blah. Crazy. So whoever was on the, ahead of that mandate, whoever kind of was in the game before it all dropped, I'm sure got fat and rich. Cliff, hey, Bayer executive, we would have had a 95% refusal rate if we told people it was gene therapy. I completely agree. It's going to change your genes. So we called them vaccines, mRNA shots equals cell and gene therapy rebranded to trick the public, which is what Ron Johnson was saying. Yeah, and then it didn't work. Remember, you're not going to transmit it. You're not going to catch it. Then everybody was doing that. Everybody was catching it and transmitting it. Oops. Yeah. Hey, the Sugar Baby, what's up? Were any of those dollars awarded to him funded by USAID? Yeah, good question. I don't remember that offhand, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's overlap. I mean, a lot of the money was going out through the federal government, but I think it was from NIAID to EcoHealth. There were subcontractors, but I don't know if it routed over to USAID. But I'm sure there's a lot of overlap between all of the cash because it's fungible. Vinny McFadden, hey, all orchestrated and initiated by Obama to overthrow the Trump presidency. Fauci was the front guy to make it happen, and they did. And by the way, remember what COVID did for the elections? It created the justification for the mass rewriting of legislative rules. We had a bunch of leftist groups like the Retired Alliance of Michigan. These are Mark Elias aligned groups who sued blue people, blue secretaries. So there was a lawsuit in Michigan. There was a lawsuit in Georgia. There were settlement agreements that then changed the election rules. Why? Emergency orders. Governors came out, issued emergency orders. That gave judges excuses to use those orders to enter into these settlement agreements. They then made it much easier to register. They made universal balloting and mail-in ballots way more accessible. They deployed drop boxes as pursuant to these agreements and changed the whole structure unconstitutionally, bypassing the legislature that really governs that. Wild. All because of my COVID. Zoltan Physiques, man. Hey, thank you, Zoltan, for becoming a member, brother. We appreciate that. Thank you for the big donos as well. And for becoming a member. We'll see you back here on the next members only stream. Should be tomorrow, although I think we have a schedule change for tomorrow's member stream, which I'll post about. Fauci should have been given the Michael Crichton treatment, AKA the John Hammond ending in the books. Don't even know what that is. If only he pled the fifth 6 years ago. Michael Crichton treatment in the books. Like Jurassic Park? Yeah. Crichton wrote a bunch of those books, right? Like the Andromeda Strain and some of those. Good books, and good movies too. But I don't know what that one is. But we want justice, okay? Actual peaceful political justice and all of the things. AWOL Stu, man, thank you for becoming a supporter. Great to have you here, AWOL Stu. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only morning stream. I've got a meeting in the morning at our normal time, and we'll come live on right after that. So maybe like 11 a.m. Eastern time. Pete, undemocratic Democrat Party, get it right. And then on Friday, we've got Hans Monkey who's going to come join us. Hans has been following COVID forever. He's going to help us debrief what he thought happened today. He's traveling today, but he's going to come join us Friday morning as well. Good to see you, Pete. Undemocratic Democrat Party, get it right. Yeah, when they say democracy, all they're just talking about is democratocracy, isn't it? Hey, Fran VT, what's up? New Jersey here. The lockdowns initiated mail-in ballots, which was necessary to steal the election. Exactly right. And it the whole thing was actually a picture perfect operation. It was really well orchestrated if you're on their side, because Trump wasn't, I would say, like emotionally matched for a pandemic. Okay, Trump's like a fighter, right? He's out there. We're going to blow him off the map. We're going to end the regime. We're going to obliterate whatever. So when you have a pandemic come out and Trump's like, we're going to march through it. It's not going to be a big deal. Don't worry about it, right? The power of positive thinking stuff. People were not really interested in that. People wanted like a motherly type of nurturing. Oh, it's going to be okay. Take these precautions and put your mask on. And like they wanted to feel good and have some sense of safety in the face of the unknown. And so Trump, I would just say, was not like emotionally aligned with that type of a crisis. Other crises he's perfect for, like the border and whatever. But as to COVID, it just wasn't a good fit. It wasn't a good match. Then it also enabled the elimination of the campaigning. So Trump could out-campaign Biden 1,000 to 1. Biden couldn't even talk. They had to put him in a basement. So it kind of evened that field. So now Trump doesn't have mass rallies. And Biden doesn't either. So it's even Stevens there. And then we also get the deployment of the election changes, which allowed them to have mass balloting, pervert the list, and then steal the election. So it was a multi-layered attack, and they really did a good job on it. AWOL Stu, naturopaths save lives, 100%. Yeah, and we really appreciate our naturopath who helped us back in 2020 during our COVID emergency. Thank you, AWOL. And Lady Blaze, hey, after watching this, it seems that Fauci is the linchpin to something much bigger and more evil than any of us could imagine. I'm thinking it's Soros. Yeah, and it goes all the way back to 2014, and I think there's some evidence that that is like some Ukraine biolabs, like a lot of funky stuff was going on back then. Why does it have to go back all the way to 14 when the pandemic started in 19 and 20? What were they doing this whole time? And it's not just his, more recent stuff. It all started back here in 14. Don't know exactly how, but it did. That's why it goes back to 14, and that's why he's excused for the entirety of that time. Baby Lewis, Democrats think he is a saint like all Democrat families. Yeah, they love the guy. They still love the guy. And it's so ensconced in their brains that they really won't accept a counter narrative. All right, let me see if Joe's out there, if Good Logic is out there. And I think we can maybe get him on a Zoom. Let me see. Send him a quick message. And then, of course, we'll take some other comments. But I'll send that over to Joe, and we'll see if he's still out there. I know he sent that message a while ago, so he may have had to move on. Or maybe he's streaming or something right now. Let's see if he's live or not. But not a lot of activity on this over on the cables that we're seeing. A lot of commercials right now. Pharmaceutical commercials, of course. And let me see what we've got. All right, so we'll take a couple other comments. We'll see if Joe wants to hop on, if he's still out there. Joe. Otherwise, my friends, we'll wrap. And I think we'll pause here on the day, and we'll come back tomorrow. Your boy's got dinner tonight, so we're going to go check that out this evening. And so we'll probably not come back and do another evening show because I was contemplating it, but I didn't think that we would be essentially going this long. So we'll probably pause here on the day, and then we'll come back tomorrow and get into it all again. But we covered, I think, the big story of the day in good detail. And so let's see. Any other comments out there? We do. Here's what is going on. Man, lots of locals comments today. Hey, Viva rated us too. Rustic Ranch rated us. Let me make sure we got these comments. Yep, we did. Super Buff Shaft, good to see you. Neuro D, thank you for linking these ones over, my man. Viva rated us. Shout out to Viva. I know he was streaming this too. Rustic Ranch, thank you. And Fran, good to see you too. Yeah, so thank you, friends, for joining us over on Rumble. Barry, I think about the dark day for Blumenthal and his Vietnam lies. Rick D says, Senator Blumen idiot. Yeah, he's like a corpse. The ship was the USS Comfort, and they treated 182 patients, not all with COVID, during their mission in New York, 31 days, treating an average of 5.8 per day. It was hardly used at all. From Rick D. Genoa, he is a villain, and the lives are net negative. Thank God Doe's shut off the funding. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the Democrats and Blumen idiots. It's like they want you to just keep funding things that aren't working. It's like, oh, you want us to keep funding the agencies that created the virus so that they can poison us again? Are you nuts? Why would we do that? You want us to keep punching ourselves in the face indefinitely? Defrauded. Fauci's a liar like Hunter and Joe. Defrauded in China. What's up, Joel? Good to see you. King Mouse Fauci is squirming again, says Barry. Amara Mama says, Senator Paul has been on this case for years. Finally, we are getting public retribution of this, and watching Fauci squirm is satisfying. It was. But charges must be brought forward in a case that ends with a guilty verdict and also may have the ultimate penalty attached. Thank you, Amara Mama, for justice. Barry, he keeps darting with his eyesight, and he's panicking. This is like Watergate. Hey, thank you so much for being you. Is that to me? Oh, that's so nice of you, Barry. Thank you for saying that. Here's this one from Michael Swisher. Which one of these is the most evil? Dr. Mengele murdered about 1.1 million people. Stalin, 3 million people in the gulags and execution. Mao, during the Cultural Revolution, 1.5 million people in 10 years. And I think those numbers are way higher than that. And Fauci, 20 million people worldwide across the board. Yeah, 20 million people across the board. Okay, so Joe's going to come on. Let me open up a Zoom and see if we can get this situated and share a link. And we don't do a lot of these, so forgive me if this is a little bit wonky. Let's see if we can get the video on. Oh, we got our virtual baby shower background still on. Here's what that looks like. Can you guys see this? Virtual baby. Oh, you can't see it. Gonna have to fix that. All right, so we're gonna do this. Let me just get Joe on. We'll just hang out for a little bit. Got to change the backgrounds. Okay, got that done. Audio. Speaker. Let's do that. Looks like we got some video cooking.
Recording in progress.
Did you guys hear that? So I guess we're recording. All right, let me share this link. Let me grab this, invite. Nope, that's not what we want. Copy the invite link, boop, boop, boop. All right, let me send this over to Joe, see if Joe comes on here. And then I got to figure out how to change a couple items. But all right, so while we're waiting on Joe, we had a couple other comments from Barry. Rick D says, could Fauci's lawyer be charged for disrupting an official proceeding? A grandma and grandpa who walked across the corner of a lawn and never entered the building were charged for January 6th. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, he was like forcefully removed. Probably won't, but could be. Why we? Hey, I'm afraid this hearing to all my liberal friends will be the same as I feel about the J6 hearings. Would you be able to clarify the difference in the quality of facts and evidence presented at both? How would you deal with their denial or alternative narratives? Well, just quickly, I mean, the J6 committee, B.A. Burton, they were, the J6 committee was completely illegitimate, right? It was illegally constituted under H.R. 503. They just simply did not follow the rules. It was supposed to have, I think, 13 members, 8 and 5. It was supposed to have a minority chair. They didn't. So they weren't even following the rules. And they had, Kevin McCarthy wanted to appoint Jim Jordan and others. Nancy Pelosi refused. So then she kicked everybody off and McCarthy refused everybody. And then they just appointed Cheney and Kinzinger and they took over the whole thing. And so, yeah, good stuff. All right. So I think we might have Joe in the house. We do. All right. So let me figure out how to swap this over and we'll get our friend Good Logic on to join us. Okay, this is not working, so let me swap this to Zoom. Hey, all right, so that kind of works. And then, oops, I got to fix this. We don't do a lot of interviews here, so we do, but we don't. We're not doing them usually when we're in this software. So we've been starting to do them. So let me get rid of that, and then let me Nope, not like that. First of all, Joe, can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I think we do. And I think, chat, let me know if you can see Joe, if he's coming in loud and clear when he's speaking. Hopefully.
Should we test that out?
Yeah. Looking good, friends? Joe, welcome to the show, my man. Good to see you. It's been a long time.
I'm so glad that you brought me on to work these kinks out before you're interviewing senators and Trump and all these other people, which is obviously coming down the pike very soon for you. This guy, if you haven't subbed up to him yet, he's at $5.99, and he actually carried me over the threshold to 100,000. I remember he basically sat there watching when I was right at the cusp there. So if we can get him to 600 as we march Rob to over 1 million followers, please make sure you sub up to him. He's awesome.
Man, thank you, Joe. And thank you, friends, for doing that. That would be awesome. We're super close.
Yeah. $5.99. Ooh. So I wanted to talk. The reason I dropped you a super chat is because I want you to start beating the drum with me about the question about the legality of a blanket pardon in general. I think that this is something that people are taking as a given. The problem with attacking the Biden pardons based on an auto pen is you would need to try and get into his brain and try and find records to establish whether or not Biden had actual knowledge of the pardons. I mean, I'm with you that I don't believe that he actually had knowledge of most of the pardons, if not any of them. But maybe he didn't know about the Fauci one, and how are you going to prove that he didn't say, yeah, sign off my name on it? I mean, how would anyone prove that? It's almost impossible thing to prove. But what I think is an easier claim and should be the rule of law is that there's no such thing as a blanket pardon. Even though we look at the presidential pardon power as being plenary, it's plenary that he has the power to forgive and pardon any crime that he has knowledge of. But if he doesn't actually have knowledge of a particular crime, how do you have a meeting of minds? How does he have mens rea to say, I'm pardoning this crime? It has to be that he's pardoning that, and that's what the language. If you could pull up the language from the Constitution, which affords the president his pardon power, you'll see that he has the power to pardon any offenses against the state. And that's not pardoning people. A king is able to pardon people. Religions will pardon people because you have the high priest will have knowledge, or through some sort of deification that they'll have some sort of knowledge of all sins. We don't look at the president that way. The language of the Constitution says that he has the power to pardon all offenses, but one would think, and this is something the Supreme Court has never weighed in on, but you would think that philosophically and fundamentally, the president doesn't have a power to say, I bless you as if you are holy, even though I have no idea what crimes you've committed. And that's essentially what this blanket pardon is. So that was the first thing I wanted to start with, as far as that's where I think the best line of attack is. And I'm hoping I can convince you that philosophically my argument here is sound. And at the very least, Trump should be testing this out, because we should foresee that down the road, he's going to be issuing blanket pardons to himself, Ivanka, Don Jr., Eric, all of them, in order to protect them from a wave of prosecution that we should anticipate will start dropping on him the next time the Democrats hold power. And he's likely going to be issuing to them blanket pardons. So if it's an actually valid bulletproof vest, wouldn't you rather test the validity of that bulletproof vest by firing shots to your enemy while they're wearing the vests, rather than you put on the vest and then have them take shots at you and then learn, oh my God, this vest is not nearly as powerful and defensive and indestructible as we think it is? So to me, just as far as politically and just as far as having sound logic, it makes sense at the very least, since the court has never weighed in as to whether or not a blanket pardon is a valid thing, that you want the Supreme Court to reach some sort of determination here. Does the president have this power or not? I don't think he should, but ultimately it's in the hands of the Supreme Court to make that determination. And we don't know, and we won't know until some prosecutor has the cojones to actually prosecute a crime which is purportedly pardoned under a blanket pardon. And then the defendant would waive the pardon and say, no, I'm untouchable, I'm indestructible. And then they would actually have a legal argument there before a lower court, and that would presumably go up through the courts to see how valid is a blanket pardon. Doesn't all this make sense as far as how we should be attacking this first and foremost, rather than the auto pen?
I'm for all various prongs that we can investigate and use. The reason we were looking at the auto pen is because I do think that there's evidence that the chain of custody of the creation of the pardon was not very sound. And I think we read through some documents where it kind of, the request would work their way up inside the Biden administration. It would go to a committee, and then from the committee, it would be sent in an email to somebody. And then that email, I think, went to just kind of one of Biden's advisors. Then there was an argument from them that they went and had a conversation with him about it, but none of that was written down. And then the email was a response right at the tail end of the administration, like, I approve all of these pardons. So if you don't have a clear, A to B, B to C, C to D, and it goes from the president to these, from the requester to the president and back, then I think you could just break that chain and say the entire document is illegally formed. So I'm for.
But what would the yardstick for standard of proof? Like, I would assume that if you're waiving a document which purports to be a valid pardon, the burden would be on the state to show that it's invalid pardon. So in other words, I think, and it could be just an oral argument would be enough. You and I may well know that Biden was too befuddled to know what the hell was happening with virtually anything that was going on in his administration. They probably didn't bother telling him anything. But as far as being able to prove that and to the satisfaction of a judge, I think that that's a very difficult hurdle to reach, even if it seems like, yeah, he might not have known. But if you're having a judge, let's assume that most judges are going to be looking to favor Fauci here, right? I mean, he's so popular, especially with the left. This is likely going to come in D.C. So, and I'm not raining on the auto pen as being a poor argument. I think it's a great argument. I just think, as far as what you and I and our respective audiences all appreciate and know is likely the case, I'm simply looking as far as success before a judge and what's a more likely course of action to succeed when you're having a judge who's looking to find facts in favor of Fauci.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the environment, you're right, is going to be very pro-Fauci wherever this goes, and there will be presumptions that the pardon is valid. I think it's a question of like burden of production, like who has the mandate to produce the evidence to show whether it's legitimate one way or the other. So let's say Trump issues the executive order, invalidates all auto pen actions from the president, which I think he did. Then the DOJ says, okay, we're going to take that to mean that the auto pen pardon of Fauci is bad. We've got a criminal referral from Rand Paul over to the DOJ saying, prosecute this guy, saying, I think it's also invalid. So now you've got the president and Congress saying that we think, based on the evidence that we've got, that the pardon is invalid. So then the DOJ charges Fauci and they say, we are now prosecuting you for the original criminal referral, which was, I think, false testimony to Congress that Rand sent over. Prosecution gets underway. Judge, again, like how this goes down, you might have a grand jury. This gets presented to the grand jury. Maybe you also show them that, right? So you go to the grand jury, you go through the indictment process. You say, hey, we're thinking he's violated federal law. He also has this pardon. We think as exculpatory evidence, we also think that that pardon is invalid. Here's our evidence as to why. The grand jury indicts him. Then you take that as the new kind of baseline. And you go to the judge, you say, Judge, we've got a literal indictment. They heard all of the arguments and they still returned an indictment. So now we're going to prosecute him. The judge will say, well, you have the burden to prove that the pardon is invalid. They'll say, no, we don't. It's not our pardon. It's not our administration. We've searched through all of our records. We've not been able to find anything that shows that there was a very clear chain of custody. We've compared it to prior administrations where everything's logged and, there's meeting and, acronyms and initials, and it's all really well explained and articulated. And so we've done our due diligence. We can't prove that something that didn't happen happened when there's like an absence of evidence. And so we would argue that the burden shifts over to Fauci now to come in and show that the pardon is valid, and then it's up to him. But at the default level, it would be that the pardon is invalid, and he could overcome that if he can actually produce some evidence, which I don't think he'd be able to do. And again, I'm not saying that I also wouldn't attack the pardon more on a legal basis, which I think is what you're arguing, is to just say, at some point we get the Supreme Court or higher courts to just kind of, limit the scope of the pardon power to require more specificity. I'm for that too. I'm for, let's fire on all angles with this guy.
Yeah, no, and you're making a very cogent argument. The question ultimately would be is who would the burden of proof fall onto? And you're making a really interesting argument by saying that Trump retroactively is invalidating anything that was done with the auto pen. I don't know that a court would recognize he has the authority to do that. I think it makes sense that he should have that authority. I'm in your camp here. Any way we can get these corrupt scum behind bars, I'm totally on board. I don't really care how we do it. but no one in the audience who's unfamiliar with me should make any mistake about that. We find any way to get that guy and several people from the J6 Select Committee and all these corrupt, evil people to find the justice that they so richly deserve. I'll be popping the champagne with you. I'm simply saying, like, I'm questioning whether a court is going to be so bold as to say Trump's EO invalidating everything that was done by the auto pen is actually effective. I don't know if that's been tested in court yet, whether or not that EO can now retroactively undo all that stuff. Because in theory, I think philosophically, you and I would agree that if Biden had proper mental state and things were signed with an auto pen, in that case, I think you and I would agree that a president has the power to use an auto pen effectively without some subsequent president being able to undo it. I mean, would you agree with me on that? I want to start with our foundation here as far as understanding, principles of how this thing could properly be attacked. So let's assume that Biden was not a mental vegetable. Okay. And he actually was telling someone, he was telling his chief of staff or some secretary, use the auto pen. And here's a list of things I want you to sign with the auto pen today. That a president, and he's a 50-year-old man, perfect mental state. I think you and I would agree that a president would not have the authority later on to come in and say, no, all the stuff that happened with the auto pen, that's invalid. I'm undoing that. Do you agree with me on that would fail an EO like that?
Yeah, if there's documentary evidence to validate the auto pen. Like, it's not about the method of using the auto pen. It's about whether there's evidence to support that the president made the authorization to use the auto pen and validly did that. So, like, I could imagine an example where, the president is in China, but they need this document signed immediately in Washington, and, for whatever it is, and they just validate it. The document comes over. They have the president review it. The president says, yes, I've reviewed the document. It is now my decision to sign it. I give approval to this person to go execute the auto pen. And you can connect the dots, right? It's all connected because the power emanates from the president. Then it goes back to DC. They sign the document, but it's an auto pen. I would say it's a valid auto pen. I think that's what we're missing with Biden is it's seemingly being executed without going through the authority of the actual president, and there's no documentation to support that connection.
Okay, but my question is now, so is your focus on the lack of documentation or his lack of mental acuity?
Well, I think either one would invalidate it. So if he has the mental acuity, but they can't connect it. Like, in other words, you can't show that the president made the decision. So first of all, can he make the decision? Does he have the mental capacity to actually do something? And then did he make the decision?
Did
he? Yeah. And either one of those, if he lacked the capacity, I think that would invalidate the pardon, which I think is maybe even a harder ask than just the actual connection on the decision. Because he's not there signing it by hand. Okay. If you sign it by hand, you've got a real-time impression that you're making that decision. So if you're going to eliminate that and substitute a machine in place of this real-time contemporaneous proof, I signed it as my signature in person, you got to have some other way to validate that the president came from the president. The decision and the pardon came from the president. So you got to have some validation on that, whatever it is. I think it needs to be sufficient. Probably doesn't need to be too extreme, but it does need to be there. And if it's not there, then I would argue that the formation is just bad.
Well, as a matter of policy, what you're advocating for here, to me, sounds on point in the way things should be. Meaning that situation where you have a mentally fit president who's off in China and needs documents signed back here. There should be a chain of documents so that we know that whoever is using this auto pen on his behalf actually has express authority and direction from the president to be executing these documents, and not that it's some rogue chief of staff or other person who's circling around inside the Oval Office who's taking advantage of the fact that the president is out of town to, get whatever he wants done. I mean, the power of the president is so awesome and mighty, and that we want to know that whatever that pen is being used for actually came via decision-making process that he signed off on, and that it's not being absconded by some rogue actor within his administration. So I'm with you that there should be documentation, added documentation, when it's the president's auto pen being used rather than his own hand signing the document. My question is, are you aware there actually being policies to substantiate that sound policy?
I mean, I don't know that there's anything like statutory, like whether Congress set a requirement. I think it's internal executive branch policies that would all dictate how they handle things internally. And so I don't know exactly how Bush did it, or how Trump 1 did it, or Obama did it, and how that compares to how Biden did it. Maybe it's very similar. Maybe it's all kind of haphazard. But what we did see out of Joe's was that it seemingly was pretty haphazard and pretty rushed. And there's kind of these conversations that are happening that don't really include the president, and it's coming to somebody, going right back, getting approved by somebody who's not the president. And if that, if the decision is not emanating from the president and there's no evidence to tie it to the president, then I would make a formation argument.
Right. And I guess perhaps what's likely the case is within each administration, they have their own set of processes as to how they run things on a day-to-day basis. And the question would be, you would imagine there should naturally be a great deal of paperwork, which that's an old school term here, but there would be a great deal of recordings evidencing different steps that he's taking practically minute by minute through the course of his day, so that everyone's on page with what is he approving, what decisions is he making. You would think that virtually every administration would have something like that. In fact, if you go all the way back to Nixon, right, when he took 18 minutes out of his own logs, that was like something that back in the early 1970s, they're like, what the hell is going on here? Certainly today, you would think that the actions of the president are very highly scrutinized on on a minute by minute, if not at the very least hour by hour basis, so we know what decisions he's making, when he's making them, and that can ultimately be pulled from the records and the archives down the road, so we can look back at it. So with that in mind, I do think that it's possible that if you're going through the archives and the records, that the auto pen argument could be stronger if you can establish that, look, there's no documentation that helps to establish that Joe Biden ever decided to pardon Fauci or any of these other individuals. In that case, I do think that theoretically could hold up in court. I just think that you need to do such extensive discovery and research and looking through the archives of all the records of decisions that were made during, that month or several months in advance of the pardon being signed off on, that for us to hope that this administration or Todd Blanche is going to actually do the work to go through that, I wish I had that type of optimism and hope for our DOJ. Maybe I'm a little burnt out because of the negativity from Pam Bondi, but maybe Blanche is better. But it seems like it's a tall ask rather than a simple legal argument that no, blanket pardons, there's no such thing under American law. See what I'm saying? I feel like it's a much simpler argument to make, and that we've never even heard the argument pressed. That's why I keep banging this drum over and over. It's a very easy, logical argument once you think about it, and you say, hey, this argument has never come up before any court, ever, and we should have a discussion as to whether or not the president has this power. It's much less fact-intensive. It's much less relying on the power of Trump to invalidate the auto pen, which I think he likely should have that power if there is no corroborating evidence. But to me, it's just, boom, one simple thing. There's no such thing as a blanket pardon. Now, Trump might not want to do that. Trump might want to live under an illusion that he can issue a blanket pardon of his own. And he might be like a little afraid. He might be happier to sort of say, let's have all these bulletproof vests out there because I'm going to want to fix one on my sons and daughters and all the other people around me, and probably one for himself, right? I mean, dude, he probably can pardon himself. I would think if you read, the presidential pardon power. So he might be like a little afraid of making this argument because he's like, nah, let's have America just live in this world where we all accept that blanket pardons are okay. So I'm not sure politically whether or not he would want to do it. But if he did make this argument, what I think is very likely is that the court would say a blanket pardon works because you're taking these steps. You're doing these things, and that's what makes it work. Like you're defining a scope in some sort of way, the way he does with, giving some sort of time frame rather than saying, I forgive you for everything you've ever done. Maybe the court would come to that conclusion. I don't think they should, but that doesn't mean they won't. And I think that a prudent step would be for Trump to understand the metes and bounds of the pardon power before he's leaving office and signing off on these pardons at the end of his term. That's the point that I'm making here. And if the side feather in our cap is that we can actually pierce these pardons to go after the Anthony Faucis and the J6 Select Committee, that would be a massive win for America in general.
So how would you then bring a claim? So under my theory, DOJ just acts on the Trump executive order. They go to a grand jury, present the pardon, get an indictment, take it to court. Prosecution begins. They make the argument the burden is on Fauci to prove that it's real. We say that it's not real. Grand jury agrees with us. How do you initiate a complaint? Do you just sue Fauci, or how do you get the whole process started?
I would simply indict him the same way you would as if there was never a pardon. Then anticipate he's going to waive that as part of his defenses, try to bring a motion to have the charges dismissed based on that. And that's where the fight would begin, where you say there's no such thing. This purports to be something that's beyond the actual powers of the president. No president can sign off on this, even if he's completely mentally fit. And that's what his desire is. He needs to know what crimes he's pardoning. Not because think about this. He doesn't know whether he's pardoning for torturing animals, for destroying documents. Maybe Fauci, part of his experiments, I'm not saying he did this, but maybe he had 100 children in some basement that he was testing out COVID on and kidnapped them. I mean, theoretically, that's what this pardon is, a blanket pardon that would pardon even that. Yeah. I mean, the insane levels. So how can we say that a president has a power to be pardoning someone when you have no idea whether this guy was a complete and total monster, rather than saying, look, if you know he's a monster and you forgive him for that monstrosity, and you say, I know that he had those kids down in the basement chained there and working slaves and doing all sorts of terrible things, and I'm pardoning for that. Yeah, you have the mens rea. You have the meeting of minds. I understand what you did, and I'm still pardoning you. But until he knows what Fauci did or knows what he's pardoning, just pardoning a person for a period of time for, anything related to me, this is just, it doesn't make any sense that's actually a power that the Constitution affords to the President of the United States. When the language of the pardon, of the pardon power is to pardon crimes, not to pardon people.
Yeah, so it's not specific enough. So you would distinguish, let's say, the January 6th committee pardons and the Fauci pardons. You'd put those in one bucket, and you'd say those are not detailed enough. They're not articulating specific crimes. But Trump's pardons of the J6ers are for the literal crimes that
they're charged with.
They are already charged with. So it's specific.
And here's the thing, let's look at Hunter Biden for a moment and his blanket pardon, right? So I would say that all of the charges, based on what I'm theorizing and speculating the way the law should be operating, is that all the charges that came to light and were brought against Hunter Biden before he got his pardon, that those were validly pardoned by his dad. I mean, it's disgusting and corrupt and evil. And we all knew he was going to do it, even while Democrats, were so shocked that he did. But those crimes that he knew about, that would be, to that extent, the blanket pardon is effective. But to the other crimes that Hunter Biden, may have committed of, which he was never charged with, I don't think that the blanket pardon should be any more effective than the blanket pardon of Anthony Fauci. See what I'm saying? In other words, you have to have some way of knowing about the crime. How do you know what offenses he's pardoning? He doesn't know. No one knows. Nobody knows today all the crimes that evil, sick little midget monster did between 2014 and 2025. There's no way. I mean, he probably doesn't even know how many crimes he's committed. So you're going to tell me that we could just give a pardon without knowing what you're pardoning? That doesn't seem to me, that just is such a ridiculous. Really, it's ridiculously broad reading of the pardon power. That's where I'm coming from. And I really am hopeful that if an intelligent attorney such as yourself starts banging the drum for me on this, so, together with me, and we get some other folks to just start, attacking the general validity of a blanket pardon power, I think that perhaps that'll catch the attention of a Todd Blanche or others to start saying, look, here's some intelligent minds in the legal community who are saying that this is a tack we should take, and it's a logical tack. And it's a much easier path for the DOJ to take.
Yeah. So a couple of thoughts. So on first about executive power, I think I agree with you that it's unlikely that the executive branch is going to want to create a rule that shackles the executive branch. I think that that's just not how government works in general, right? They don't want to say at the end of Trump's term, he is now exiting with less authority than when he went in. So to make an argument that they're going to, kind of cabin off the pardon power might be a tall order, but I understand the legal arguments there. Now, as it relates to the specificity component of this, would you say, because I think part of the pardon power is to protect against weaponization, essentially. So if you go back to the founding era, right, I think part of the concept was that you would pardon somebody so that they couldn't come under abuse from the next administration, from the next group of people who are taking power. And the only way you can do that is by making it broad. If you were only, let's say, and maybe this is where there's a line to be drawn, it's, do you think, like in the J6 cases where they got pardoned, right, those had already been charged, so he was pardoning past conduct. But what about other charges that had not been charged yet? Like, do you think the pardon power would also encompass charges that have not been charged yet to protect the person from those charges? Because otherwise, then the president would need to essentially articulate the crimes in the pardon, right? To say in detail, like Fauci has not been charged yet, but we think he could be charged. And would this be a more valid pardon? Like, what if the Fauci pardon came out and said, Fauci is pardoned for all of his time at the NIH, going all the way back to 2014, for any of these crimes, and listed out 100 crimes: destruction of documents, lying to Congress, testing AIDS patients, abusing children in NIH, whatever. If they would have listed all of those out inside of that, then would that have been specific enough to make that pardon valid, even though those crimes had not been charged yet?
My personal take is I do think you should be able to pardon for crimes that have not yet been charged, because you're pardoning the offense. So it's not a formal charge. I do think that a president should have that power. And I think you can make a fair argument that if he says for any crimes he committed while he was testifying on this date at that time. In other words, like any perjury that might be charged, and there could be 9 different types of statutes that he violated, that I don't think he would have to enumerate every single one in order to try and jump in front of some aggressive prosecutor who's going to invent new ways of charging crimes. The way we saw Merrick Garland did with 18 U.S.C. 1512 C2, that all of a sudden he took, that was overturned in U.S. v. Fisher. But that, where basically he started pretending that going into the Capitol on J6 is now a obstruction of an official proceeding, and that you can charge, that the Supreme Court said that's crap. That's not what the objective of this statute was, and you're reinventing what it is. So I don't think that we're going to say that a president who wants to, protect someone for, the acts that he did in a particular setting or venue, I don't, that are taking, that he's aware of the acts that the person did. I think that that's something he should be able to pardon even in advance, and that it's all consistent with how anyone would read the pardon power. I'm simply saying that there are so many acts that Fauci did that there's no way Biden could possibly know. And so you don't know the acts, you don't know the charges, you don't know anything. You're just saying this person I'm blessing as being holy and without sin, and or chargeable sin. And I think that is running afoul and well beyond the metes and bounds of the pardon power. Does that make sense? That at least you have to know the acts or the crimes. You gotta get one of them. But to just say anything he did during this time, that's you're not defining anything. That's how I would read it. But what's your opinion? Your audience definitely wants your opinion more than mine on this.
Well, I think, first of all, I mean, like I said, I think I like all of the arguments. And I think that at some point, the pardon power, I think historically was used a lot less than it's being used now. It's kind of been something that has been accelerating. And so we may need the Supreme Court to come out and say, these are the standards. This is what it actually means. We need some jurisprudence on it. And I don't know much about the pardon case lineage. I don't know if have more details on what's gone to the Supreme Court and not. You can educate us on it. But I'm just trying to figure out where the line is. So if the pardon power is meant to protect a person against political attacks, and you make the pardon power require a degree of specificity that you might be arguing for, the other side will just try to argue around those specifics. So like with Fauci, I'm trying to gauge now, where would Fauci's pardon be acceptable to you under your standard if they had listed out this testimony date, these actions, anything, because they did explain, like during his time at NIH, during his time as presidential advisor, in his various roles, those are covered. So like there is some temporal limitations. There are some job duties and descriptions. Like if it comes out that Fauci was, like sexually abusing a child or something, that's not an official role at the NIAID. So that would be outside. So we've got some conduct that is being described. We've got some time that is being described. And if that's not specific enough, then how specific do you need to get? Then do you need to go into dates, times, more specific conduct to say all of this is legitimate? Because then all that does is it would give a guy like me, I would take a look at the list and all the details and I'd say, oh, well, they missed this one or they missed that one. And we're now going to go, dig through that and find a justification to file charges on that because it's not ultimately covered, which I then think would undermine kind of the original thesis of the pardon power.
Well, do you think that the Constitution wants to empower the president with his pardon power to that degree that he should be able to cover all activities taken during a 10-year period? Do you think that that's what, because you were talking about the pre-pardon power, and I agree with you that there should be an ability to pardon someone in advance of the charges actually being brought against them. But I'm asking you, you were expressing thoughts as to the objective by the founders that were novel to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm simply saying, I never heard it before. So if you can expound on that as to what you think the founders, or your understanding is what the founders were looking to gain out of the pardon power in order to insulate someone from potential charges. So perhaps you and I together can formulate a philosophy which we can agree on is the most logical way to do it. Because, but I'll tell you, and while you might be looking up something in order to check that out, and that's fine. I'll throw in one more thought here for you, which is that if the president actually, doesn't have any knowledge at all, and we want to give him power to just actually, bring forward these charges. If you're Trump, don't you want to know exactly what you need to put in a pardon for Don Jr. for yourself? Whether you can just say all presidential acts I took, or all acts I took in the furtherance of my presidency, or whether that's going to be enough. Wouldn't you be desperate for some clarification so that the pardon you're going to be signing off on probably in January of 2029? He should be healthy and be well throughout his term. That pardon you're signing off on is actually going to withstand court scrutiny when your political enemies are certainly going to try prosecuting you.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I mean, if the rule is broad and it's plenary and it's basically by default valid, then I think more specificity would be harmful to the person who's executing the pardon. Like if Trump can just come out and say Don Jr. for everything all the time, since he started coming down the escalator in 2015, that's powerful, right? And if that's the standard, if that's the rule, and Trump is using the Biden precedent in order to do that, then he's got some historical backing that that's valid. So I think that if you look historically, what I was looking up is I just typed into Gemini. I just said, what were key pardons by the founding fathers and how are they using these things? And I would suspect that it's more about, it's a tool of the nation rather than a cover up for corruption. And I think that it's kind of been perverted into that in modern eras where you've got the stories of like the Clintons, coming in, people just coming in, paying a bunch of money. Trump's getting those same allegations now. You pay $1 million, you get a pardon. So I look it up and it gave me a couple just, bullet points, and I'll just run through them quickly. But George Washington in 1795 issued the first presidential pardon in U.S. history after the Whiskey Rebellion. So similar to like a J6 pardon, right? 2 leaders of the rebellion, Philip Vigil, John Mitchell, convicted of high treason, sentenced to death. Washington pardoned those men. And I think that would kind of fit a standard more like yours. Like they've got specific charges, what they were hit with, and they were pardoned in order to demonstrate strength and mercy. And, just to kind of, hey, we're going to have our political differences. We're going to, sometimes get violent and duke this stuff out, but we don't need to now kill each other, essentially. We're still the same countrymen. John Adams in 1800 pardoned John Fries and other leaders of the rebellion. Similar, there was an armed revolt. Dutch farmers against federal property taxes, same thing. It's clemency. Didn't want to create martyrs and wanted to de-escalate political violence. Jefferson, 1801, sweeping pardon to everyone who had been convicted under the Alien and Sedition Act. Jefferson viewed these acts as unconstitutional overreaches of the Adams administration, saying all of those stifled free speech, and used that power to immediately release those imprisoned and remit their fines. So again, I think, a lot of these are supporting your standard that there is more specificity to it. And then Madison pardoned John Lafitte in 1815 and his crew of the Gulf Coast Pirates after they agreed to help Andrew Jackson defend the city of New Orleans against the British forces during the War of 1812. So, it's more specific than I think, what we're seeing here with especially with Fauci's pardon or with the January 6th pardon. But it may be based on the same from, like, if you put the Biden hat on, you're saying we're going to pardon these people so that they're not prosecuted because they did a tremendous service to their country and they're going to be abused and they're going to be attacked for, defending against the insurrection or for fighting back against the pandemic. So I think he'll make some of the same policy arguments that we saw in those earlier pardons. This is about, kind of protecting against an acceleration of political turmoil, which is why they're valid. But just off that quick search, I mean, those are a lot more specific than what we're seeing with Joe Biden, that's for sure.
We never saw such broad language. I don't believe, and you can check me with AI, but I'd be shocked if you find such broad pardoning until Ford pardoned Nixon. That's the first time we really see the introduction of this. And what I'd like to stress for your audience, to the very least take away from this, is just because someone signs a pardon, to date, the only reason those pardons are actually effective is because it discourages a prosecutor from bringing charges. That's what the net effect has been. Ford issues his broad pardon of Nixon, no charges brought against him. We do not actually know what would have happened if a prosecutor had been ambitious enough to say, Ford's pardon be damned, I'm charging Nixon. We don't know whether or not it worked. So then we see the birth of these different types of broad pardons, which really got out of control under Biden. I mean, I don't think anyone else gave such broad powers, such broad pardons until Biden came along. And let's face it wasn't Biden. It was the people in his office who were running everything for him. But we never saw such liberal use of pardons until we actually, until really first Ford and then Biden. And since it's never been tested, the way the law operates in general is there's an understanding and expectation as to what laws mean. But until it's defined by an appellate court, we don't actually know how a statute is actually going to work when it's scrutinized by a court. So the net effect has been, well, you discourage all of these district attorneys from going after and bringing charges. So it's been effective in that sort of way, but if once one day in the future, whether it's going to be in the next year or it's going to be 5 years from now or 100 years from now, at some point in time, there is going to be some prosecutor who's going to say, I don't really know if we can trust that this is actually effective power of the president. And that's the first time that we'll actually know as a matter of law as to whether or not this thing actually works or it just was an effective scare tactic to discourage prosecutors from bringing charges. And that's the way the law works in all areas. But, so don't assume just because we think it's that way. Birthright citizenship, right? Everyone has assumptions about what it is. The first time it actually starts getting definition, which got terrible definition by SCOTUS, but that's the first time we start seeing it get some definition as to whether or not, someone born on our soil, someone waddles over the border and pops out triplets, and all of a sudden, because you're on American soil, now this person has citizenship rights, which is a horrible, horrible decision. But until it's actually decided by a court, it's just an assumption. It's how we're all operating. And, even agencies are operating with assumptions as to what the law is, but it only really becomes law once it's decided by a court. And recognized, I guess, by the executive agency that they actually carry out the will of the court. But yeah, and the same is true with respect to this pardon power. That's the entire point, and that's the point that I'm making, and that it's never actually been tested. And there's philosophical bases to say that a president should never have this power. Reading the Constitution.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the rule would be, right? So this goes up to the Supreme Court. You charge Fauci. You say this is not specific enough. Supreme Court comes back down. Let's say they agree with you. What would change? Does it need to be more date, time, and location? And if so, does that actually solve the problem? Because then the next pardon comes out, and just like I articulated before, it's just a list, right? Every day, they just put every day in there. Day 1, day 2, day 3, list it all out. You're pardoned for all this stuff. Any conduct related to whatever that day happened on that day, you just include it. Or does the court more narrowly, tailor it? Like it's got to be actually for charged crimes? Because there's another one, Andrew Johnson, he granted in 1868 unconditional and without reservation full pardons to all former Confederate soldiers and officials for acts of treason and rebellion against the United States. But again, those are the charges. Those are the charges.
Right, exactly. So that I think he should have that power. I'll tell you something else. The pardon power is a funky thing. There's nothing in the pardon power which would stop a Biden from or a Clinton from selling off the pardon. In theory, there's absolutely nothing. You and I can look at it with revulsion, and we should morally look at it with revulsion. But in theory, he can open up a website saying, I'm charging $5 million for a pardon for any crime you got. And, when he's a lame duck president, say, just, kick it out to me. And those pardons, I think, would be legally effective. And there would be nothing illegal about the president doing that. We can look at him with contempt. But if he wants to line his pockets on the way out the door by basically selling off 100 pardons at $5-10 million a pop, there's nothing that's under the law stopping him from doing that. And there's nothing under the Constitution which would make those pardons ineffective. It's gross and disgusting, but that's just the way. That's the way the Constitution seems to empower him right now. I just don't think he has the power to just forgive a person in general without having some sort of specificity to either the act or the charges. That's where I'm coming at.
Yeah, and I can absolutely understand the argument. I think it's a good one. And I'm wondering, right, if let's say Fauci does not get prosecuted, but you reverse this, Trump does what you anticipated at the end of the term, comes out, pardons his kids, maybe pardons himself, which I think will be a different, question, but we'll set that one aside. Right. But let's say he pardons his kids or other people in the administration, attorney general, whomever. How do they attack it and interpret that? And I do think that it would be very aggressive. And if this is happening like in Washington, D.C., and he's being prosecuted there. We already saw how they handled other prior prosecutions of Trump, especially like in the J6 case. They waived attorney-client privilege. They said that there was a crime fraud exception going on. And so like the other privileges that would already be in existence, like executive privilege, that wasn't sufficient enough to protect Steve Bannon or Peter Navarro when those went into the J6 committee. They went to prison for refusing to testify. They had their privileges overruled. And the courts found that that was all legitimate. You couldn't really have an argument against that. So same thing I could argue could happen with the pardon power. Trump pardons these people. They come in. They say, we find your pardon to be invalid. We refer you to prosecution. A Democrat administration just picks it up and runs with it.
And look, I don't think there's two podcasters on the planet who cover the charges against Trump in these various crimes as thoroughly and in-depth as you and I did. Okay, this was like a nightly thing that we were each covering while these charges were coming out. We saw them change laws in New York to try and establish going after him for E. Jean Carroll. We saw reinterpretation of Executive Law 63 so they could try and find a way to rack up a bill of $400 million against him. We saw reinterpretation in New York Criminal Court by Judge Merchan and with respect to how we can try and turn what should be a misdemeanor into a felony, and jury instructions which were shocking and horrifying, that saying you don't need to agree what crime he committed as far as the underlying predicate. So with respect to the aggressive nature that you were just referencing, you and I have already seen it, covered it in detail, and we know how horrible they were in trying to find any way possible to throw him in prison and to bankrupt him and to humiliate him. And we saw this going on for the last 2 years of the Biden administration, and there's no reason to assume for a second that they will not ramp it up all the more so. So I do think that he is going to issue pardons. I do think the Democrats are scum, and they're going to try and attack those pardons as being invalid. And that's why I think it is essential and prudent that President Trump go before a court, and at the very worst, from our perspective right now, at the very worst, what would happen is that the court would say, no, president has this power. He can do it. He can have a blanket pardon power. And then that becomes the law. And once that's the law, now he knows he's got a perfect bulletproof vest for, at the very least, if not himself, his children and everyone in his circle in order to protect them. But this is how this is at the very least, we'll get that level of definition. And until then, we don't have that definition. It's never being explored. And what will end up invariably happening is when that aggressive district attorney, when those aggressive Democrats decide to try prosecuting him and his kids, and then we're going to be sitting there saying, oh my gosh, I hope that this blanket pardon that he gave his kids is actually valid and that they're not going to be spending the rest of their lives in jail for the crime of being Don's offspring, so that we'll actually be able to point to a case and say, hey, here's U.S. v. Fauci, which says that his pardons are good. Wouldn't you be much happier to be able to point to that when they invariably end up going after his kids? So to me, it's a no-brainer that his DOJ has to bring this. And I do think that the court will likely define what makes the pardon power effective, what language needs to be in there, how broad it goes, where it's too far afield, where it's too much. And that will enable him to sculpt documents, pardoning documents, which conform with the case of U.S. v. Fauci that I'm envisioning happening here in this instance. To me, this is something Trump has to do, if only for his own self-preservation.
Yeah, that I agree with. If he does not charge Fauci or these other people, I mean, I think he's going to really miss the opportunity to set precedent that might actually protect him moving forward. And they will come after him 100% after this term is up, because they did it so aggressively last cycle that it was almost even impossible to understand how they got away with so much of what they did. The other thing that I was thinking of as you were talking was about, if you go back to the founding era, what was the check on the pardon power? And I think that when the Constitution was written, we didn't have the 22nd Amendment, which was the cap on presidential terms. So if you wanted to run again, then, and you, let's say, made some erroneous pardons, then the people politically, that would be the check on you reascending back to office, right? You could be punished, your political party could be punished, or you could just not regain office. Then we added in the 2-term limit. And so then we have this kind of, at the end of the term, this kind of ransacking of the pardons, right? Everybody submits all their pardons in. I think Joe Biden actually signed off on like thousands of them, many of whom were on death row, and some very, very bad, problematic people on that list who all got pardoned. But there's basically no follow-up to that, right? Once it's done, your term's up, you're gone, history's over, and so there's no real repercussions to you. The next incoming candidate is going to say, I didn't do that. It's not my responsibility. So if the Supreme Court were to go and take a look at the pardon power, they go look at the Constitution, they say this is what it says, what are they going to see that limits the broad power that we're describing here today? And then how do they kind of chisel away at the practice that we've seen in modern times? And I don't know what the rule would look like. I don't know how that would impose it. And if they did, what would that solve? Or would there be a way to just kind of form the pardon around it?
Yeah. And so much of it is likely to be political as well, right? Which yet another reason, because we saw how Amy Coney Barrett and Roberts decided they liked birthright citizenship, and they were able to reinvent textualism to try and find some sort of way to pretend that the 14th Amendment confers citizenship upon anyone who's born on our soil. And because if you're an intelligent judge, which as much as we might despise many of their opinions, can't deny that they have intelligence. Most of them, not all of them, but one or two on the Supreme Court on the left side, I would question. But the three in the middle there of Roberts and Kavanaugh and Barrett, they're not stupid people. And if they want to try and find in someone's favor, there's a way you can invent the text and try and say, this is how I understand it. And you can envision them saying that. So this is another reason to try and strengthen your power by saying these institutionalists, they likely like Fauci, right? Because I think that's what dictates and motivates Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, is that they look at America as being strong and that we have to maintain our institutions because that's what makes America strong. And they will look at Fauci as being part of our medical institution and the medical superiority of America. And that's the way these rhinos tend to think. And that being the case, they'll be like, they don't like having self-scrutiny. They don't like really transparency because they understand things need to happen under the hood that the public don't need to know about. And they can cut fast and loose with decisions. We saw Kavanaugh during COVID sign off and saying, well, we can have a mortgage pause for another month because even though it's totally unconstitutional, it's just one more month. I mean, it's so ridiculous the way they can reinvent things to suit their personal agendas. So seeing as how they likely would like Fauci, at the very least, you're cementing this on, and creating the precedent in a case that would be called U.S. v. Fauci. And because they likely would like, if you poll those three justices, I would bet they have a relatively positive feeling towards Fauci. And if they're going to try and interpret in his favor, they're establishing precedent that just helps Trump when he's leaving office from these, and protect him from these aggressive prosecutors.
Yeah, they establish a broad power. And yeah, we're in chat, we're not arguing that we want Trump to lose or the Democrat, Marxist, socialist to take back over and start prosecuting all these people. The idea is that you're just kind of putting on both hats. Like, how would the Trump administration handle it when they've got the gavel and the power? And how would the Democrats operate and use these? Because really, we're trying to establish a rule, and the rule should govern both sides. We know that they'll break the rules in order to, breach attorney-client privilege. They'll throw Trump off the ballot. I mean, that's how far they'll go, make up charges and rules like they did in New York, as Joe mentioned. So if you put that hat on, then you're analyzing it from a different angle, and you want the rule to be able to survive both sides and actually be a law that, or at least a standard that is applicable across the ages, which is what we're trying to figure out, what that rule ultimately is. And so, Joe, question, did you think that Fauci was going to invoke today?
100%.
Yeah?
100%, which makes it really interesting. It makes such an interesting thing because, there's no way he's going to risk perjury. He doesn't want to embarrass himself by admitting to, all the evil crap that he was pulling during the height of COVID. It just helps him save face over the disgusting basking in death and the fame that death was bringing him. If you read those diaries, it's very obvious that he's so thrilled as to how many people are dying because this just gives him more TV appearances, more meetings with Jake Tapper, and that he's literally basking in the death. We saw and can feel it with those death tolls that were going on. Those of us who are old enough to remember 2020, when they had the daily death toll that was in every news article that stopped right after election day to remind everyone just how terrible COVID was, and to assign and ascribe blame to Donald Trump that somehow he was at fault for COVID, and to depress the country and say we need to get rid of this guy because he's killing us all. How they didn't release the savior vaccine, which when it first came out, everyone thought it was going to, it was potentially a salvation, and that they didn't release that until a week or two after the elections, and all the different steps that they were taking to try and use COVID as a basis to yank Trump out of office and to help Biden win that election, which he still didn't really manage to do, but we'll save that for another day. But the disgusting demeanor that's you see on display there. You want Anthony Fauci to testify and try and explain that? So, of course, he's going to invoke the fifth. You were making great points. Some of the points you were making, I was like, oh, wow, I never really thought about this as far as the power to invoke the fifth when that pardon is out there. And I always wondered the same way when you have agreements not to prosecute, and that somehow is used by the courts to say that now you're obligated to testify. And to me, as an attorney, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking that's pretty garbage type of logic there, because there are so many different arenas that someone can be prosecuted. Right. I'm sure you covered Ghislaine Maxwell and that whole deal there with her charges, right? Which I was covering that trial in person. She was covered under a non-prosecution agreement down in South Florida. The reason the case was up in New York is because the court basically said, well, you can't bring that prosecutor from that office can't bring charges based on the non-prosecution agreement, but everywhere else in the country, he and she can be charged. So you're telling me that the agreement that the DA is signing off on is so limited, and that there's so much other exposure that could exist, and invent new ways to try and say that crazy crimes that he's doing in Florida, which the guy should burn in hell for eternity for doing. But now we're going to start finding bases to charge that in New York. So if that's what can happen, or there could be state charges. So you tell me, how are you going to have someone waive their Fifth Amendment right and say, well, you have this little thing that's protecting you, so now you no longer can stand on your Fifth Amendment right? It's like, what do you mean? It's protecting me from this stupid prosecutor, but I got 1,000 other prosecutors out there on both state and federal level. I gotta be worried about it. How are you forcing me to self-incriminate? It's a complete violation of my Fifth Amendment rights. So similarly, when you and I are sitting here and looking at the validity of this pardon power, so it seems a little unfair, and I try approaching this from a perspective of fairness. It seems a little unfair on the one hand to say this pardon is crap because of the auto pen, or it's crap because it's too far beyond the powers of a president, and then in the next breath say, well, you have a pardon, so now you're not allowed to invoke the fifth. And to me, I feel like I'd be talking out both sides of my mouth to press that claim. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and they're, like we kind of discussed, right? He may, if he's honest, he may not be prosecuted for the crimes that he allegedly committed that are covered by the pardon, but he's got the process crime, he's got the lying to Congress crime, he could have a state charge that comes against him, even though unlikely, like it's possible. And so I was also skeptical that he was going to testify. I thought that maybe he would say some things because of his ego and because, he's just the type of guy who likes to talk and likes to kind of salivate in the media spotlight. But the right answer was exactly what he did, I think, not to talk. It's going to be a harder show to get obstruction passed through committee and then refer that back over to the DOJ. I think there's some precedent that has already been established by Navarro and Bannon, but the DOJ is going to have to pick it up and run with it. And like you said, I'm not so sure that they're interested in that based on the pardon and everything we've seen thus far.
Yeah. I miss having legal conversations like this. And this is like the best legal conversation I had this year.
Great
this
conversation,
was
man,
awesome.
and I appreciate your angle on it, because I have not heard a lot about that, and I think that is a good argument. And it does feel, I don't know, and I don't have a lot of like legal precedent for this. I haven't studied it or dove into it too much, but it does feel like the pardon kind of power is extending every term, every cycle. And at some point, it's going to have to hit an upper limit. You know, does Trump, can he come out and pardon like all of MAGA against, you know, anything? Like, you know, it's like, how far does this extend? Is there an upper cap on it, or where does it end? And a guy like Fauci, I think, is a good place to start to really try to hash it out and make him defend it, at least make the argument that it's not our burden anymore, it's his, and we can duke it out in court.
And certainly bring up the auto pen. I don't want anyone to misunderstand anything I was saying here as far as rejecting that argument. I think it's a challenging factual argument to make. On the fact basis, it's a challenging argument to make. But I do think that, you know, certainly I highly doubt that Biden knew what these pardons were or who signed off on them. And if you can establish that flaw in the chain there, God bless. I mean, let's get this guy spending the rest of his days in some federal penitentiary. That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Or hopefully a state prosecutor. You mentioned some prosecutor from Texas going after them. After we saw what you know, big Fannie Willis did down in Georgia, all of a sudden trying to make it about her state, and that's why can't we get someone in Texas who's going to say, you know what, I'm going after him. Let's do it. Find some RICO. Get him on RICO charges.
Yep.
RICO seems to work all the time. We can bring RICO against anyone.
Yep. For all possible angles. And I think you just say the pardon's invalid for all of these reasons. This reason, it's a constitutional over broad problem. It's an actual, you know, formation question, because we don't know that it actually came from Joe Biden. Whatever else you want to come up with, I'm sure there's other arguments too, but.
And on a state level, you can just say, hell with the pardon. Even the pardon's good. I don't care. These are
Yep.
state charges I'm bringing against you. So, yeah. And someone in Texas or Florida, one of those jurisdictions got to go after that guy.
I'm for it. Joe, remind everybody your channel, where they can follow you and your stream time. I know you're kind of later at night, like 10:30, I think.
At 10:30 is when I tend to start. I will cover law, politics, and philosophy. And I try and inject some humor into it because it's late at night and people are chilling. So my channel is Good Lawgic, LAWGIC. That's Good Lawgic, as in not logic, but attorney. So Lawgic. And you can find me on Good Lawgic on YouTube, on Rumble. And yeah, I hope you guys will check it out. I try and flesh out. It's hard because Rob covers everything during the day. So I'm able to like basically hit on stuff that happens like after 5 p.m. So and really just attack there. So like, yeah, yesterday we had like late dropping stuff about, you know, Candace Owens with her stuff. I'll get a little bit more into politics than you do. You're much more about the law. I'll get much more into like, I'll get a little bit more into the fray, where I was basically breaking down the arguments that were being made with respect to Tyler Robinson, which I think are potentially very damaging for a jury that's going to be, you know, weighing in on Tyler Robinson, to have all of these arguments, which many of them to me seem rooted in confirmation bias. But I don't want to get into that and start pulling down that road. So yeah, I hope you check out my show and sub up, and I'm sure you have a good time. So we got a really great chat there, which very informed chat. They appreciate conversations like this. I'm probably going to end up clipping some of this and sharing it out, because they would love this conversation. They're very into like the understanding how the law operates, why it operates that way, different strategies for how to attack things. That's exactly the sort of thing that our audiences both seem to really enjoy. So
yeah, it's important stuff. It's how we get to the answers, kind of playing around with these ideas. Where's the line actually drawn, move it around, see how it works, and important stuff. And I hope we're going through it. I hope we're actually seeing it in reality. We can actually test these theories in real time once Fauci gets charged. So
amen. Amen. Your mouth to God's ear.
Good
stuff. Or at
stuff.
least the DOJ.
All right. So, Joe, thanks again for coming on, man. I'm glad we got to hang out. It was really, really great
Take
to
care,
talk
brother.
to you. Have a
great
stream.
day, my friend.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, friends. So that is Joe over at Good Lawgic. And make sure you're giving them a follow over on YouTube, Rumble, and all of the places. I think that was an excellent conversation and a very interesting idea. Learned a bunch there from Joe. And we hope we can continue to observe how these theories play out in federal court on the docket. Should be fun. So good stuff. All right. And thank you for joining us. And we'll share some of Joe's links as well. And make sure you go and give them a follow. Cliff, thank you for sharing that one. Let me also drop that in the YouTube so that you can give him a follow. Joe's great. Yeah, very cool dude. And he was over on Tim Pool the other day. I forgot to mention that. That was pretty awesome. So really good stuff. And friends, let's see if we got some other final comments and then we'll wrap it up on the day. Your boys got an event tonight, and I think Chuck Grassley might be there, so maybe I can ask him about the blue slip. We'll have to see. But let's see. We got a couple of other comments here today, and we'll close it out on the day. Of course, we'll come back tomorrow as well to get into it again. Hey, Baby Lewis. Yeah, Democrats think he is a saint like all Democrats. And let me... Okay, that's not going to work. Let me turn this camera back on and swap the setting out of interview mode. Back here. Boom, we're back. All right, so Michelle. Hey, Rob, can you cover the Second Amendment case in Virginia where a group of Black Americans had their CC permits revoked after argument with the police? Harmeet Dillon is now looking into the case. Interesting. I had not seen that one come through. But yeah, that looks like a good Second Amendment case. We love us some Second Amendment cases here, Michelle. Thank you for that. And Michelle, I think I saw you left. You're like, we've been here for 5 hours. That's enough of this. So I understand that. Oh, you're here. I see you, Michelle. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, let me look it up. I have not even seen it. Did that just drop today or was that earlier this week? But very interesting little Second Amendment infringement going on. Hey, Joe, Joe says 9611. What's your opinion on vax for kids? Not. That's my opinion. Not. So we got a little baby coming and, not interested. No, thank you. So, Joe, thank you for that. And, I know that topic will probably irritate a bunch of people, but not interested. Thank you, Joe, for that. What's going on? Rub some dirt on it, man. I think this was missed earlier. Even better now that Good Lawgic is on. Shout out. Rub some dirt on it. Hey, great coverage, Rob. Sorry it brings me so much joy to watch an attorney get thrown out. No, me too, man. I'm an attorney too, and I loved it. The only thing that would have made that better if he went the hard way, just a couple of giant bros just pick him up and just throw him on out of there. It was good. Rub some dirt on it. I'm for it. Cliff. Hey, the individual does not have to be convicted of a crime. This is from Cornell Law. The constitutional text contains no such requirement. The Supreme Court has long held that the offense may be exercised at any time after an offense's commission, either before legal proceedings are taken or during their pendency or after conviction and judgment. Yeah. So, and I guess that's the specificity. Like, do you need to know what the actual offense is? Like, what is the offense? A pardon can therefore be granted before any charges are filed, during investigation or prosecution, or after conviction. Yep, I think that's all accurate. The question is, do you have to be specific about the offense that was committed? Or can you just make it a blanket kind of cover-all that says any offense that was committed, even if I don't know what it is or whether it was even committed, is all protected? So I'll have to read some more about it. It's a really good topic, a really interesting angle there from Joe. Stephanie, what's up? Hey, welcome aboard, Stephanie. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only stream in the morning, and it'll be a good one. Probably 11 a.m. Eastern time is what I'm going to guess, a little bit later tomorrow morning. Weekends in Vegas. Hey, Trump pardoned J6 via proclamation. So if a pardon attorney used auto pen for all 1,500 certs, legitimacy found in the proclamation, no such memo occurred via Biden. Yeah, so, and again, I don't know, did Trump not sign all 1,500? That would have been cool if he did, but I don't know how he formed those, but I'd make the same argument for Trump. Like, if there is no evidence, like, you don't want some other random person executing the auto pen and just signing off on things. There should be a way to validate that the decision was made from the president. I don't even think it needs to be that high of a standard. Like, even if it's just somebody confirming that there was a meeting and the president reviewed the thing and the president approved the thing. And it's, testimony. You have a witness you can bring in and ask him about that. Stuff like that. Like, what is the chain? There needs to be something. And in the Joe Biden one, it feels like it was somebody saying they spoke to the president, but there's doubts about that based on scheduling and email times and the speed at which these things came through at the very end of the administration. So what is the standard, right? And I think that's what we're trying to talk about. Really two angles. Constitutionally, what's the scope and the specificity requirements? And then on the other kind of procedural challenge, was it properly formed and executed? What's up and why? What do you both think about turning Fauci over to another government like the Chinese or El Salvador for their justice system? You mean like the Tate brothers? Like extradite him to China? I'm for it. Fauci doesn't have a pardon in El Salvador or the Philippines. No. And I don't know what the Chinese would do with Fauci, but yeah, maybe he can go take his poolside photos in China. Natalie, hey, what's up, Natalie? 15 months as a member, man. Ending so soon today. It's only been 6.5 hours. It has. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. And it's been awesome, though. It's been a really, really important day. So we're glad to be here. Thank you for being here, Natalie Ray, for 15 months. And we got to hang out with Joe for a little bit. How fun was that? A little bit of a surprise. Economath, without immunity offer from Congress for state crimes, have to say Fauci right to stand on the Fifth Amendment, even with a pardon. Yeah. And yeah, I think we were making that point from the very beginning. Like, he should just shut his mouth. Now, there were many of you saying, or not many of you, but there were some objections to that, saying he can't do that and he's an egomaniac. And I agree that he is an egomaniac. And so I think yesterday I was leaning towards he'll say something, he'll talk. But I should have stuck with the original thesis that his lawyers would just talk him out of it. Even if he's a slippery fella, and he is, like Jack Smith came in and he talked like Jack Smith, could have invoked. Wasn't pardoned, but he could have said, you're trying to catch me in a perjury trap and just not testified if he was really in trouble. But he's very sneaky about it. He talks about toll records versus actual subpoenas and more. So I agree. As a defense lawyer, that would be my 100% recommendation. Don't say anything. Just invoke. Everyone's going to hate you for it, but it's better than going to prison because I know you're a liar. So you're not saying anything. You're just going to shut up, sit there and shut up. And he did, which was, of course, the right call. Hey, Sandra Beasley, thank you for the comment. Barry, remember when Mouse Fauci said before Hillary and Trump were even in the race that Fauci said, whoever is in charge of the next presidency will find themselves in a quandary of the disease. Yeah. Yeah. And Bill and Melinda, remember when they were looking at each other? They're like, yeah, well, the next pandemic, they'll pay attention this time. Like little lunatics. You remember that? I do. Yeah. Yeah, Rick D. Yeah, it was Carter. The important difference between those and the Biden pardons is Carter listed an actual offense and Biden didn't. So interesting. I have to take a look at that pardon. So more specificity to it. I like it. Joe's argument might be the one. The one. Hey, Turbo, when they said this shot that reprogrammed your body was simultaneously experimental and safe, I backed away. I realized this is Orwellian. The Latin root of the word experimental means to learn through experience, like a guinea pig. Yet they called it safe. The fact that the government used doublespeak to herd citizens, not illegals, though, just citizens, into the pens to be jabbed, made me realize we had reached tyranny's event horizon. You're a great warrior, Rob. Fight on. You too, Turbo, man. Thank you for that great comment. Yeah. And a very prescient analysis from you on that. Amazing. Nathan. Hey, what's up, Nathan? I hate to ask this, but since it looks like COVID was intentional, when measles came up, I was wondering if they could be spreading it themselves so that they can blame Trump as if he had caused it. Highly suspicious. Interesting. Like the claims that there's suddenly super bad flu with military immediately after they stop giving the shots, like it works that way. Both of those shots are often live type viruses and cause infections. Often the measles people get is the shot strain, and many had shots. Yeah, seeding a reaction to make Trump, look bad. I wouldn't put it past them at all. I mean, look what they did. They over-ratcheted COVID. I mean, they really just ratcheted that up to maximum degree to freak everybody out, mandate, even ignoring things like natural immunity and more. So why would they do anything differently? Hey, AZ Soccer Opa, my feeling is that Florida should bring charges against Fauci. Remember when he went after their Surgeon General when he came against the federal narrative? Luckily for the Floridians, DeSantis stood with his Surgeon General. Shout out. Hey, what's up, Sandra? You watched Joe over on YouTube? Absolutely amazing. And Rob is here. He says, Rob, I'm going into labor right now, courtesy of Alexis. Man, I hope not, but maybe. We've been here for 6 hours, so I don't really know. They were out and about. I think she had another little appointment, which was good. But all right, so friends, we'll pause here on the day. And of course, thank you so much for joining us. I think it was a historic day. Hopefully something very good comes of it. But time will tell. We'll have a full-blown contempt hearing next week. We'll be looking forward to the outcome on that. Hey, Neuro D, good to see you on X. Thank you for linking our stuff up. Philly Mama is over on X. What's up, Philly Mama? Thank you for those messages. Defender Stargate is asking, can you help us manage future life-threatening diseases? Republicans asking. Democrats say, Dr. Fauci, we do not want you to help save lives from future pandemics. We just want to protect you, the one person who we ultimately love. Feline Fun, good to see you. It's better that he didn't speak at all. He would have just lied and then committed another crime. Quietly Loud says the Dems attached themselves to Fauci's coattails and aided and abetted the destruction of millions of lives. True. Protecting him is a hill these idiots will die on. I think that's all true. John, he's not so glib and sassy this time around, is he? No, he's not. He knows he's cooked and the pardon ain't worth the paper it's written on. He's happy to utilize the Fifth Amendment, but then trample on everyone else's rights. Dude is pure evil. From John Hurd, man. Great comments. We're going to like all these comments here too, just to be clear about it. Nice, nice. Philly Mom, if the state charges happen, all governors that were in COVID business will give Fauci pardons. Yeah, that might be true too. Have Congress remove pharmaceutical protections that Clinton did to be able to sue them, and will make them way more cautious on other faulty products. From Philly Mama in the house. And yeah, there's Joe's link over on X. Shout out to Joe, amazing dude. Also over on YouTube. And Neuro D, thanks for sharing the links. Thanks for sharing the links to our locals community as well. And friends, thank you for joining us on this Fauci extravaganza. Rand Paul versus Anthony Fauci, the weak, quisling little coward called Anthony, didn't answer any questions today because he knows what he's done. And so we're going to keep our eye on this. There'll be more fallout, no doubt about it. We'll see if there's any other strategies that emerge or if we can parse out the other pardon invalidating constitutional argument. But we'll pause here for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll be excited to get into it again. Members will be very likely live 11 a.m. Eastern time, and then we'll be back in the evening we might actually have an early show tomorrow. I think we have another event tomorrow night. We'll see. So tomorrow's schedule still up in the air, so let me flesh that out before I talk off the cuff. But it's been a beautiful day. Thank you so much for joining us this entire time. Thank you for all the very generous donations today. Welcome to new members. We'll see you tomorrow. And big thank yous to K-Bean, to Donut Mind Me, to John in the house, to Muffin Rando. We've got Neuro D, we got Janek, we got Dog Digger, Geegum Geegum, Elliot, Just Rhonda, Mod in the fort down for us, keeping things nice and orderly. And thank you for joining. Thanks for subscribing to the channel if you haven't already done that, because we'd love to see you. Rub some dirt on it. Thanks for those donos as well. And friends, it's a beautiful day. Happy Wednesday. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll see what else the day and the week has in store for us, and we'll get into it again. But in order to do that appropriately, and check out Joe's channel. He'll be live streaming later tonight, I'm sure. Until we're back here, I hope that you're out there getting after it, making it a great and beautiful day, and that you return here tomorrow to join us, because we will be back here. And in order to do this all appropriately, we are going to need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency and indictments for Fauci down on our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night. Sleep very well. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks for watching, my beautiful friends. Now it's that time where the stream must end. You brought the heat with every chatting line. Together we expose corruption. One more time we dove in the truth where the media hides. Lit up the lies with receipts on all sides. The fight isn't over, but we made them sweat. We ain't done yet, no, not just yet. Because together